It is one of the greatest tragedies of modern times. A quake so powerful, it knocks the Earth off its axis. A tsunami leaves tens of thousands feared dead. Parts of Japan shift 10 feet out to sea. Parts of the coast drop over 3 feet. What forces create this epic disaster? Now a team of scientists is looking for answers.
Never before have we had such a surplus of data. There are no mysteries in this earthquake. We know exactly what happened.
Japan's coast lies in ruins. Incredibly, it could have been worse. Scientists' understanding of earthquakes and tsunamis saved lives. But as this disaster shows, there is much more to learn. Japan's killer quake, right now on Nova.
Major funding for Nova is provided by the following: David H. Koch and
Discovering New Knowledge. HHMI.
and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and by PBS viewers like you. Thank you. Additional funding is provided by Millicent Bell through the Millicent and Eugene Bell Foundation.
It is 96 hours since Japan's largest earthquake in 1,000 years strikes. Professor Roger Billum from the University of Colorado is one of the first geologists to survey the aftermath.
So we're flying right over the coast right now, and much of the coast has sunk about a meter. The extent of the damage is truly amazing. The tsunami picked up everything in its path: cars, houses, warehouses, and just tumbled them relentlessly inland, on and on and on. One of the things I'd like to see is exactly how far it went, what kind of debris gets left behind on these gigantic tsunamis.
Every detail of the disaster is recorded by seismometers, strain gauges, and tidal gauges. Now Billum looks to piece it all together to find out exactly what happened and why so many lives have changed forever.
70近いのね。なんとか今探したいと思ってきました。
How did this happen? March 11th, 2011, 2:46 p.m. Japanese time. 60 miles off the northeast coast, a massive earthquake. Seismic waves race toward shore. The fastest waves, called P waves, travel at 4 miles a second. 15 seconds later, they hit land. Japan's detection systems instantly pick them up. Within seconds, automatic warnings flash across the country. A computer-generated announcement interrupts a Japanese parliament broadcast. The coastal city of Sendai lies just 80 miles from the epicenter. There's almost no warning before slower, more destructive seismic waves called S waves hit the town. These slower S waves violently shake the ground from side to side. These are the waves that make earthquakes so damaging. Already, northeast Japan is descending into chaos. The seismic waves travel on. 93 miles southwest of the epicenter, they slam into Fukushima Daiichi, home to an aging nuclear power station housing 6 reactors. This video from a hospital near the reactor reveals the earthquake's power. Sensors at the plant automatically shut down the reactor cores. The reactors are in lockdown when the S waves hit, but the intense heat generated from the nuclear reaction process does not simply dissipate.
When you think shutdown, you think, the danger's gone because it's shut down. But the reactor core was still extremely hot. You know, if you have a pan in the oven and you shut the oven off, that oven continues to heat inside even after you've turned it off.
With the reactors stopped, there's no power to drive the cooling pumps. The reactor cores heat up. Emergency diesel generators take over, pumping coolant through the reactor. The Fukushima plant survives the earthquake intact. Scientists 3,800 miles away at the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center in Hawaii receive emergency alerts. Researchers around the world see the event unfold.
Japan has lots of seismometers, so there was a lot of information fast. So the earthquake was still going on when we got our page.
First indications, a magnitude of around 7. But as data floods in, the numbers start to climb. 7.5, 7.7, up into the 8s.
The immediate reaction of everybody was, that's not right. Because in the history of Japan, there has never been an earthquake larger than 8.4.
Really heightened the intensity of what we were doing, because we knew we were dealing with something very big and something that could affect the whole Pacific Basin.
We realized, oh, this is it. And then immediately you realize, this is horrible for Japan.
The source of this disaster lies 62 miles off Japan's coast. 4 miles below the surface, the Earth is distorting, caught in a vast slow-motion collision. The Earth's crust is made up of several continent-sized slabs of rock, tectonic plates. Japan lies at the point where the Pacific Plate rams into the Eurasian Plate at 3 inches a year, about the same speed your fingernails grow. Japan is on the Eurasian Plate. It compresses and buckles as the Pacific Plate drives underneath it, snagging and catching as it goes. Over centuries, immense stress builds up until suddenly the plates snap, causing an earthquake.
The energy that drove this earthquake had been building up for a couple of 100 years. It's caused by the movement of the Pacific Plate towards the Eurasian Plate. Think of it as a giant elastic band that's being wound up for 200 years.
100 seconds since the fault line slipped, the destructive S waves reached Tokyo.
Tokyo 渋谷のスタジオが非常に大きく揺れています。東京の渋谷のスタジオが大きく揺れています。
The city has 60 seconds warning. The quake lasts an unprecedented 5 minutes. An American geologist is in Tokyo.
We expected it to end after 10, 15, 20 seconds, something like that, maybe a minute at the most. about minute 3 or 4, we were just all kind of astonished that it just kept going and going and going. Just looking at each other going, is this over yet? And no, it's not, it's still going.
What is different about a big earthquake is that it begins, but it doesn't stop.
It was kind of a growing realization that it was just getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and it had to be fairly close.
An American tourist captures the ground opening up at his feet. The footage reveals a frequent characteristic of earthquakes: liquefaction.
Okay, we have earthquake right now, and this is actually moving. Can you see the cracks moving? That crack was not there. That crack is getting bigger and smaller, going back and forth. And there is water coming up all over in the park right now.
Loosely packed and waterlogged ground near the surface starts to behave like a liquid. As the ground compresses, liquefied dirt pumps to the surface. Most buildings still stand. Japan's earthquake warning systems work. Scientists upgrade this quake to a magnitude 9, 1,000 times more powerful than the devastating 2010 Haiti earthquake. But everyone in Japan knows this is far from over. The earthquake's explosive energy is about to unleash another destructive force. For centuries, the Eurasian plate is dragged downward by the Pacific plate grinding under it.
The whole upper plate behaves just basically like a rubber block. It just compresses, and like a spring like this. And when the earthquake happens, it springs back.
The upward motion thrusts a 4-mile-deep mass of water upwards. When the dome collapses back, immense waves race out across the ocean. Just 3 feet high and over 60 miles from front to back, the waves travel at a blistering speed. A tsunami is born.
The energy heaved up the sea floor. That displaced vast amount of water that we can see made its way on land, it made its way off around the Pacific.
One side of the wave takes off across the Pacific. The other races towards the coast of Japan.
Tsunamis travel very fast at a speed that depends on the water depth. And because in the deep ocean, tsunami travels very fast, reaching at times the speed of a jet aircraft.
Traveling at over 500 miles per hour, the wave takes just minutes to reach the coast. Here, the shallower seafloor slows down the front of the wave. The wave's fast-moving rear races in. It soon catches up with the front. The increasing pressure pushes the seawater up into a rising swell. 3 miles from shore, a Japanese Coast Guard crew witnesses the growing wave. The tsunami swells up as the seafloor gets shallower. Once they crest the first wave, a second one is upon them. The crew is lucky to survive. Near the coast, the swell becomes a breaking wave. It piles up. A wall of water races toward shore.
The very first thing that seems to have happened is that the sea left the land, and some of the footage we've seen shows a huge shoreline being exposed. And then the tsunami built up offshore, and the dynamics of the wave carried it inland. Probably a cubic kilometer of water just splashed landward and kept going until it ran out of steam.
This is the moment the first wave roars in. The tsunami has arrived. But there appears to be no clear pattern to when or where the tsunami strikes. First, it hits in the north. Then in the south. Then it strikes in the north again. The height and intensity of the wave varies dramatically from town to town. But why? Part of the answer lies in the varying depths of the seabed. The tsunami travels faster in deep water and reaches land more quickly. Another critical factor is the layout of the land. Cliffs, bays, and inlets along the shoreline help determine how a tsunami behaves.
It boils down to how the wave is focused and defocused by the geography or the topography of the coastline itself.
3:15 p.m. Japan time. The wave hits the town of Ofunado. Deep water off the coast here offers little resistance to the 26-foot-high tsunami wave. There is little time to get to high ground.
The best early warning system people would have had would have been the fact that there was an earthquake. And people have got used to the fact that if you have an earthquake, there is a possibility of a tsunami that will follow. But in the timescale they had, there was very little time or very little opportunity for escape.
The tsunami hits Ofunado 20 minutes after the earthquake.
Water that actually hit the coast will be well in excess of 1 billion, probably 10 billion tons of water. That's a little bit like taking 1 million swimming pools and just emptying them onto the coastal areas of northeast Japan.
"15 minutes later, the tsunami hit Sendai, 70 miles south of Ofunado. The area around the city is mostly farmland, low-lying and flat. The airport here is overwhelmed in minutes.
It hits very low-lying areas. There's nothing to stop it moving inland. And so it can move inland 6-7 kilometers without being impeded.
There's not much to slow it down, and because the wavelength of the tsunami is so big, it's not going to stop until it reaches something, reaches some sort of high ground, and it'll just keep on coming.
Next, the wave slams the Miyako coast, 110 miles north of Sendai. This area has good tsunami defenses. The residents are well prepared. They should be safe. Last time a tsunami hit here was half a century ago. In the aftermath of that tsunami, they built these 30-foot-high seawalls. Tsunami drills are a regular feature of life. Everyone knows what to do when the sirens sound.
Tsunami, yeah, we're leaving. Where do we go? Go to the hill.
On March 11th, the sirens sound. The tsunami is minutes away.
You hear the sirens?
There's a hill outside of town that we're going to try to get to.
Confusion rules. Some search for high ground. Some aren't sure what to do.
Well, it's a precautionary measure, but I mean, you know, you never know. This town has a lot of history with tsunamis and a lot of death from it, so they're taking it pretty seriously, obviously.
The warning saves the lives of some.
Here it comes!
The tsunami easily breaches the coastal defenses. Miyako's high walls are useless. The tsunami is 30 feet high. So why did the 30-foot-high walls fail? Data from thousands of sensors along the coastline suggest a stunning answer.
The fact that the shoreline has actually subsided means that the sea had plenty of space to go, and it basically filled up the empty space left by the sinking. Several villages have just been completely ruined with no survivors, and the human death toll is obviously going to be up in the tens of thousands when the final count is in.
The earthquake causes the whole coastline to drop by up to 3 feet, lowering Miyako's walls and making the tsunami much worse. All along the coast, this sudden drop in the height of the land puts towns in danger.
You've got the tsunami wave coming in, on top of what would be essentially a 2-meter higher vacuum of subsided land as it sweeps in, and there's not much to stop it until it hits higher ground somewhere.
Fukushima's shut-down nuclear power plant is exposed. There is an 18-foot-high defense wall, but the ground has sunk several feet. The wave smashes over the wall and floods the diesel generators cooling the reactor cores.
Japan, as part of its normal defenses against tsunamis, has along its shoreline a tsunami wall, And this wave of water was several times that height and just blew right past it.
The coastline goes down, so do all their power intakes. And if they have a gigantic wave coming at them, it's going to short out everything electrical.
Backup batteries take over to keep the pumps going. Batteries with just an 8-hour charge. The tsunami's destructive march inland overwhelms seawalls, erases whole towns, and sets Japan on the path to a nuclear crisis. And it isn't over yet. Now, all that water pulls back out to sea.
With huge suction as the wave retreats and drags the debris it's created on the way in, the cars, the lorries, the buses, the trains, the buildings, the people. And so they're sucked back out into the ocean.
From miles offshore, the ocean is a churning mass of currents. Huge whirlpools form. Boats like this are no match for its power.
Sadly, I think many thousands of people would have been dragged out to sea. And I suspect, tragically, we're going to find bodies washing up along the coast of Japan for some months to come.
During the night, fires rage across the wasteland. Oil from factories and natural gas from ruptured lines set hundreds of square miles of debris on fire. In Tokyo, the train system is paralyzed. Millions sleep in offices and wait for dawn. 8 hours after the quake, the tsunami wave continues to spread across the ocean. Countries all around the Pacific Rim watch nervously. In Hawaii, the Tsunami Warning Center is on full alert.
Very quickly we realized that this was basically the first big ocean crossing tsunami that had happened in 40 years.
Will the tsunami hit Hawaii? If so, when? And how big will it be? Readings from deep ocean sensors suggest the wave is up to 3 feet high.
Now that is monstrous on the deep ocean for a tsunami to be that big. And at that point we went to a Pacific-wide warning, which means another message, and now lots and lots of phone calls.
State warning point. This is the Pacific Tsunami Warning Center.
Hawaii issues an evacuation alert. People head for higher ground. The wave hits Hawaii. As predicted, it's 3 feet high. For more than an hour, it surges over the islands.
Whoa! Gosh, that is big. That is absolutely massive. Just lost my shoes. This is coming straight over the wall onto the main road. That is absolutely unbelievable. Here it comes again. Pouring over the wall. You can see a car making a run for it out there. I am completely stranded now between the wall and the road.
There is tens of millions of dollars in damage. The wave pulls cars and houses out to sea. Hawaii's early warning system gives people time to get away from the coast. Here, unlike Japan, no one loses their life.
So the warning system works incredibly well. But obviously, if the event happens literally on your back doorstep, then no warning system that could ever be conceived could be quick enough.
Tsunamis are simply unstoppable, but they can be tracked. The Hawaii Warning Team monitors the Japan tsunami across the Pacific.
We couldn't let our guard down because, of course, the tsunami has continued on, and we have a continuing responsibility to the rest of the Pacific.
The scientists effectively warn the world.
As the tsunami spread across the ocean, at location after location, we realized, oh, our predictions are pretty darn good.
Japan's tsunami surges toward the U.S., its power diminishing with every passing mile.
It was a very intensive wave, but as it spreads out, that energy is being distributed along a bigger and bigger circumference.
10 hours later and over 5,000 miles from the quake, the tsunami, now smaller and weaker, finally hits California. The wave still creates havoc along the coast.
There, certain parts of the coast focused the wave. So although it was only 1 meter in Hawaii, it actually became 2 meters in places like Crescent City in California. And again, because people were warned, there was very little destruction or damage, certainly to human life. One person did lose their life in California, north of Crescent Bay, because they rushed down to the beach to take photos of the tsunami as it came in.
Back in Japan, the crisis continues to escalate. Different locations suffer different effects. Veteran journalist Callum McRae sets off along the coast to discover how far-reaching the tsunami's damage is. This is the isolated mountain community of Kahoku.
We're up in the mountains, 8 kilometers from the coast. And what's happened here is that the tsunami has created a huge surge which has climbed all the way up the river and then flooded here.
The result is stunning. A new saltwater lake among mountains, miles from the sea.
この裏にね、川があるんですよ。排水堀ってね。それで、通常はね、ほとんど水がないくらいなんですよ。通常は。ところが、津波後ね、1波目は来なかったけど、2波目あたりからやっぱり登り始めて、ね、夜のうちに登ったんだね。そして夜のうちに登ってきてね、知らないてるうちにもうここに水乗っていたわけです。次の日からね。それからずっと引かないでそのままなってんだね。もう私たちも先代からここに住んでいないともうないの。私だけでも70年なんだけど、こういうこと初めて。70年以上なんだけどね。初めてだね。
The locals here fear the receding waters will expose bodies swept up from the coast. Traveling north, McRae reaches Ofanato. At first, the town seems untouched.
Look over there. Those houses look undamaged. They've got power and everything here. That's just so strange.
Closer to shore, it is a different story.
And as if Ofanato didn't have enough problems, scientists reckon that this whole area, this region, has subsided well over 1 meter. And in the next couple of days, the region is also expecting the highest tides of the year. The sea is some 500 meters down there, and yet up here we have this. It's a remarkable sight by any standards, a huge tug which has been brought all the way up here by the tsunami. And what's remarkable about it, or what's even more remarkable about it, is that what it says about the size of the tsunami. Because the Japan Meteorological Center have just produced provisional estimates saying that the tsunami that hit this region was about 3.5 meters high. Now we're 7-8 meters above sea level here, and even given the surge, the fact that it could bring that all the way up here does suggest that the tsunami here was a lot higher than 3.5 meters.
Boats, trucks, and cars are dumped on top of buildings, much higher than the recorded height of the wave.
That happens because as the water's pushing through restricted areas like the streets of towns and villages, it's being effectively funneled. And the water's got to go somewhere, and so it goes up as it's squeezed and funneled and pushes material, pushes cars onto roofs, sometimes as high as 50 feet. So in areas, the impact of this will be even greater, particularly where you get narrow streets.
Once the wave starts to pick up part of a town, the warehouses along the dock, the debris and all that, then it becomes more like a glacier. You know, it's a moving wall of debris. And the more mass it has, the more power it has as it comes in. It doesn't really look like water beyond some point. It looks like the entire town is flowing in, and it is. So all the mass of all the buildings, cars, refrigerators, and everything that's in that wall, it's essentially a debris glacier at that point, and it just keeps coming in.
This is Minami Sanriku, a town that has been virtually wiped off the map. 95% of the buildings destroyed. Over 10,000 people, half the population, missing.
This place symbolizes the tragedy more than anywhere. An entire town wiped out by the force of nature.
It's almost difficult to imagine one's thoughts as one sees this coming towards you. And as it hits the coast, it's then picking up all the debris, it's picking up buildings, cars and things, and you then end up with this sort of really quite horrific mass moving through towns, villages, across fields, causing complete destruction.
I mean, it would be bad enough if it was only water, but because it's full of cars and you can't swim against it or flow with it or do anything, you're just like in front of a bulldozer of moving the entire town.
It's funny that when you hear that sound of an ambulance, it kind of actually gives you hope that they might have found somebody alive. Although that must be happening fewer and fewer times between. Anyone who did survive and was trapped would almost certainly have died of hypothermia by now.
At the town of Rikuzen Takata, 25 miles up the coast, rescue workers hunt for survivors and discover the dead.
When they find a body, they put a large stick in the ground with a flag attached to it so that it can be recovered later. It's a fairly gruesome and sad task. In fact, they're not just collecting bodies, they're also collecting personal mementos as well, which they find, like this. I'm afraid what we have here is more bodies waiting to be taken away.
Within days, scientists gather more data from Japan's earthquake and tsunami than from any other disaster in history. Over Tokyo, Professor Roger Billam returns from his aerial survey. The city's vulnerability is clear.
There are 30 million people within about 2 meters of sea level, and a tsunami here, of course, would be absolutely devastating.
Suddenly, there is a problem.
We had a big earthquake just now, so...
Really?
Yeah.
We've just learned from the ground that there was an earthquake that damaged the heliport. They're checking for damage right now. We don't know how big the earthquake was, but it was obviously a very nearby aftershock.
A massive aftershock hits Tokyo, magnitude 6.2. In the week that follows the main quake, there are over 500 aftershocks. This is the actual data from seismometers around Japan. The larger the circle, the bigger the aftershock.
The shaking is now stopped, so I'll just continue landing.
Finally, Billam's helicopter receives the all-clear to land. The helipad is damaged.
I've noticed that the tarmac here, which should be beautifully dark everywhere, in fact stained white in places, and you can see that in fact sand has come out of this crack, and there's another one over there, another one over there. We're very close to the shoreline, and the lurching motion of the ground during the earthquake has caused the subsurface liquefied sands to come belching out on the top.
Here there is evidence of liquefaction, the strange phenomenon filmed earlier.
And over here is an old mud volcano. Old, it's about 3 days old. You can see how the mud came pouring out of the top there. So look, we're 200 miles from the epicenter here, and here's a crack in the heliport landing area. It continues all the way along here. You can actually see down about 3 feet in places. Splits into two here. This goes over here. You can see an offset in the in this trim around the tarmac.
As the Earth's crust shatters during the main quake, new stresses spread along the fault. Relieve the pressure in one place, and it builds up somewhere else, triggering aftershocks.
What you're seeing here is how those aftershocks happened over a period of about a week after the main shock. And that orange region, delineated by those orange dots, essentially gives you a feeling for the area of the fault along the plate boundary that ruptured in this event.
Every aftershock takes its toll on an already frightened population. And every aftershock potentially triggers another one.
That main shock was followed by hundreds of magnitude 5s and dozens of magnitude 6 earthquakes and a handful of magnitude 7s. Once you had a pattern of an earthquake happening, followed by a bigger one, you never know whether it's going to happen again.
Unrelenting tremors are just one of the new realities facing the Japanese people. Hundreds of thousands are homeless. In the regional capital of Sendai, the temporary shelters are full. But in this darkened, ravaged city, people do their best.
We're in Sendai, 300 or 400 meters from the shorefront in a scene of apocalyptic chaos. It's cold, it's dark, there's no power anywhere. And yet, up there in that abandoned block of flats, on the top floor, there's one light. One man, one family perhaps, trying to survive in this chaos.
The following day, on the main road back to Tokyo, the artery that connects north and south is empty. A reminder that this country has ground to a halt.
of the worst nuclear accidents in history if it stops right now. And we're dealing with multiple meltdown possibilities.
2 radioactive substances, cesium and iodine, were detected near the #1 reactor at the plant on Saturday.
The Fukushima nuclear base is about 60 kilometers that way. That's about 38 miles or so, I think. You know, we've got the windows closed, we're driving fast. Who knows whether it's safe? The advice is very conflicting. The American government says that has put an exclusion zone of 80 kilometers. And of course we're well within that. On the other hand, the Japanese government say it's fine as long as you're more than 30 kilometers away. So, I mean, you can tell, nobody knows. But we'll keep the windows closed and I'll put on a mask. Mask. Looks good, huh?
At Fukushima power plant, the nuclear crisis worsens. The emergency batteries are dead. There is no power to cool the reactors. Temperatures quickly rise. Water levels drop. Pressure builds. The incredible heat of the fuel rods generates hydrogen gas. The hydrogen explodes. Desperate plant workers inject seawater into the reactors in an effort to cool them.
Essentially, those plant operators at the time said, we're going to commit plant suicide. We're going to go ahead and kill these plants, knowing that they'll never work again. But that was a better option than not letting the cooling system fail and risking even a worse outcome.
There's been another blast at a stricken Japanese nuclear power plant, the second hydrogen explosion in 3 days.
The Japanese military use helicopters to scoop up seawater to dump on the reactors. It doesn't work. The long-term consequence of what is happening at Fukushima remains unknown. The humanitarian disaster continues. Estimates put the death toll from the quake and tsunami at over 20,000. For scientists, the analysis goes on. From all the data they have acquired, one threat is still very real. For years, experts have warned of a large quake and tsunami off the coast near Tokyo. Japan's recent disaster happens 260 miles north. But now, the fault lines below Tokyo are even more stressed.
What's been expected is slip of the Philippine plate relative to the Eurasian plate. And what has actually occurred is slip of the Pacific plate relative to the Eurasian plate. Sometimes a great earthquake will cause the next patch of the plate boundary to slip. So all eyes are on what's happening, how this earthquake has stressed the neighboring part of the plate boundary. You've got to understand this whole region is in a very high state of stress and it's ready to go. And they've been expected to go any minute. So this recent earthquake is going to have brought that closer. The question is how much closer?
When an earthquake like this happens, it basically, all of the stress that it relieves in the Earth's crust essentially gets transferred somewhere else. It doesn't go away. It actually adds loading to other parts of the crust.
The densest areas of population survive largely unscathed. Next time could be different.
One area of extreme concern is Tokyo, the world's largest city. There could be a major event in Tokyo that would be extremely damaging to this very densely populated region.
If you were going to choose somewhere to put one of the major industrial economies on the planet, that part of the Pacific Rim is not the place you would choose.
It could be happening as we speak, or it might not happen for a decade.
The critical thing is, has this particular earthquake shaken that region up so that it brings forward the timing of that earthquake?
It's foolish to think that we can stop natural phenomena. What we've got to do is to learn to live with them and minimize the consequences when they happen and minimize also the recovery time.
It's very difficult for science to protect against earthquakes and tsunamis. What science can do is help town planners, engineers to make buildings stronger, to make designs of buildings and cities more resilient. We cannot stop these things happening. We can't prevent it, but we can prepare for it.
scientists believe Japan's tsunami holds valuable lessons for the U.S.
One of the interesting things about this earthquake is that it's really a template for what might occur on the northern coast of Oregon and Washington. We know we are expecting an almost identical sized earthquake.
Stretching from Vancouver Island to Northern California is Cascadia, a vast and volatile fault line. Here, like Japan, one plate is driving beneath another, squeezing and compressing it. Tremendous pressure builds. Cascadia could rupture in a huge magnitude 9 quake. A megaquake off the Pacific Northwest coast would create a tsunami similar to Japan's. Roger Billam scans the coast of Japan for clues. He hopes to understand what could happen to America's west coast.
Like this coastline is long and flat. Parts of the Oregon coast are mountainous, that's not going to be a problem, but where we have a flat-lying land near the shore, we've got to expect a similar effect.
It's a little bit like airplane crashes. The people go in and try to figure out what happened and learn from that. And unfortunately, we learn from these disasters, but it makes people stronger for the next one.
The world has seen what happened in Japan. The question is, are we prepared?
We compare it to Japan, where the preparation level is higher than what we have in the US. And we see that the Japanese had still quite a ways yet to go. It's a little sobering. Think about how many decades of work we have in front of us just to get to where the Japanese were, and then we have to get probably beyond that as well.
The exploration continues on NOVA's website, where you can watch any part of this program again. Hear from leading experts on what Japan's nuclear crisis will mean for the future of nuclear energy. And go inside the training center at a U.S. nuclear power plant to see how engineers prepare for the worst. Dig deeper into the natural forces on planet Earth with expert interviews, interactives, teacher resources, and more. Follow NOVA on Facebook and Twitter, and find us online at pbs.org.
Major funding for NOVA is provided by David H. Koch and
Discovering New Knowledge. HHMI.
And the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. And by PBS viewers like you. Thank you. Additional funding is provided by Millicent Bell through the Millicent and Eugene Bell Foundation.
Japan's most powerful earthquake ever triggers a monster tsunami. Fear washes over the nation. But that's just the beginning. 10 nuclear reactors at 2 power plants are crippled, threatening the unimaginable.
If Tokyo
needed to be evacuated. I feared the entire nation of Japan would be paralyzed by chaos.
It became darker and darker. A terrifying situation. We were fighting an invisible enemy, out-of-control reactors.
What will it take to save the country from radiation?
Mankind has never faced the forces of physics and the forces of nature that those people faced.
Nuclear meltdown disaster, right now on Nova.
Major funding for NOVA is provided by the following. The David H. Koch Fund for Science, supporting NOVA and promoting public understanding of science. And the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, and by PBS viewers like you. Thank you. And Millicent Bell, through the Millicent and Eugene Bell Foundation. Additional funding from the Montgomery Family Foundation.
This is the road to nowhere. A once thriving place in one of the most prosperous countries on Earth. Japan. Radioactive Japan. Time stood still here on March 11th, 2011. Houses that aren't homes. Schools that are silent. Stores shuttered. Towns without people. Past the checkpoints, the scans, and the meticulous suit-up, layer upon layer upon layer of protection, is the place we simply know as Fukushima, site of 3 nuclear reactor meltdowns.
This is called the Central Control Room. All of the equipment at the power plant is operated from here.
He is a nuclear plant operator. This is where he has always worked. He used to live nearby, but now he too cannot go home. He and his co-workers are ashamed, scorned by the neighbors they once had.
We've been through so much in this control room. It's hard to put into words.
He was here when it happened. Now he is hoping to make amends by helping clean up the toxic mess.
4 years ago, this room was completely dark. We had only small fluorescent lights and flashlights. We had given up on our own survival. Now, talking to you with the lights on, it seems like a lifetime ago.
This is the story of the Fukushima meltdowns. The infamous events at Fukushima Daiichi, or number 1, told by those who were there and risked everything. And the lesser-known story of its sister plant 7 miles away, Fukushima Daini, or number 2. It faced the same onslaught and challenges, but thanks to a little luck and a Herculean effort, it was saved from ending up like this. March 11th, a bad day for Japan and the world, could have been so much worse. The inevitable came without warning at 2:46 p.m. Two giant pieces of the Earth's crust, tectonic plates, move suddenly and violently. One pushes down, causing the plate above it to spring upward like a catapult along a 300-mile fault line. In a nation all too familiar with earthquakes, it is the largest ever recorded. Magnitude 9. Propagating outward at 9,000 miles an hour, record-breaking seismic waves careen toward land and the 10 nuclear reactors at the 2 Fukushima plants. All of them designed by General Electric, owned and operated by the largest utility in Japan, the Tokyo Electric Power Company, TEPCO. They are there to feed the insatiable energy needs of Tokyo.
Suddenly, I heard the earth rumble like a fierce growl. It was an extremely intense earthquake, but it wasn't only strong, it was also terribly long.
An American nuclear reactor service technician, Carl Pilateri, is there doing some upgrades.
It was just one big hammer. The entire building was moving. Everything was coming down. The lights were crashing everywhere. And it just got worse from there, actually. In 1 nanosecond, just the entire floor went black.
The shaking was like nothing I had experienced. The operators either held on to that bar or crouched down. That's how we endured the earthquake. I just wondered, how long is this going to continue?
It lasts 6 minutes. Takayuki Inagaki is general manager of the maintenance department for units 1 through 4 at Daiichi. He reports directly to the superintendent, Masao Yoshida. Both men have spent their entire careers at TEPCO. Inagaki worries about his wife and 2 sons.
When the earthquake hit, I think I sent one email to my wife explaining that I didn't think I'd be able to come home for a while. After I sent it, we lost contact with the outside. We couldn't even make calls.
Seismometers at nuclear plants are designed to trigger an automatic emergency response after an earthquake. Power plant operators routinely drill for this, but it is still a risky, tense event. Called a scram, it is designed to put the brakes on the nuclear chain reaction of sustained fission. A nuclear reactor is fueled by uranium, an element that naturally splits apart, releasing neutrons. But uranium fission can induce more fission. When a loose neutron fires into a nearby uranium nucleus, it becomes unstable and quickly splits. Each time an atom splits, it generates heat. To make fission robust enough to generate power, uranium is enriched, shaped into pellets, and then stacked in long tubes called fuel rods. This ensures lots of uranium atoms are close enough to each other to allow a healthy chain reaction. To manage the rate of the reaction, control rods that absorb neutrons are moved in and out of spaces among the fuel. During a scram, the control rods are pushed all the way in, terminating the chain reaction. By 3:02, operators at Daiichi confirm the 3 reactors that were online have successfully scrammed. And at Fukushima Daini, all 4 reactors running full throttle also automatically shut down safely. Even though the nuclear chain reaction has now abruptly stopped, the uranium fuel rods remain very hot. It's called decay heat.
The nuclear chain reaction was stopped within seconds, but the decay heat continued to be a problem. It takes approximately 20 to 24 hours for the systems to cool the reactor down to less than 212 degrees and achieve what's called cold shutdown.
At its core, a nuclear power plant is not unlike a pressure cooker on a stove. Water is heated to the boiling point, creating steam. And steam under pressure turns turbines, generating electricity. The complexity and cost of nuclear energy is about keeping the radioactive genie in the bottle. So the uranium fuel sits inside rods, underwater, in a steel pressure vessel, surrounded by a concrete and steel containment structure inside a reactor building. All those layers of protection are there in case the water stops flowing. If that happens, it quickly boils away, exposing the fuel, and it melts, turning into radioactive magma. Unchecked, it will melt right through the steel reactor vessel and onto the concrete and steel containment structure that surrounds it. So at the Fukushima plants now, it is critical that the electric water pumps and valves keep running for the reactor core to safely cool down. Power normally comes from the electric grid, and the earthquake has caused a blackout. But there is a plan B. The plant is equipped with diesel-electric generators to provide power in an emergency. They start automatically, as they're designed to do.
If it had only been the earthquake, we wouldn't be here today. The safety systems were doing their thing, the reactor cores were being cooled, and things were going pretty well.
When the seafloor suddenly moves upward during the earthquake, it causes the water near the epicenter to rise with it. The giant swell is the start of a tsunami. Forecasters issue a tsunami warning. They predict 10-foot-high waves in Fukushima Prefecture. The main buildings at Daiichi and Daini are about 30 feet above sea level. So no one worries much about a tsunami. And then at 3:27 p.m., the first of 7 giant waves crashes over the seawall.
Then I saw the tsunami coming. I was on top of that hill, wondering if I was high enough. This thing was, it was huge.
The tallest surge of water is nearly 50 feet high, more than twice the height of the seawall.
I assumed there would be a tsunami, but not one 50 or 55 feet high. I couldn't even imagine a tsunami like that.
Fukushima Daiichi is inundated. 2 workers drown, trapped in the basement of the number 4 turbine building. Six generators, along with the wiring, switches, and breakers connecting them to the plant, are located in the basements of the turbine buildings for units 1 through 4. The floodwaters destroy them all. 2 additional generators behind Unit 4 are high and dry, but their switching gear is in the basement, ruined by the seawater. The generators would be useless. Meanwhile, 7 miles to the south, at the other Fukushima plant, Daini, or number 2, the crisis is equally dire. The big waves roll in, swamping key motors, wiring, pumps, and generators.
Immediately after the tsunami hit, this room lost power. That's when I realized something very serious had happened.
Naohiro Masuda is the plant superintendent on that fateful day. He began his career here at Daini, reporting for duty in 1982 while it was still being built. He knows it as well as anyone.
This building is 40 feet above sea level. And since there was a power outage here, I imagine most of the buildings near the sea were damaged by the tsunami. From that point on, we knew we were in trouble.
Operators in the control rooms give Masuda very bad news. Units 1, 2, and 4 no longer have any operative cooling systems.
In nuclear power, we say stop, cool, and contain. These are the three most important functions. When I realized that we had lost cooling, I knew the situation was extremely serious.
But what needs to be fixed? And how? He orders a team of about 40 workers to go out and inspect the damage.
There were several hundred aftershocks that day. I really hesitated to give the order to send people out on site.
They arrive in the rooms housing electric motors that run the pumps that draw seawater to cool the reactors.
Cars had been washed right up to the door, and there were huge piles of debris. They said, "How could you have sent us to such a place?"
Today, they have preserved some of the evidence of the flood that wiped out the motors and their wiring.
Electrical supply systems are located in this room. The tsunami came up to here.
Back at Daiichi, reactors 1 through 4 are now in total darkness, and things are quickly spiraling out of control.
We were in the middle of dealing with the accident. Then, all at once, the lamps went out. All sorts of alarms were going off. All of those went out. Basically, a station blackout.
Station blackout, the two most dreaded words in the world of nuclear power generation. At Fukushima Daiichi, reactors 1 and 2 not only lose the alternating current that powers the pumps and valves, but also the direct current, there to keep the instruments working.
It became darker and darker. A terrifying situation. And the operators weren't sure what was happening. We couldn't even tell if there was water in the nuclear reactors.
We were at the starting line of a race, but we didn't know if we need to run 100 yards or if we need to run a marathon.
The oldest reactor at the site is Unit 1. It began operation in 1971 and is equipped with outmoded last resort cooling systems called isolation condensers.
The steam being produced by the hot reactor core was routed into this large tank of water. The water would cool the steam, convert it back into water, and it would drain back into the reactor core to be recycled over and over again.
It is a passive system designed to work on natural circulation without any electrical power at all. So is it working? In the darkened control room, they don't have a clue. What they did not know at the time is when the power fails, the isolation condenser valves are almost completely closed, curtailing the flow of steam and water.
When the isolation condensers failed on Unit 1, the reactor water level just started boiling away because it was no longer being cooled and maintained by the isolation condensers.
If the isolation condensers are working properly, vents on the side of the reactor building would be releasing huge amounts of steam.
There was steam coming out of the discharge of it, but they didn't realize it wasn't sufficient. So they thought they had more time than they did.
Now there is nothing to stop the meltdown. At 3:42 p.m., 15 minutes after the tsunami waves rolled in, TEPCO notifies the national and local governments that there is a special event at the plant. Actually, it is an emergency that has never been envisioned.
It was a situation that hadn't been anticipated. We couldn't use the procedure manuals.
What was happening was beyond what we trained for on a daily basis. Using what little information we had to decide immediately, what can we do? What should we do? It was a race against time.
They desperately need power, but from where? TEPCO dispatches generator trucks, but they are slowed by earthquake and tsunami wreckage. When they finally arrive, late on the 11th, damage to the plant's electrical system makes it all but impossible to connect them. So they must improvise, hoping to jury-rig their dead instruments back to life by raiding the parking lots, grabbing as many batteries as they can from buses and cars.
It took several hours to figure out how to connect the batteries. They had the schematic wiring diagram, and they were furiously examining it for several hours. We ended up wasting a lot of time.
Meanwhile, the water is boiling away fast in Unit 1. But how fast? 6 hours after the tsunami at 9:19 p.m., they finally get the batteries and some portable generators rigged so the instruments can flicker on. The gauges show the water level in Reactor 1, normally 20 feet above the top of the uranium fuel, is now only 8 inches above it. They pencil in a running record of the water levels right beside the gauge. But the pressure in the vessel is so high it causes inaccurate instrument readings. They learn later the uranium fuel had actually been exposed for 3 hours.
It's becoming more like a lava flow from a volcano. So it overheated, melted, released the radioactive contents, and started falling into the bottom of the reactor vessel.
In Tokyo, Japan's Prime Minister, Naoto Kan, worries that he might have to order a mass evacuation from Fukushima all the way to Tokyo. 50 million people.
If Tokyo needed to be evacuated, I feared the entire nation of Japan would be paralyzed by chaos for quite a long time.
At 9:23 p.m., he orders everyone living within 2 miles of Daiichi to evacuate immediately so TEPCO can prepare to vent some steam. Radioactive steam. At this stage, radioactive iodine-131 is the isotope of greatest concern. It is linked to thyroid cancer. Children are most vulnerable.
We knew we had to vent, but the question was how. There was no electricity, and the valve was pneumatic. We needed an air compressor to open it, but we didn't even have that.
Khan becomes increasingly frustrated and impatient.
Even though we approved it, many hours went by and they still had not vented. We asked them why. A specialist from TEPCO told me, I don't know the reason.
Much of the information he was getting from his government and the utility turned out not to be true. And he had no source of independent knowledge of what was going on in those reactors.
Khan decides the only way to know for sure is to go there. And so early on the morning of March 12th, he flies to Fukushima Daiichi. He passes over mile upon mile of utter devastation from the earthquake and tsunami. Nearly 16,000 are dead. He lands at Daiichi just after 7, about 15 hours after the tsunami.
I met with Superintendent Yoshida for 45 minutes. While he explained the situation on site, I could see that he was a person who could be trusted.
The Prime Minister endorses the superintendent and his plan. Yoshida vows to begin venting at 9 a.m. But there is much to do and much to consider.
To go into a pitch-black reactor building with the containment vessel pressure so high, I don't know if I should say it, but it felt like we were putting together a suicide squad.
To open the vent, they need to manually turn 2 valves, one in the basement and another on the 2nd floor. At 9:04 a.m., a pair of workers makes their way through a dark labyrinth to the 2nd floor of the Reactor 1 building. It takes them 11 minutes to open the valve. 9 minutes later, a second team heads for the valve in the basement.
They get to a point about midway and their radiation is higher than they thought they'd get. They basically had drawn a, if radiation gets to this point, we'll go back. Well, they got to that point before they got to the valves.
They abort their mission. In the Emergency Response Center, they realize they must find a way to open the vent remotely. They scramble to find an air compressor that can be attached to the pipe that blasts the valve open. Finally, at 2:50 p.m., steam starts rising from the exhaust tower, and the pressure starts dropping. Could the worst be over? Actually, it is just about to begin. At Daini, where the power is still out and the reactors are getting hotter, there is a stroke of luck. There is power inside the radiation waste building behind Reactor 1. But they need it down by the water. Naohiro Masuda decides to lay cables, hoping to restore cooling to the reactors. Each of the 4 reactors needs 3 operative pump motors. They need to lay 5.5 miles of cable to connect them all. He needs supplies urgently, at least 50 big spools of heavy-duty cable. Masuda orders the cable, but the shipment is delayed.
The police were busy redirecting traffic for evacuations. And when the truck hit those detours, it wound up going in the completely wrong direction.
While they wait at Daini, the crisis is getting much worse at Daiichi. Uranium fuel rods are encased in zirconium.
If it gets too warm, there's a chemical reaction between the zirconium and the water or steam to produce large amounts of hydrogen.
The containment structure on a boiling water reactor is sealed with a dome-shaped top that is removed for refueling. The pressure in Reactor 1 is now so high that it slightly lifts the top. The hydrogen escapes through the gap and into the reactor building, where it mixes with air. It would be just a matter of time before the highly flammable gas would explode. It is 3:36 p.m.
Suddenly, there was an upward thrust, an impact that seemed to push the whole building upward, and it became completely dark.
I thought it was just another aftershock, but we all sensed something was very wrong.
Then headquarters told me that the top of the reactor building was completely destroyed. When I heard that, I was shocked.
It is a devastating setback.
I think that most of us who were working at the time didn't feel like we were going to make it out alive.
At Daini, workers are preparing to lay the heavy cables when they get word of the explosion at Daiichi.
After the explosion, I had everyone outside come back into the emergency response room. There were 500 to 600 people in the room. I said, please trust me. I definitely won't do anything to harm you. But Fukushima Daini is still in trouble, and I need you to do your best.
The cables arrive on the morning of the 13th. Finally, the heavy lifting to save Fukushima Daini begins.
These were large capacity motors, several hundred amperes. So the cables were fairly thick. Each person had to walk while carrying around 35 pounds of cable.
It is a race against time and physics.
Normally, if you wanted to lay that much cable, it would take you about a month. I didn't actually think it was possible in the amount of time that we had.
A total of around 200 workers were involved. We swapped people out when they got exhausted.
In the midst of this, Masuda is running out of fresh water to cool his crippled reactors. He asked TEPCO headquarters for a shipment.
I asked Tokyo for 4,000 tons of water. But instead, they delivered 4,000 liters of bottled drinking water. That made me realize that we were on our own. We couldn't count on Tokyo. So we started looking for water.
He remembers a creek used as a water supply during construction of the plant. Workers repair the leaky old pipe with a scavenged bicycle tube. At Daiichi, events are still overtaking them. As the dust settles at Unit 1, they learn 5 workers are injured. With freshwater reservoirs exhausted, they scramble to inject seawater into the reactors. By 7:04 p.m., success. But using corrosive seawater means the reactors will surely be destroyed. TEPCO headquarters tells Superintendent Yoshida to stop while they seek government approval.
Yoshida does this very dramatic thing where on the video conference, he orders the people to stop the seawater injection. Before that, he called them over and said, I'm going to order you to stop the seawater injection. Ignore that. That's just for Tokyo. You continue seawater injections.
Personally, I think that the decision that Superintendent Yoshida made was the right one.
If we had stopped the seawater injection at that point, I think things would have been much worse.
In the meantime, Unit 3 was becoming unstable. Now our mission was, don't let Unit 3 turn into Unit 1.
With no battery power, they are unable to open the valves to begin venting Unit 3, and there are no handles on these valves. So they grab car batteries, hoping to open them from the control room. By 9 a.m. Sunday, March 13th, the Unit 3 reactor core is exposed and melting. The pressure keeps rising. Fearing another hydrogen explosion, Yoshida orders workers to retreat to the Emergency Response Center early on the morning of March 14th. But the pressure plateaus, and he lifts the order an hour later.
We alternated between deploying and pulling back workers because we were afraid of another hydrogen explosion. Unfortunately, we had close to 50 people positioned around Unit 3 when the explosion happened.
It is 11:01, March 14th.
Since there were so many people out there, I was really afraid for their safety. I thought to myself, it's very possible someone was killed. Then, one by one, people started to trickle back. They were all very pale in the face, and some were bleeding.
When Unit 3 explodes, 11 workers are injured. Amazingly, no one is killed.
And when we finally accounted for everyone, that's when we noticed the water level in Unit 2 was dropping.
It seems inevitable that Unit 2 will be the next to blow. At noon on March 14th, an hour after the explosion at Unit 3, the water covering the hot radioactive fuel begins to drop precipitously. An hour and a half later, the emergency backup cooling system fails. Superintendent Yoshida quietly tells a few trusted workers to prepare buses for an evacuation. For now, he has no choice but to order his men back into harm's way.
After the explosion of Unit 3, he begged us to again go to the field to save Unit 2. It was very impressive.
But by 6:22 p.m., the water is gone. The uranium fuel is completely uncovered and melting. Again, they try to use car batteries to open the vents and relieve some pressure. No luck.
From the 14th until early in the morning on the 15th, it was really... How can I describe it? It was like being in hell.
As day breaks on the morning of March 15th, they hear a loud explosion. But it is not what they dread. It is a complete surprise. There has been an explosion in Unit 4, but this reactor was shut down for maintenance when the tsunami hit. What could have happened there? And what saved Unit 2 from blowing up? The investigation will have to wait. Superintendent Yoshida orders an immediate evacuation of 650 workers. He and nearly 70 supervisors would stay. In the confusion, they become known as the Fukushima 50.
We were fighting an invisible enemy, out-of-control reactors. It was like fighting a war.
It is midnight on the 13th. In the dining control room, operators are girding for what seems inevitable, venting radioactive steam into the environment. Then the cables and the motors finally start falling into place, and the mood shifts dramatically.
When we got word that they were finished running the cable, there was applause. Then they tested the motors and reported, the motors are working. And there was more applause. When the pumps were finally working for Units 1, 2, and 4, there were 3 bursts of applause, one for each.
It was such a rush. I can't believe they did it. What a team they are. They pulled off something incredible. I thought, they did it.
The pressure in Unit 1 had risen to just under the containment vessel's pressure limit. We had about 2 hours to spare. I'd say we made it by the skin of our teeth.
At Daiichi, Superintendent Yoshida has now lifted the evacuation order, and workers that had fled start to return.
Things had bottomed out, and for the first time, we were able to catch our breath. Then we started to worry about cooling the fuel pools.
The pools are high up in the reactor buildings, there to store both spent and new uranium fuel. There are more than 3,100 fuel bundles, millions of uranium pellets, in the pools for Units 1 through 4. They are not inside the containment vessels, and there are no emergency pumps to keep them full. Should the pools go dry, The rods could overheat and catch fire in the open air, releasing a huge amount of radiation. This is the worst-case scenario that has haunted Prime Minister Khan. It could force him to order a mandatory evacuation of everyone for 150 miles or more. Tokyo, uninhabitable. Maybe for decades. It is hard to fathom. Nuclear plant operator Chuck Casto, then an NRC executive, arrives at Fukushima Daiichi in the midst of this turmoil and uncertainty.
The biggest challenge right away, as soon as I stepped foot on the ground, was should people take lethal doses to stop this accident? The situation was desperate. Concerns we had never faced before.
You can see the steam coming up in Unit 3. That's the worst explosion in the head.
And we were trying to work our way through them the best we could.
It is time for desperate measures. On the morning of March 17th, Self-Defense Forces helicopters fly 4 daring missions, hoping to dump seawater onto the Unit 3 spent fuel pool, which appears to be boiling away. Radiation forces them to fly high above the plant, too high.
In reality, barely any of the water got into the pool, and tensions were still running high.
So they turned to an elite rescue squad from the Tokyo Fire Department. They plan to use equipment designed to fight high-rise fires. They arrive at the plant late the next night. They are led by Deputy Chief Yukio Takeyama, a 35-year veteran.
The plan was to get water into Unit 3 by any means necessary. It needed to be dead on, not like when you put out a fire and spray the water anywhere you want. 2 thoughts kept running through my mind. Please be over soon. And what will I do if this place explodes? I had never felt that kind of fear before. I thought, this is what it feels like to really be in trouble.
They get the job done in 20 minutes. Day breaks. The water is now flowing. The fuel in storage is never exposed to the air, and the feared radiation is not released. Tokyo is saved.
Little by little, in a small way, we started to have some hope. Up until then, we were spiraling further down, and now we were dangling there. We weren't falling anymore.
For the first time in days, Takeyuki Inagaki finds the time and a working phone to call home.
My wife asked me, "Are you okay?" I could tell she was very emotional from her voice. I said, "I'm alive for now, and I have all my limbs. Please take care."
In the days and weeks ahead, the nightmare does not end, but at least it gets no worse. Concrete pump trucks unleash steady torrents of seawater onto the fuel pools. Power is fully restored to the plant, finally, on March 21st. By June, they install a complex filtration system to remove cesium from the water washing through the radioactive debris and flowing into the Pacific. And slowly, the answers start trickling in. Why did Unit 4 explode? It used the same vent stack as Unit 3. When hydrogen built up there, it seeped into Unit 4 via a shared duct. Why didn't Unit 2 blow up as they feared? They realized the explosion at Unit 1 knocked out a door near the top of the Unit 2 reactor building. It allowed hydrogen and radiation to escape Unit 2. While it was venting, the wind shifted toward land, sending the highest concentrations of cesium to the northwest. The fallout will linger for decades. 8 months after the earthquake and tsunami, reporters tour Fukushima Daiichi. Superintendent Masao Yoshida tries to downplay the worry.
The plant is stable enough for local residents to have peace of mind. However, it's still very difficult to work under the current conditions.
Yoshida had been reprimanded by his TEPCO superiors for disobeying orders and injecting seawater during the worst of the crisis. What about his workers? 6 that ventured into the reactor buildings trying to open the vent valves got the worst doses, as much as 678 millisieverts of radiation. 5,000 millisieverts is considered lethal, and 250 is the maximum normally allowed for nuclear plant workers in an emergency. The cancer risk for those 6 Daiichi workers is undoubtedly greater in the long run. But during that fateful week, they all believed there was no long run for them.
To be blunt, there were a number of times that I thought I would probably die. We couldn't predict anything. The worst-case scenario for the meltdown was that it would get out of control. I felt that this was possible. And so I thought maybe this is the end.
1 month later, the hot, melted cores finally dropped below the boiling point of water. Cold shutdown. By then, Yoshida is gone. He has cancer, unrelated to his job. He dies in July of 2013.
Yeah, he was always keeping his head. So always encouraging people.
He was a good leader. You might even say he was superhuman. Not just because of the quality of his decisions, but how quickly he made them.
Without him, I could not have, I could not be here.
Fukushima, 4 years later. What was once one of the largest nuclear power plants in the world is now the center of the most complex, expensive, expansive cleanup ever attempted. It could take as long as 40 years. It will rely on technology not yet invented and the determination of people not yet born. The man in charge of it all is the hero of Fukushima Daini, Naohiro Masuda, is now TEPCO's chief decommissioning officer. It is a very different challenge than what he faced in March 2011.
This is the first time anyone has attempted this kind of decommissioning. No one in the world has this experience. So when we try to set a goal to work towards, I can't even give clear instructions because we're still figuring out what it is we're trying to do.
This is not Chernobyl, hastily abandoned, encased in a tomb, and encircled by a fence. This is Japan, where land is precious, and they have a history of rising from ruin. Here they hope to erase the painful past and maybe one day return to their homes.
I was born and raised in this area, the same area where we are decommissioning. It's not possible to live here now, but we all have a strong desire to make it habitable again. I think that's what keeps us working.
It is a disaster with deep roots at high levels. Bad design decisions, technological hubris, a broken safety culture. But in Japan, the sins of the company are the sins of its workers, so they are considered culprits as well as victims.
We did what we had to do. I strongly regret the inexcusable situation that unfolded.
Mankind has never faced the forces of physics and the forces of nature that those people faced. The system may have failed, but those operators did the best they could with what they had. In my mind, they were absolute heroes.
There's nothing to be proud of. Most of the plant workers were born and raised here. They wanted to protect their hometown, protect their families. The reality is, tens of thousands of people are still under evacuation. And we're the ones that caused that. By no means are we heroes.
This NOVA program is available on DVD. To order, visit shoppbs.org or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS. NOVA is also available for download on iTunes.
先ほどの地震により大津波警報が出されております。釜石大船渡でかなり水位が上がったそうです。こちらにもすぐ来ると予想されますので、直ちに避難してください。直ちに高台の方に消防団です。先ほどの地震により大津波警報が出されております。直ちに高台もしくは避難場所に避難してください。こちらは消防団です。来た。 波が押し寄せております。直ちに避難してください。津波が押し寄せております。直ちに避難してください。かなり大きな津波が押し寄せております。避難してください。なんだかこうね。
ほら来たぞ。結構ある。結構ある。結構ある。結構ある。何？津波来たんだね。大津波警報が流れております。東地方でも非常に高い津波が観測されております。沿岸部の方は直ちに高台などへ歩いて避難してください。なお、余震も注意してください。責任ますからお知らせします。宮城県沿岸に大津波警報が出されております。東地方でもかなり高い津波が観測されております。日本水だとか危ないよ。危ないよ。直ちに歩いて高台などへ避難してください。ああ、ダメだ。危ない危ない。白木さん。危ない。危ないよ。
かなり大きな津波が押し寄せております。皆さん。
こっち行けよ。こっち行けよ。だからもう何してるから。
津波が観測されております。かなり大きな津波が観測されております。なお、皆さん、川沿いから離れてください。かなり大きな津波が押し寄せております。川沿いから離れてください。
혼자? 아, 여기다, 색을 풀어. 내가 컴퓨터가.
근데 아까 때가
아, 거기다, 거기 있어. 아, 답니다, 근데.
早く高い場所に上がってください。 なくなった時と、多分第2波、第3波来るから、
あの発泡スチロールの量みたいな。流れてくるのあんのあれ。上できたってことですか？完全にあるじゃねえか。平場のところに流れてる。俺の字がもう泉さんのとこにいる。俺の字がもう泉さんのとこにいる。 泉さんっていいじゃん。ね一見離れたのに。泉さんって止まったってことだね、俺。上手に。
繰り返ししております。海岸には絶対近づかないでください。
倒れたものね。
みんなしなさいよね。何2回わかんねえ。上2回。ダメだよっつったんだけど。苦いな、待ってくれない。いたんだよ、まだ。ダメだって言ったら分かんないけど。他の人は脱ぎなんだけど、一番左端の。
もう水、揺れてるよ。雪乗ってるの、ここかじますかじ。
あれの山がやべえんだ。あれ、くるって無理や。スローやばいね。無理でしたね。一生懸命水戻してもね。
海の上だってよ、これね。
あ、そっか、海の。海なんでね、なりました。今はどっちですよね。あそこは公民館の写真とかでね、公民館に行きましたね。公民館に行きましてますよ。
油ぶったこねるよな。
通じない。誰も通じない。上がってんだな。私は右からって言ったの、僕目が立ってて、で、本当右に出ろって、これにこう見て右からって言ったけども、何もあんの構えてたから、まだ、反対
あ、まだこれできた。
川道も風がどんどんどんどん燃えてるから今も。すみません。あ、なんとも来れませんよ。私南東の交差ができなくて、何したかね、あれ、上の側の方で、川の2階から
茶色の服の父さん、津波が切ったよ。
哦，中国妹的，中国妹的。
結構参加しましたんで、今、太郎ですよね、ここで見ました。確かそうです、はいはい。今、津波来てました。今、津波。もう来てました、すごいですよ。川ますね。すげえ、すげえ、すげえ、すげえ、ものすごい。すげえ、来てたらこれ。来ない方がいいですよ。うわぁ。これは、こっちで早く船やられる、船やられる。ああ、やばい、すごい。ああ、壊れる、やられる。うわあ、作った。やられる船が。今、向かいが来てるんですよ。ものすごいですよ。すげえ。いや、今いいですよ。ものすごい濁流。わあ、すごいな。何これ。これはひどい。うわあ。川を見るからもうちょっと逆にしてほしかったんだけど。うわあ、これは寒い。市役所までまだ来てませんけども。来てないです。来ない方がいいです。来ない方がいいです。かなりでっかいです。大きいな。ものすごいでっかいですよ。
おお。
壊される。
ああ。来て
うわあ、すげえ波だこれ。うわあ、すごい波だこれ。
だ。
ナードこいだ。ナードこいだ。ナードこいだ。やべやべ、すげえ。船が流された。うわあ、車沈んだ。
車沈んだ、車沈んだ。ああ、藤原、こいつこれ。
上がった。ああ、ひっくり返った。ああ。おお、あっちの方声だ。ああ、声だ。声だ。
すごい。煙上がったね。もうやられた。
おお、声だ。
ダメだ、自転車。
バカか。
ほら、自転車。自転車。逃げろ。もう来てっから。早く上がれ。そんなのこっちゃねえ。こっちだよ。いや、早く上がれよ。そっちじゃねえ。市役所に行こう。声だ。なんで続くことにしてんだ。もう当て声だ。
俺の車終わった。
すげえ。
どうせずに。
みんな行くぞ。役所。
終わった。すべてが終わった。すべてが終わった。何これ。さっきの人は？さっきの人は？
何これ。
何これ。
何これ。何これ。あれ。
何これ。何なんだよ。終わった。
어디야?
何なんだよこれ。なんだよこれ。なんだよ。ああ。
これ
ああ、もう県外だ。ああ。やばい。同姓図面。
まだまだあるんだな。本当に何これ。
津波。何これ。ああ。お。人がいた？大丈夫だ？もうこういうとこだでよ。なんだよこれ。あ、家が潰された。家が潰された。家が潰された。
家が潰された。
ああ。家が。なんなのやこれ。2階までアウトか。家にだっけ。全部当たってる。あそこに人はいたっけ。あの建物、緑の家、上に上がってればいいんだ。まだガスボンベの
ラーメン屋立ち寄ったのか。ラーメン屋これでっけ。気がつかなきゃいいけど。
なんなのやこれ。沖に出てった船大丈夫だったのかな。ここまでひでえと。ああ、ひいだ第2波活に。あ、でもまだ来てます。高速が来てますか。何せえずね。
さあ向けますよね。スネヒーだ、突然スネヒーだ。これこういうテープを開けなきゃ逃げないんですよね。撮ってました。もう何もわかんね
え。March 2011. Japan suffers a huge earthquake, triggering a massive tsunami. One of the world's most advanced nations teeters on the brink of collapse. This is a minute-by-minute account of events, with eyewitness videos
we're leaving.
And exclusive survivor interviews.
I didn't actually realize that I was going to be documenting the final moments of an entire town.
World-leading scientists analyze the megaphysics.
This earthquake is one of the top 5 on Earth.
This was a planetary monster.
We reveal the actual sound of the quake and explore the future threat. Which earthquake zone is next? One of our planet's most volatile regions is the Pacific Ring of Fire, a continuous fracture in the Earth's crust which circles the Pacific Ocean. At 2:45 p.m. on March the 11th, 80 miles off Japan, one section of this fault is about to rupture. Downtown Tokyo, the largest city in the world. 35 million people are going about their daily lives. 200 miles north in Sendai, American teacher Paula Lutzi has just finished lunch.
Me and my colleagues, we were sitting in our office because I think it was like right close to 3. We start to go prepare our classrooms for the kids.
At nearby Osato High School, former teacher Wesley Julian is filming a graduation ceremony.
It was just full of emotion and so exciting to reunite with the students and the teachers. Beautiful ceremony. It ended, we went to lunch in the staff room.
A few miles south of Sendai, Katsuyoshi Hayasaka gets ready to go shopping.
It doesn't happen every day, but my grandchild phoned me in the morning, asking, "Granddad, could you give me a lift to go shopping?"
There is no sense of what's about to happen. But 80 miles out in the Pacific Ocean, and 20 miles down inside the Earth's crust, the Pacific Plate is being forced down underneath Japan. Solid rock twists and cracks. Stresses build up in the system until something snaps. In Tokyo, seismic data streams into the country's earthquake monitoring HQ.
The magnitude which was shown on the monitor was pretty big, so I thought it might be wrong. The readings must be calibrated incorrectly.
Other scientists record underwater sound of the tectonic plates grinding against each other. Speeded up 32 times, here for the first time ever, is the actual sound of the earthquake. People in Sendai are among the first to feel the tremors.
It just kept getting stronger and stronger. So like all of us just kind of stood up, looked at each other and ran out.
About 30 seconds into the earthquake, I got out my camera and just turned it to the video mode and pressed record because I knew it was going to be the big one.
Holy crap. Holy.
And there's nothing I can do. I can't run anywhere.
Are we okay in here? Yeah. We'll just follow what they're doing.
My thought was, is this building gonna collapse?
Another remarkable video from a Sendai suburb captures the panic as a house shakes around a mother and her son. After 50 seconds, the ground offers the only source of refuge. The earthquake continues for 5 minutes.
We had one big one and then it kind of stopped, but then another one happened. It just kept going. And then it would kind of die down and then another one would come.
At Sendai Airport, air traffic controller Yoshi Kabune faces a critical emergency.
Fluorescent lamps in the ceiling were falling down. There were aircraft flying in the vicinity at the time, so we worked hard to make them circle above, because the airport could not be used.
It just felt like it would never end. And I'm watching like the telephone poles just shake.
No joke.
The scariest part about being in an earthquake is being completely helpless. The earth is deciding it's going to move, and you just have to move with it.
Even in Tokyo, 230 miles from the epicenter. The shocks are strong enough to catch seismologist Satoko Oki by complete surprise.
My office is in a base isolation building, so it should not move. But still, I couldn't even stand up. That was the biggest and longest earthquake I've ever experienced.
Across town, businessman Ayumu Dokizono witnesses an extraordinary spectacle.
When I just look at the building, I was so surprised that the building was swaying. I was so surprised that I felt, oh, I have to film it.
Only 7 people die in Tokyo. But strange things start to happen. Cracks in the ground open and close. And in a process called liquefaction, the seismic shocks squeeze water out of the earth. The quake measures 9 on the Richter scale, with a force equal to 600 million times the atomic bomb dropped on Hiroshima. That's enough energy to power the entire US for 100 years. All exploding outwards from one point in 5 minutes.
This earthquake is one of the top 5 in the largest earthquake ever. I mean, on Earth. Yeah.
It is so big that it tilts the world 25 centimeters on its axis and slows the Earth's rotation to shorten our days by a fraction of a second. In Japan, the earthquake even rattles the most safely guarded installations. Just 90 miles from the fault line stands Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant. With electricity cables damaged, emergency systems kick into action, engaging backup diesel generators for power, and beginning the shutdown sequence for the plant's 3 active nuclear reactors. But 80 miles out to sea, the earthquake has unleashed an even more terrifying force. And it's rippling outwards at 500 miles per hour. Japan is reeling from the largest earthquake to strike it for 1,000 years. It's only the 5th magnitude 9 tremor in recorded history. But one thing scares the Japanese even more. A tsunami tidal wave. And this is exactly what the quake triggered. When the Earth ruptured, 250 miles of ocean floor thrust upwards over 3 meters. This displaced 100 billion cubic meters of water in the ocean above, causing a surge that initially travels at 500 miles per hour.
At the very beginning, it propagates almost the same speed as airplane.
At Sendai Tsunami Warning Center, the alarm sounds. The race is on to find out the size of the oncoming wave.
Due to the tsunami and the earthquake itself, most of the monitoring stations were damaged. It was something that was unreal.
As monitoring systems in Japan are overwhelmed, scientists worldwide track the advancing wave.
I received a call at 1:20 in the morning from a colleague in California. He said, "Turn on the television. All hell is breaking loose in Japan." The earthquake had occurred about 35 minutes earlier. I was able to see some of the immediate coverage of the tsunamis coming in. This was a planetary monster.
3 miles out to sea, the Coast Guard filmed the first breathtaking sight of the tsunami. On land, everyone is still recovering from the earthquake. They have less than 30 minutes before the big waves start to hit. And there's another danger. Parts of the Japanese coast have sunk 1 meter lower, meaning that the impact of the tsunami will be even greater. In the coastal port of Otsuchi, American eyewitness Brian Barnes is working on a conservation project.
When I went to Japan, I didn't even think about, a possible earthquake.
Tsunami, yeah, we're leaving. Yeah, we're leaving.
I didn't know that the tsunami would happen, but I assumed that there was probably about at least a 90% chance.
Where do we go?
Go to the hill.
Where do we go? Just go, huh?
Yeah, the hill.
All the employees are leaving.
Brian races for higher ground, his camera's still rolling.
Are we hearing sirens?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This town has a lot of history with tsunamis.
When the tsunami approaches land, it slows dramatically. But as the sea becomes shallower, the waves rise higher and higher, reaching up to 14 meters tall. In the radar room at Sendai Airport, air traffic controllers are desperately diverting aircraft away from the quake-hit runway.
None of us really had time to think about our own lives. Everyone was just working very hard to manage the aircraft.
Outside, airport personnel frantically evacuate passengers from ground level. In nearby towns, tens of thousands of people are running for their lives. Among them, Katsuyoshi Hayasaka. The only nearby structure capable of withstanding the wave is the concrete school building a few blocks away.
We were instructed to go to the 3rd or 4th floor, as we didn't know how high the tsunami would reach. Fire crews, traffic officers, and police were walking around the neighborhood shouting, "Evacuate immediately."
The Japanese coastline is just seconds from impact. At 3:15 p.m. on March the 11th, 2011, the tsunami approaches the east coast of Japan.
How quick the tsunamis come?
If it was close, it'll be here in moments.
They're taking it pretty seriously, obviously.
American eyewitness Brian Barnes has seconds to escape, but he's lost.
Come on, somebody help me here.
Where are you headed?
We gotta go to the hill. We gotta get across the bridge, I guess. What if the bridge fell down?
Turn left, hopefully not.
We're driving through town with the tsunami warning blaring. I just felt like it was time to document what was happening. I didn't actually realize that I was going to be documenting the final moments of an entire town.
As the clock ticks towards 3:20, the biggest waves start pounding the coast. Hundreds capture the moment on camcorders and camera phones. In the port of Shiogama, the sea erupts. For this car and the occupants, there's no escape. "80 miles up the coast in Kamaishi, millions of cubic meters of water are forced through streets just 10 meters wide. The narrow channels accelerating the speed of the flow.
I kept hearing tsunami, and it was 10 meters, and here are the towns that it's going to hit. But I had no idea of the power and force that the tsunami would bring.
We all had a feeling a tsunami was going to come, just because when you have that big of an earthquake, there's just always a fear. We have quite a bit of kids who live in those coastal cities. We're just sending out prayers to them, you know, just making sure that hopefully they were not there when it hit.
Paula and Wesley are safe on higher ground, but tens of thousands aren't. In Tsunami, one eyewitness video shows town become sea inside 4 minutes. "15 seconds, road becomes river. "1 minute 20 seconds, a warehouse weighing thousands of tons is picked up like a rag doll. "2 minutes, he spots a person in the water. It's a flood of truly biblical proportions. Just 3 minutes, 15 seconds after it started, the torrent has reached the 3rd floor, over 8 meters high. Up the coast, Brian Barnes is trapped on a hilltop.
There's just all hell breaks loose, and the water really comes in, pushing forward the tree that was right below me, and the tree's cracking away from the hill.
Here it comes!
Just completely developed this 40-foot tree in a matter of seconds. My thought at the moment was, when will it stop? You know, is it going to come all the way up to swallow this entire hill? And, you know, I mean, at that point, you just start thinking, you know, I mean, those are your final seconds in life.
By 3:55 p.m., the tsunami reaches Arahama. Katsuyoshi Hayasaka gets to the roof of this school building just in time.
As soon as someone shouted, "It's the tsunami," a huge tidal wave came towards us with thundering noise and clouds of dust as walls tumbled down. There was a crushing noise, and the air was full of debris.
上がる煙、土煙だと思うんです。
At 3:57, the water pours into Sendai Airport, 1 mile inland. Air traffic controller Yoshi Kabune is still trying to divert planes when he is forced to escape to a higher floor.
I watched as my own car, which was parked in the car park in front, got swept away. There were still people walking on the ground who were unaware of the tsunami. I had people yelling at them to get away, and I saw some people in confusion as they tried to escape.
The tsunami wave doesn't stop until it reaches 6 miles inland. Japan has suffered 2 deadly blows. First, earthquake, and then tsunami. But a third disaster is about to strike as the nation faces potential nuclear meltdown. At 3:42 p.m., just 56 minutes after Japan is rocked by one of the top 5 earthquakes in recorded history, the tsunami wave approaches Fukushima Daiichi nuclear plant. Inside are 3 active nuclear reactors. Diesel generators are pumping water around the reactors to cool the nuclear fuel rods. But to remain operational, these generators must stay dry. In Tokyo, one man is watching the unfolding disaster with increasing alarm. Nuclear engineer Mitsuhiko Tanaka helped design the Fukushima plant.
As soon as I put on the television, I learned that it was offshore of Fukushima. That was the epicenter. And then a tsunami warning followed. I felt that this was going to be terrible.
The plant is protected by sea walls 5.7 meters high. But they are no match for the 14-meter wave. Filmed just after the wave has hit, this remarkable video shows the damage. Swamped by the wave, the diesel generators are destroyed.
There's something very important that has to happen after an automatic shutdown, and that is to immediately cool the reactor.
Now, there is just one backup cooling system left. Battery-operated pumps. But they only have an 8-hour charge, and the clock is ticking. While Fukushima edges towards nuclear meltdown, across Japan's east coast, people are fighting for their lives. At its highest measured point, the tsunami reached 38 meters above sea level.
It broke my heart to see some of the areas that I've walked. How many of those cities are gone? How many of the places have I been to that aren't there anymore? How many of my friends are missing their homes or not even alive anymore?
For many, helicopters offer the only escape route from their island prisons.
ヘリコプターの音がしたんですよね。ヘリですからライトつけながら。
We heard the noise of a helicopter in the sky. It had a searchlight and hovered around the roof. Then a rescue worker came off the helicopter and told us, "We're going to rescue one by one."
するんですけども。
Brian Barnes returns to Otsuchi to discover a scene of utter devastation.
It was like nothing that you could even imagine. You know, I don't even think Hollywood couldn't even create something like this, I don't think. I think there was about 18,000 people that lived there. And at this point, there's not enough people living to take care of their dead. They've lost more than half the town. So it's pretty much hell on earth.
But Japan's nightmare is about to get even worse. At Fukushima nuclear plant, the battery-operated cooling pumps run out of power. And then, seismic event turns into nuclear catastrophe. An explosion blows the roof off reactor building 1. 2 days later, another explosion hits reactor building 3. With all automatic systems disabled, the authorities have to make a terrifying decision. They must send men into a radioactive zone to manually cool the reactors. One of the chosen few is Tokyo fireman Yukio Takayama.
When we got through the main gate at the Fukushima nuclear power plant, I think it was after 2300 hours on the 18th at night. My very first impression was that it was like a strangely silent haunted house.
This footage shows Yukio and the team as they move in towards the reactors in total darkness.
You couldn't smell anything or see anything dangerous. There was nothing that you could see. All we had in front of us was the collapsed nuclear power station, reactor number 3, right in front of us, which was billowing smoke. You felt this strange kind of fear.
Inside the plant, Yukio and 300 others work in shifts of 50, pouring seawater on the reactors, risking their lives to avert even greater catastrophe.
I was frightened. I don't know much about radiation, but I believed that being exposed to large amounts of it meant certain death. So fear is only natural, but counteracting that fear was a sense of duty that all of us feel.
The Fukushima radiation leak is eventually given the maximum nuclear disaster rating of 7, the same as Chernobyl. This is the biggest disaster to strike Japan since World War II. And it's an event that has affected the whole Pacific region. 11 hours after the earthquake, the tsunami had crossed the entire Pacific Ocean. Rushing past Hawaii, it traveled nearly 5,000 miles at an average speed of 450 miles per hour, eventually ripping ashore in Santa Cruz, California. If a tremor in Japan can cause this, it's an ominous warning of the seismic threat that lies under America's own coastline. As the true nightmare of Japan's earthquake and tsunami emerges, earthquake scientists race to work out the implications of this disaster for the rest of the world.
It's been a remarkable time for big earthquakes. There was a magnitude 6.1 aftershock right beneath the city of Christchurch in New Zealand. That was a tremendously damaging event. It killed over 180 people. We had an earthquake off Chile, magnitude 8.8 just last year, and now this year, magnitude 9 off Japan.
In just over a year, 3 points on the Pacific Ring of Fire have exploded. A possible fourth point in the sequence is the US West Coast. There is now one question on everyone's minds.
One of the things we try and understand when an earthquake like this happens in some faraway place like Japan is what are the implications for us in the United States?
Over 25 million people live along the Pacific coast of North America. From Mexico in the south to Alaska in the north, the whole region is seismically active. One of the biggest danger zones is in California, where the Ring of Fire runs inland, straight down the San Andreas fault line. Professor Tom Jordan has simulated the effect of a major earthquake in this area.
This shows the San Andreas Fault in Central California, and what you're going to look at here is a simulation of a magnitude 8 earthquake as it ruptures the northern part of the San Andreas, comes speeding down at 6,000 miles per hour. Essentially, Los Angeles is a big bowl of jelly that shakes. This, of course, is not the kind of earthquake you'd want to be in.
But further north, America faces an even greater danger.
As many people now understand, there is a fault very similar to the one that broke in Japan off the northwestern coastline of Oregon, Washington, Northern California, and British Columbia.
Lurking just 50 miles off the coast is an active seismic zone known as the Cascadia Fault Line. On this fault line, oceanic crust is diving under continental North America. And here too, the rock is under massive pressure. If it reaches breaking point, the Pacific Northwest could face a similar catastrophe, a terrifying earthquake, triggering a huge tsunami that would hit the west coast of America in just 25 minutes.
An event like this, which is right offshore, gives very little warning time to the people that live onshore.
The cities of Vancouver and Seattle are right in the firing line.
We always tell people, if you feel a big earthquake near the ocean, get to higher ground, because there's really not time for tsunami warning systems to kick in, and they sort of have to self-evacuate.
Countries all around the Ring of Fire must learn from the disaster in Japan by building stronger sea defenses and learning how to predict earthquakes.
We don't know how to tell you, hey, next week, get out of town, there's going to be a big earthquake. We are working on that problem very hard, but earthquakes turn out to be very difficult to predict.
Nowhere is this problem greater than in Tokyo, as hundreds of aftershocks rattle an already shaken nation.
I was actually a little shocked about the earthquakes that came after the big one. I guess that would be the one area where I really wasn't prepared, because from the time it happened that Friday to the time I left around Tuesday of the next week, they happened constantly. I would say almost every hour or so.
Tom Jordan has analyzed the aftershocks.
We're going to look at the sequence of earthquakes that occurred during this incredible week. That green dot is a foreshock that occurred 50 hours before the main shock. You can see the main shock in red, and then all of the aftershocks that occurred for the following week.
In the month after the big earthquake, 3 powerful magnitude 7 aftershocks have rocked Japan.
As terrible as this earthquake has been, we haven't seen the end of it. The aftershocks that are occurring in Japan are going to continue for months and years into the future. And one of the big concerns we have is, where will those aftershocks be? The city of Tokyo, the world's largest city, sits on the edge of the current aftershock zone. So we have to be very concerned about the seismic risk to Tokyo. This sequence isn't over.
As earthquake scientists continue to analyze what happened in Japan, the real human cost is only now coming to the surface.
There's not a word in the English dictionary to describe the amount of catastrophic damage that the tsunami did to northern Japan. This was a mega disaster. They've completely lost the infrastructure. They've lost tens of thousands of their citizens. If you're in the position of government, I mean, how do you even begin to start to talk about, coming back from something a hit like this? It just boggles the mind.
Paula Lutzi is staying in Japan to help the relief effort.
We kind of sent up an organization. We put a huge map on the wall and said, these are the locations that we're going to go to scout out to see what they need. So like for the past, week and a half, that's what we've been doing. In the early morning, we get truckloads from down south. We get truckloads from up north. We sort them, and then we ship them out in different trucks that Mason owns.
Back in the US, Wesley Julian is still coming to terms with what he witnessed.
Whenever I watch this footage, I'm always taken back right to that moment. And that moment was the scariest moment of my life. Because of this earthquake, I've reevaluated a lot about maybe how lucky I am, because I made it out alive. One of my friends did die in the tsunami. So I have thought about the last time I said goodbye. And it was just a casual see ya.
So now goodbyes are a big deal.
Yeah, so I would say they're a big deal. Yeah. Sorry.
Across Japan, tens of thousands of survivors live in makeshift shelters.
今まで70年のね、人生を送ってきました。
I've been living for 70 years. I have experienced many things in my life, and I think I'm back to square one. We need to start from scratch.
For the first time since the disaster, Katsuyoshi Hayasaka returns to his hometown to search for his house.
堤防、この川に一回出てみるから、それがわけわかんなくなっちゃった。
The only landmark that remains is the building that saved his life.
ここから割り出して、これは俺ん家だ。これは俺の家だ。そうです。Okay, yeah. My home. これマイホームです。はい。これから先どうしていくか。
The most important thing is, what do we do now? I'm not talking about a couple of individuals here. I mean, we have to consider what all of us are going to do. Like a place to shelter from the wind and the rain. That's what matters most.
Never before seen amateur footage captures the impact of the devastating tsunami that hit Japan 1 year ago.
I looked in my rearview mirror and saw an even larger wave than the one in front of me.
As it rose higher, you could see people who weren't able to escape.
I felt the terrible power of nature. I was not expecting that nature could be this dreadful.
Filmed by eyewitnesses and amateur photographers, caught up in the disaster unfolding around them.
It happened really fast. I didn't expect the water to come all the way to where I was.
You weren't just running, you were running for your life.
Japan tsunami caught on camera.
I kept saying in my head, please stop now, please.
At 2:46 p.m. on March 11, 2011, a massive earthquake struck the east coast of Japan.
I ran outside but was unable to stay standing up because the ground was shaking so much. I got down on my hands and knees and waited for it to pass.
This earthquake was extremely long, so I thought a tsunami would come.
The quake triggered the largest tsunami in Japan's history. Oh. 20,000 people died or remain missing. This unique record was filmed by survivors in 6 devastated towns. This is their story, told in their own words, videos, and photos.
We wake up and see the sea. We talk about the sea, if it's quiet or if it has waves, as we've always done together. When you live by the sea, you depend on it, and it's part of your life.
My house was located just in front of the sea. I lived there for 40 years. The sea was like our great mother. It was like our treasure. We have always received blessings from the sea. The Chile earthquake happened the year before I was born. My father decided they should evacuate. While they were evacuating, they got overtaken by the tsunami, and I lost my older sister. She was 9. My sister died. My mother had given birth to her relatively late in life, but she said she wanted one more child. So the next year, I was born. My whole life I've been told I was born because my sister died in a tsunami.
When the earthquake hit, I had left my house and was driving. So I wasn't sure if it was an earthquake or just a car. But when I saw the way people were moving and the building shaking, I knew it was an earthquake.
All of a sudden, the room started shaking. I grabbed my computer so it wouldn't fall and waited for the shaking to stop. I thought for sure a tsunami was going to come. I started yelling at people in the office to run to safety as soon as possible.
It was just an instantaneous decision I made to get the camera. I filmed inside the office, but because the shaking continued, I decided to go out and film there.
I started filming on my iPhone at 2:49 p.m. and by 2:55, I was on top of the hill, so it only took a few minutes. When I got up there, the town didn't look any different than usual. It just looked like a normal, quiet town.
I did look at the information being relayed to my car navigation system. But, well, I'm originally from an inland area, so I didn't have the common sense that there's a danger of a tsunami after an earthquake happens. It did look normal. What's it called? Mob psychology? There were lots of people there, so it seemed like a safe place. It didn't seem like a tsunami was going to hit. I don't think anyone knew.
While I was filming, I still didn't think about the tsunami. A fire truck was driving around the area, telling people to evacuate. The local people began to head for higher ground.
When I looked at the river, the water rose up so fast. It was like it was next to me. It all happened so quickly. The river flowing backwards, and the tsunami overflowing into the city.
From the point where I saw the tsunami myself to the point where I got to the top and looked down at the town, it was completely different. There was so much water, it felt like it all happened in an instant. The sound of buildings crashing against each other, the sound of wooden structures crunching. There's just no way to say it. It's difficult to comprehend as a reality. Was it fear? It was like a film.
本当に1時間とかその当時発生前までは
The people who had been calmly working just an hour earlier,
その場そこで生
the
活して
people who lived here,
ことにがもう
in just seconds,
一瞬
all of that was gone.
全く違う姿に変わっていくっていうことに
現在、大津波警報が発令中です。沿岸住民は直ちに
I don't really remember the sounds as the water rose up, but I remember thinking how much I wish it would stop. There's nothing you could do but pray to God. We couldn't do anything in the face of such immense power. There was nothing to do but yell and scream. We couldn't contain ourselves.
止めてくれ止めてくれ止めてくれそしてまた
Then I saw people in cars trying to reverse away and getting washed down the street by the water. I saw terrible things like that.
何が防波堤だよほら何が防潮堤だよ
I was worried about my home, so I watched from some stone stairs nearby. It wasn't that I wanted to shoot a video, rather that I wanted to record the events. I never thought the tsunami would come to this point. Then I saw my house and car washed away. The neighborhood was rapidly engulfed. I couldn't believe it. It had only been 3 years since I finally managed to build my own home. It was surreal. I had never experienced this kind of shock. I don't know what to say. It's hard to describe, really.
Even though we saw the car passing by to warn us, we didn't think the tsunami would actually reach us because we lived quite far from the ocean and we were on a hill.
まあうちはそういう津波にまつわる
Because my family has a particular connection to tsunami. When this tsunami came, I decided I wanted to record it for posterity.
で階段の方
So I climbed the stairs halfway up the building and started taking photos.
でそこで撮影をしてた。
The first thing that got sucked up was my shed. I thought, it's just a shed, oh well. At least the house is okay. And just as I thought that, the house went with it. The things I was seeing were completely unimaginable.
When we started running, we assumed that we would be able to outrun it. But what happened was that the wave completely swallowed us up. I was desperate. Fortunately for me, soon after I was swallowed by the wave, a roof drifted towards me and went under my body, as if it was trying to pick me up.
So
I was on top of the roof, and the wave took me all the way to the high school. People who were by the school saw me and pulled me down.
Most of the residents were already at the emergency evacuation centers. I was on the fire truck and was directing people over the loudspeaker. Once the waves hit the bottom part of the levee, the water shot up the side very suddenly. I probably only had 5 seconds or so to get away. If I got on the truck 20 seconds later, I don't think I'd be here today. I knew my duty was to direct people to evacuate, but I didn't turn off the camera. I'm actually not really sure why I kept filming. We had a levee that was 5 meters tall that we thought could protect against a tsunami. We based all our evacuation areas and exercises on this assumption. As a firefighter, as the father of a child, I can never forgive the fact that I let children die. I let elderly die. I can never forget. We knew a tsunami was coming. We could feel it. It suddenly got really silent. It's hard to imagine such a sudden silence. It was like all sound had disappeared. I remember how ominous it was.
The tsunami came about 40 minutes after the earthquake. So I went around the fish market towards the riverbank and started filming on my mobile phone. The levee was about 3 meters high. I didn't think the tsunami would ever be big enough to come over that. So I kept filming. When I saw overturned boats coming towards me, I knew something wasn't right.
Everyone around was yelling, "Hurry up, run!" I was heading to the emergency staircase at the school. And I went and looked over, and I could see the water rising up over the bank.
I thought I might be in trouble here when the wave came over the levee. Still, I wasn't too worried because I thought it was only a little bit of water. But I was wrong, since quite a lot of water suddenly gushed over. I was on my bike, and I was heading towards the nearby high school.
You weren't just running, you were running for your life. Just as it spilled over, I began climbing the staircase. I kept climbing while filming behind me. It happened so quickly. If I'd gone any slower, I don't think I would have made it.
There was too much water, and I couldn't get to the school buildings. So I just climbed up a tree.
学校から見えるその風景っていうのが、まあ、自分たちが住んで
Watching from the school, you could see our homes in the distance, disappearing under the
遠くの
waves.
方から見ます、遠くの方見ますと、なんかこうそこがなくなってるっていうのが見えたわけなんですよ。で、水かさも
As it rose higher, you could see people who weren't able to escape. You could see cars just get completely swallowed up by the waves. We were really afraid that the school would get washed away too.
という危険はすごく持ってました。で、上からただ見てるだけですから、で、誰もそういう
All we could do was watch.
なくなりましたね。
We were just shocked,
ショックで
speechless. It felt like the end.
ないんですよね。みんな状況同じだっていうことなんで、まあ、
We had lost everything.
ああ終わりだなっていう、もうため息をついたような感じ、肩を落としたっていう。
なんなのこいつ、来る。何これ。
I felt the terrible power of nature. I was not expecting that nature could be this dreadful and that it could change so much. All we could do was watch what was happening. It was so horrible. I don't know what to say.
Everyone was looking in the direction of the heli-pier and screaming. For a second, I had forgotten that I had my camera with me, but I quickly remembered. I saw piles of cars being swallowed by the muddy water and coming towards us very quickly. It happened really fast. To be honest, I didn't expect the water to come all the way to where I was. There were many buildings between where the cars were and me, so I thought it would stop.
建物は結構建ってたし、想像してたものと比べるっていうよりはもう本当何も。
It had never occurred to me that the tsunami would reach us.
で、比較的大きい道路で街中でしたので。
It was a big road in the middle of town. You would never have realized it was actually a coastal area. You could say I was naive, but even just before it hit, there were police out directing traffic.
I could see the tsunami coming towards those cars stuck in traffic. I was really worried about them, but there was nothing I could do.
The first time I realized a tsunami was going to hit was when I actually saw it myself. I looked in my rearview mirror and saw an even larger wave than the one in front of me. I didn't know what to do. People were running out of their cars. I suppose that's about it. I think everyone was really panicking. It was incredibly quick. It probably took only 10 or 20 seconds from the moment when the water hit my car to the car being washed away.
後ろから津波ドンと当たった時に車がもう進み出してるんですよね。
幹線道路を走っていた車も今先ほど流されていく様子が分かりました。海岸や川岸の付近が大変危険です。見る限りもう数キロの範囲で遡上していることが予想されます。ですから海から
There's video of a woman being washed away right before my eyes.
非常に危険なので、すぐに周辺の方は避難してください。もし
多分死ぬかもしれない。
At that time, I thought I was going to die. It was kind of strange, but I didn't really feel panicky myself. I was quite calm. I thought, that's how things go, so I might as well do as much as I can. I decided just to sit inside and wait. I had it in my mind that I'd use the car to protect me as long as possible. The car would float to somewhere safe. Or, if that was impossible, when the opportunity came, I'd jump out and float to safety. I figured I'd have to swim for it. I remember it being completely dark and the water pouring in. And then I escaped from the car. But underwater, I couldn't figure out which way was up. It was probably just a minute, but I swam around there in the water, and I thought I was going to die. Finally, my face hit the surface, and I could breathe.
It felt like we were left with nothing and simply just powerless. That's the feelings I had in my chest. Right around 6 p.m., it started to snow. It was too cold to be outside. We had all gone back inside to the classrooms to warm up. Right around that time, we could see fire. It looked like all of Tsunami was drenched in flames. Even from the top of the school, it seemed like we were right in front of it. It was like being in hell. We thought any people who had survived the tsunami would surely be killed by the flames instead. We thought it was the end of Tsunami.
There were over 40 people from our neighborhood that lost their lives. It was also very hard to see women who had lost their children. They knew that their children were gone, but many just couldn't let go of hope that they were hiding somewhere in the mountains or another safe place. They spent their nights staying up waiting for their children to come back. That was really the toughest thing to watch.
There were about 40 emergency evacuation centers that got washed away. These evacuation centers were designated 50 years ago, when people assumed a tsunami on the scale of the one from the Chile earthquake would come. The tsunami this time was much larger than anyone expected. People probably thought they were safe there, but instead, they died.
The damage this time was really immense, but we have to stand back up and stand taller than we did before. We should be mentally prepared for that, living where we do. Building houses, building factories. Everyone knows doing this puts us at risk. A disaster is going to come, but when it does come, we have to rebuild. I feel very strongly about that.
We have nothing now. We receive relief supplies, but I don't have a sense of value for the things I really need. I do remember that I used to have this and that. But right now, I don't think about specific items I want. I just think about things I need day by day. Humans are strong. The instinct to live is strong. I think the city will undoubtedly recover. The shopping streets, the jobs people had, everyone is doing their best daily to ensure this happens. No one knows how long it will take, but I have no doubt that it will be an even better town than it was before.
I don't know what's going to happen to our town.
People are asking, so what happens now? People have some belongings now, things they've received from others, but there are still questions about work or how long we can all live in this temporary housing. When we leave the housing, what kind of lifestyle will we end up living? They say a place like Tsunami will take at least 10 years to recover.
Most of the people of Tsunami make their living through fishing. Their factories have been washed away, and only a few have been restored. It will take many years for all of them to be rebuilt.
They say that the elderly speak of the past, and youth speak of the future. That's what we have to embrace. Older people are always going on about the way things were, but we have to think about how to build a new Tsunami. We have to focus on the new. I think, from now on, I must live having the weight of those lives on my shoulders. I have responsibility for that, and responsibility to build a new town here. Volunteers are helping us with the clearing up. But there's yet to be any kind of support or care for people's mental health. Amongst the people I know, there are probably a dozen or so experiencing trauma. This is where I was born and raised. When I go up to the mountains, I realize they don't suit me. Tsunami is where I can see the Pacific. It's between the mountains and the sea. Yes, I'd really like to stay here. The sea is beautiful, but still scary. I don't know how much time I need till I don't feel scared.
Our town was covered with water and completely swallowed by the powerful tsunami. I honestly couldn't comprehend what it was. Was it retribution? Because God was angry at us for being too happy? In my mind, I kept trying to make sense of what happened.
My feelings about the sea haven't changed, and I think it's normally a very kind thing. It helps us, and it has helped us for years. I don't feel like I despise it. From this disaster, I think, perhaps it's us who made a mistake, living in an area vulnerable to tsunami. But at the same time, we need to think of ways to prevent this kind of thing from happening again.
Alaska. Her wild beauty is legendary. But this vast, majestic landscape comes with a price.
It's just a land of extreme everything.
Here in the last frontier, cataclysmic natural forces come with territory. The biggest earthquake in the northern hemisphere.
It sounds like a freight train, and it's coming right at you.
The most massive volcanic eruption of the 20th century.
Katmai was many times bigger than Mount St. Helens was.
Glaciers bigger than a city.
The scope and scale of everything is so crazy.
And the largest tsunami ever witnessed on Earth.
And he said, son, start praying. And I did.
With forces this massive shaping the terrain, it's one of the toughest places on Earth to call home. Welcome to Alaska, Disaster Zone. Deep beneath the rugged land of Alaska, devastating forces are waiting to be unleashed. One of the most powerful can reshape mountain ranges in seconds and leave whole towns in ruin.
California likes to call itself the earthquake capital of the country, but they're not even close. This is Earthquake Central.
Lori Gillum knows exactly how destructive Alaska's earthquakes can be. She's faced the biggest one in American history. An earthquake for the ages.
It sounds like a freight train, and it's coming right at you.
Lori's home city, Anchorage, lies just north of a deadly subduction zone, where two continental plates are colliding head-on, and one is dragged beneath the other into the Earth's crust. It's what creates Alaska's largest mountain ranges. But it's also the crucible for the biggest and most frequent earthquakes in North America. Alaska averages an astonishing 100 quakes a day, and gets more earthquakes than the other 49 states combined.
If you were to make a list of the top earthquakes in the last 500 years in what's now the United States and Canada, they'd almost all be Alaska.
But the biggest of all comes on March 27th, 1964, day 7-year-old Lori and her sister Debbie are dropped at the 4th Avenue Theater in Anchorage by their mom.
Mom was awesome. At that point in her life, she was a stay-at-home mom, and she volunteered at the elementary school that my sister and I went to, and at church. She was just always there.
Lori thinks she's about to watch Disney's The Sword in the Stone at the theater. Instead, she'll have a front row seat as one of the biggest earthquakes in history unfolds.
Mom bought our tickets, we got popcorn, she sat us down in the theater. She left. We didn't exactly know where she was going, but we kind of figured she'd go shopping.
80 miles away, deep beneath the ocean floor, the crust begins to rupture with a force equivalent to 63,000 atomic bombs. It's the epicenter of a massive quake.
The 1964 earthquake started rupturing underneath Prince William Sound.
But in seconds, the rupture spreads, heading for Anchorage, then a city of 100,000. Beneath the 4th Avenue Theater, the earth begins to tremble.
The curtains part, the movie starts, and Disney starts with the music and the book, Once Upon a Time. And the book opens up, and that's when the earthquake hit. My sister flies over the top of me, throwing her popcorn, and starts running up the aisle. I run after her, and we made it outside when the earthquake was still rolling.
7-year-old Lori witnesses Alaska's fury firsthand.
We were hanging on to the parking meter because by this time the earthquake was really rolling and shaking and we couldn't stand up. And the flagpole is waving back and forth, and you can see the rolling waves just come down 4th Avenue as it comes down the street. The curb separated from the sidewalk, and I'm thinking, wow. And it was loud. I remember the noise. It sounds like a freight train, and it's coming right at you.
After 4.5 minutes, the shaking stops.
We were a block and a half up from the 4th Avenue slide, where the sidewalk and the buildings dropped 20 feet and then slid.
The damage you see in the photos from 4th Avenue, for example, were caused by a cliff that basically just collapsed, and whatever was on the top just slid down somewhat to the bottom.
The theater stands its ground, but just 2 blocks away, the J.C. Penney store slumps into the street, killing shoppers.
The corner of the building collapsed. I think my sister was, being 4 years older, was more in tune to what was going on. Her concern was that Mom was in Penny's.
Have Lori's family paid the ultimate price for living in this disaster zone?
This is where we were supposed to meet Mom, at the parking meter. I remember a lady wanted to know if we were okay and if somebody would be coming for us. It felt like we were standing there forever. Absolutely forever. I remember her coming around the corner and there was my mom and everything was right with the world.
Lori's family are some of the lucky ones. But their city is devastated. The earthquake rates a 9.2 on the Richter scale, the second largest in world history.
What was exceptional about this earthquake was really the size of the area that slipped. In 5 minutes, this area that's 450 miles long and 150 miles wide moved an average of about 30 feet.
The quake thrusts up whole sections of the seabed. Jetties are left high and dry. And coastlines change so radically, maps have to be redrawn.
The uplift was as big as 30 feet off of the edge of Prince William Sound. So huge amounts of uplift, which all of a sudden brings stuff right out of the ocean.
Also coming out of the ocean immediately after the quake, 30-foot tsunamis. Created by vertical motion of the seafloor, these giant waves devastate southern Alaska and more distant shores.
It went across the ocean, it hit Hawaii, it hit California. And so it killed people in California from the earthquake in Alaska.
The final death toll from the 1964 earthquake and tsunamis stands at over 130. And although that quake is unprecedented in size, since it happened, Alaska's had no less than 6 earthquakes, ranking over magnitude 7.8. The most recent big one in 2002 cleaved massive glaciers in half. And with so many fault lines in southern Alaska, another 1964-sized quake isn't out of the question.
It's not likely to get something in the same place of that size, so close to the event, but there's places right next door that could be ready to have a sizable earthquake. So the risk is always there.
One thing's certain, with a population 3 times bigger than 50 years ago, modern Alaska has a lot more to lose. Alaska is a breeding ground for disasters. It has the biggest earthquakes in America, the highest mountains, the most massive glaciers. So what happens when all these forces come together? Ask Howard Ulrich Jr. He's the only man alive who has seen it firsthand.
I saw this big wave. It was coming around on the far side of the island. I was scared,
It's the biggest wave in the history of the United States and potentially in written history.
Lituya Bay, a deceptively tranquil fjord in southeast Alaska. On July 9th, 1958, Howard was just 8 years old when he came here on a fishing trip with his dad.
My father had said it was a good place to spend the night.
But if Howard's father had talked to the native Tlingit people, he might have reconsidered guiding his boat into this glacier-carved bay.
They said there was a monster that lived in the bay, Lituya, and the monster would be displeased if people were there too much.
Little does Howard know, he's about to meet that monster.
It was very quiet, glacier water, chunks of ice, icebergs. All you could hear is the engine just moving. Calm, gray water. Icebergs are not even making hardly a sound. 10:15, we're anchored right here. So I went to bed and went to sleep, I guess. And then my dad came down and woke me up and he said, "Son, you'll never see another earthquake like this in your life."
A fault line in the huge mountains at the head of the bay has spawned a massive quake.
As we're sitting there watching off to, I think, our right, was a big explosion, a big boom.
40 million cubic yards of rock and ice, dislodged by the earthquake, plunges into the bay.
It came down from a great height, too, so when it hit the bay, at the head of the bay, there was a gigantic splash.
This simulation, created by a scientist at the University of California, explains what happens next. The splash wipes out trees on the adjacent point to a height of over 1,700 feet.
It's bigger than almost every building in the United States. It's around the size of the new World Trade Center.
The displaced water then becomes a wave of devastating power.
It was coming around on the far side of the island, and there was a big black mess. It's got all this dirt, I figure, was making it real black. And it's got these little things sticking out of it like porcupine quills or something, but those are trees inside the rolling black wave.
This is no ordinary wave. Bearing down on Howard and his father is a mega tsunami. The largest ever faced by a human in recorded history.
And my dad, about that time, he threw me the life preserver and he said, "Son, start praying." And I did. Just got a hold of the boat and we went up real fast. It was like being in a nice smooth elevator just going up. There was trees underneath us. We washed up this hill and then washed back down again.
Miraculously, Howard and his father survive. But 2 other boats in the bay are destroyed. 2 survivors are later rescued from a lifeboat. 2 other people are never seen again.
From going to think that you were going to die 1 minute and then survive through it, yeah, we were very lucky. And these people were not.
The 100-foot wave has stripped trees along the shore to the bedrock. Scientists deduce it's not the first time it has happened, and it won't be the last.
Lituya Bay actually has a whole history of big waves, and probably all caused by big landslides.
On average, Lituya Bay has had a mega tsunami every 30 years. And with the last happening 56 years ago, all hell could break loose at any moment.
There's another riff up there waiting to happen. Shortly, any time, overdue.
When you're in the volatile land of Alaska, not everything is what it seems. A meadow isn't just a meadow. It's a grizzly grazing patch. A river isn't just a river. It's a salmon superhighway. And sometimes a mountain isn't just a mountain.
We have 52 historically active volcanoes in Alaska. More active volcanoes than anywhere else in the United States by far.
They range from really large ones to small ones and everywhere in between, and with large eruptions and small explosions and everywhere in between.
Alaska's volcanoes include perfect cones like Mount Cleveland in the remote Aleutian chain, or Mount Augustine in Cook Inlet. But there are also less picturesque, but more menacing peaks, like Mount Redoubt, one of the closest volcanoes to Anchorage.
If you see something like Redoubt with a great big breached crater in the top, well, that says to me that it has more violent eruptions.
In this disaster zone, there are 3 to 5 eruptions a year. Here at the Alaska Volcano Observatory, scientists monitor a 2,000-mile-long arc of Alaskan volcanoes. They're an explosive side effect to the continental plates colliding on the so-called Ring of Fire.
We have one plate that's being subducted beneath the other, and that's what generates our unique landscape. Without that, we wouldn't have the volcanoes.
In true Alaskan style, the state holds the record for the biggest eruption of the 20th century. In 1912, Mount Katmai exploded, with power 30 times stronger than the lower 48's most famous eruption.
Katmai was many, many, many times bigger than Mount St. Helens
was. Fortunately, most Alaskan volcanoes aren't near where people live. But volcanologist Game Majimsi has been closer than almost any man alive to an eruption at its angriest. It happened in 1992.
On the afternoon of August 18th, we got a phone call from the FAA saying that a pilot had reported something going on at Mount Spur. Spur is about 80 miles due west of Anchorage. It's the closest volcano to the city.
Game hops aboard a small plane to check if the report of an eruption is true.
So we took off, and there was about a 7,500-foot cloud ceiling that day. When we popped through that, it was obvious that this was a major eruption going on.
As they approach Mount Spur, Game starts rolling with his handycam, capturing some of the most violent footage of an Alaskan volcano ever.
It was just exhilarating to see these huge cauliflower and roiling ash clouds coming out of this vent, and big blocks the size of Volkswagens and small vans being heaved, 500 meters to 700 meters above the vent.
The massive eruption spews an ash plume over 8 miles into the stratosphere and flings rocks almost 3 miles away from its crater.
But I can remember wondering at the time, wow, we're really close to this, and if it was to go really big, I'm not sure what would happen.
Something else worries Game: the direction the wind is taking the ash cloud.
We noticed the ash is going to Anchorage, so we need to beat this back.
Game's plane lands at Anchorage Airport just before it's shut down. Because if there's one thing Alaskan airports don't take any chances with, it's volcanic ash clouds.
The North Pacific air routes are a very busy air corridor. There's about 250 flights per day, up to maybe 30,000 people on those flights, and then billions of dollars of cargo and equipment. And all of those flights are passing over Alaska's active volcanoes, so potentially in harm's way. I'm standing just inside the inner operations room of the Alaska Volcano Observatory. We use this room primarily when we're having an eruption of one of the Cook Inlet volcanoes, or if there's a large-scale eruption somewhere else in Alaska. And it's a place where we can sit and, at one full sweep of the room, see lots of different data.
There are webcams, seismographs, satellite images, flight trackers, and a special red phone.
This phone has one purpose and one purpose only, and that's to put the people in the ops room in direct contact with the people over at the Federal Aviation Administration, so that in times of volcanic eruption crises, we can speak directly.
Volcanologists know aircraft and ash clouds can be a bad combination. It's a lesson the world learned over Alaskan skies on December 15th, 1989. That morning, Mount Redoubt, 100 miles from Anchorage, erupts. Just as a 747 from Holland is coming in to land at Anchorage Airport. The jet, with 231 passengers, flies straight into the ash cloud.
If you get enough ash into the engines, it will remelt and then essentially solidify in the form of glass on the inside of the engine.
All 4 engines flamed out. The cabin of the plane became very thick with ash. For 5 to 6 minutes, they were a silent, dark, heavy glider. The pilots were desperately trying to restart the engines, and every time they restarted, they were knocking a little bit more ash off of those turbines. Until finally, they got 2 of those engines started, and they limped the plane on into Anchorage. Landed, and miraculously, no one was even injured.
The near miss shakes everyone. But it may not be the last. Alaska is crisscrossed with busy international air routes. They can be choked at any time. As happened in Iceland in 2010, when a volcano plume grounded over 100,000 flights. And there's every chance Alaska's next eruption could be the biggest ever, affecting not just aviation, but weather across the globe.
The chances of Alaska experiencing a catastrophic eruption, I think, are fairly good. They happen in Alaska about every 100 years or so. The last one happened in 1912, Katmai. So with as many active volcanoes as we have, with it being so tectonically active up here, it's only a matter of time until we have another Katmai-style eruption.
Coming up, awe-inspiring and deadly. The billion-ton juggernauts reinventing Alaska's most spectacular terrain.
To be near the glacier in that kind of a time would be a frightening experience.
Alaska's majestic mountain ranges are thrust up by deadly tectonic forces. But there's something just as powerful cutting them down.
They can be several miles across and tens of miles long, and as thick as skyscrapers.
Glaciers. Alaska is home to 20,000 of them. And their massive power is morphing this disaster zone in ways you wouldn't believe.
Glaciers in Alaska have really carved most of the landscape.
To see how, glaciologist Mike Heckers and mountain guide Don Riley are on their way to the Mendenhall Glacier to reveal its secrets. They'll be attempting to delve inside it, into a potentially deadly ice cave.
There's an ice cave up there, so we're gonna go check that out and see if it's safe to go in there.
The big danger in an ice cave is that the ceiling's going to collapse on you.
But before they even get to the glacier itself, there are other hazards.
This is the terminus of the glacier. It's dangerous to get really any closer than this.
This amateur footage taken at Alaska's Holgate Glacier shows why.
Icebergs break off into the water, and we call that iceberg calving. The scale ranges from, basketballs of ice falling off to basically pieces of ice the sizes of small cities breaking off. If you get a big piece that hits flat, then there will be this huge wave. To be in a boat near the glacier in that kind of a time would be a frightening experience.
At the so-called terminus, the glacier's power is at its most raw and unpredictable.
It's kind of like a slinky pulling apart. So the ice is coming down, flowing by gravity and being pushed from above and coming over this cliff and just breaking apart.
This is where the glacier ends. But to discover where it begins means going to the source of its immense power. On the flanks of the monumental Mendenhall Towers, a death-defying peak, where mountain guide Dawn feels right at home.
So we're up here at 5,500 feet, and we're up in the Juneau ice field. And up here we get more snow each year than can melt.
So once you get about 90 feet of snow piled up over the years, just the sheer weight of it will compact and form glacial ice. And it's heavy enough that it flows downhill just like a river does.
The ice's journey to the glacier's end takes 200 years.
They're big conveyor belts. They're moving the ice down through the mountains.
But glaciers take with them a secret weapon. Rocks, dragged from the mountainsides. They're what make glaciers able to reshape Alaska.
The ice itself does not actually carve valleys, but the rocks that are embedded in the ice, that are carried down, act as a big Brillo pad and just scrape away at the rock below. So you have classic U-shaped valleys where glaciers have been, and we can see that up on the Mendenhall.
Add giant glaciers to ever-shifting tectonic plates, and you get the extreme landscapes Alaska's famous for.
When you get the combination of the tectonics, pushing things together and pushing things up, and glaciers cutting down through them, then what you get is really, really steep relief. And so this very, very rugged, dynamic topography.
Here in Southeast Alaska, you can hardly look anywhere without seeing how glaciers have affected the landscape. Anywhere from the rounded peaks that the glaciers have gone right over the top and smoothed them over. Even most of the waterways are actually fjords where the glaciers have carved them out.
Just as a river forms whitewater, a glacier will splinter as it hugs a bend in the valley, or crack as it falls down steeper slopes. The result? Some of the most dramatic and forbidding terrain on Earth.
The analogy to a waterfall and a glacier is an ice fall, so if you go over a steep slope, the ice will get all broken up and move real fast. So where the change in speed is the greatest is where you'll form crevasses.
Reaching up to 100 feet down towards the glacier's frozen heart, crevasses are cracks in the brittle surface of the ice. Ice near the surface is weathered and shows up white or gray, while the newly exposed ice at the bottom of the crevasse is a vivid blue. It's a world that is always moving and always demanding respect.
You always have to be thinking ahead, thinking about what's underneath you. If you're walking around on snow, you might have crevasses underneath you. They're always changing, they're always doing something interesting.
Like rivers, glaciers are joined by other glaciers as they travel downhill.
So right down here, we've got the south branch of the Mendenhall Glacier, and you can see where the rock is being kind of pulled off. And if you think of glaciers as rivers, when you get two of these rivers that come together, the rock that was on their side will then be forced out in between them, and that's what's called a medial moraine.
The rocks that used to be on the side of each branch are now in the middle of the main branch. So if you count the medial moraines in a glacier, you can know how many tributaries upstream join together to form that main branch.
Just as the glacier transforms the landscape, it's also being transformed itself. One of the main forces of change is water.
Glaciers have their own plumbing system that helps to get water, both rain and then the melt that happens on the glacier surface, away from the glacier. It usually starts out that the melt percolates through the snow if it's there, and then it'll start flowing across the ice. And if there's any sort of fractures or cracks, crevasses in the ice, those crevasses will steer the water as it forms rivers. We call them superglacial streams. Then, at some point, the water will make its way to the glacier bed, and that feature is called a moulin, which is a French word for a mill. And moulins tend to form where there's a weakness, some sort of a crack in the ice. That's a place where the water can actually go, sometimes all the way down to the bed of the glacier, hundreds of meters through the glacier ice.
But to truly understand a glacier's devastating power, you have to see its most ancient ice up close. Mike and Dawn have just found the ideal place to do it. A glacial ice cave. But it's unstable. Formed from moving ice that could shift at any moment.
What do you think, Mike?
I don't know. I don't like the look of this crack right here.
In 2013, a glacial ice cave collapsed in Oregon, killing a 25-year-old snowboarder.
The ice is moving, the ice is melting.
You can see it's already broken up there, and there's a lot of light coming through that thin ice.
Alaska is a land shaped by awe-inspiring forces. Giant earthquakes, towering volcanoes, and glaciers that would cover Manhattan 3 times over. These enormous slabs of ice have the power to grind mountains to dust. To understand how, you have to venture where most don't dare. Into the glacier's frozen heart. A potentially deadly ice cave.
Wow.
You can see these cracks where it's really thin right in there. So this whole section could come down.
You've got a dynamic environment in which you're visiting, and there's always potential for something to go wrong.
I think we should go in on this side.
Yeah, that looks better.
Cool.
Glaciologist Mike Heckers and mountain guide Dawn Riley carefully passed through the unstable entrance. Inside, a cavern of otherworldly wonder.
Look at this ceiling.
This is crazy.
It's probably, what, 20 feet of ice above us, maybe?
Towering over their heads, enough ice to fill 10 Olympic swimming pools. If the glacier shifts, it could all come crashing down.
I mean, it's amazing, these features. You can see some of these bubbles and cracks. Yeah. See a big boulder up there. This is really one of the most amazing features here on the Mendenhall Glacier. This ice cave, you can see by the colors and the shapes you can see on the walls. It's just really magnificent.
Within this ice, the secret to how glaciers pack such a giant geological punch. Its clarity means it's super dense. 3 times heavier than the snow that created it, making the glacier like a billion-ton steamroller on the land.
This is really cool.
So smooth.
You can see how it's just kind of flowing over these rocks.
Yeah.
Can't find glass sculpture that nice, and it's natural.
Ice caves are temporary. Some collapse after just a few days, others after a few years. At any one time, there might be dozens of them in Alaska, though most will be too remote or dangerous to enter. They're dynamic natural wonders created by water and wind.
This ice cave is formed by the heat from this creek right here and the wind blowing through here, just basically melting and sculpting the walls as the heat flows through.
This cave is unusually large because it's drawing air not from one entrance, but from two.
Ah, look at this. I think I even see blue sky up there.
This shaft was first cut by water pouring down from the glacier's surface, a feature called the Tsunami. Over time, it's been widened by the warm air, like the cave.
There's a nice cross ventilation blowing in here. Warm air from the forest up there is just coming right in through here.
Constant melting creates one of this cave's most striking features.
You can see the sculpted ice on the side. It's caused by differential melting, just by streams of air blowing through here and water trickling down in some places and not in others. Where it's trickling down, it's going to melt more. So you get these really fascinating shapes. Oh yeah, you can see water coming right down this edge.
So you're saying that's what kind of carves this sculptedness?
Right,
how
yeah.
the water's running?
It's a little differential melting with water flowing down on these edges, kind of eating it away and then starts somewhere else.
Glacial ice absorbs all the colors of the visible light spectrum except blue, which it transmits in a brilliant hue. The longer light travels through the ice, the more blue the ice appears. But in this disaster zone, nothing stays the same for long.
The ice cave here is always changing. So more ice will collapse near the entrance, probably this summer and over the next year or so. And within a couple years, this ice cave probably won't be here.
Beneath an ancient Alaskan glacier, an ice cave receives a visitor from another world.
What's great about the quadcopters is that we can get into places that are really dangerous.
Fitting into, extremely tiny places, into crevasses, into glaciers.
You can get shots that no one's ever seen before.
That is amazing.
They're not sure how stable it is, or how deep beneath the glacier it goes. For a human to go down there might be deadly. So they've enlisted some high-tech help.
This is our quadcopter. This is used to record all of our aerial shots. It has a HD minicam and 9-inch blades that keeps it up in the air. It's gyro stabilized so that no matter where you turn it, it stays in that same area.
Over the past months, they've used their quadcopter to reveal views of glaciers that have never been captured before.
from what we've researched, the first person to ever fly a drone into an ice cave. You know, we haven't found a single person to do that, and it's really exciting.
Exciting for Chris, but high risk for this delicate craft.
The challenges are insane, absolutely insane. From wind to rain to turbulence.
You know, you don't want to crash, obviously.
But today's cave is extra challenging. The quadcopter will be flying out of sight, so they'll have to rely on video beamed to a monitor from the copter's camera.
So we have one person that is actually flying the quadcopter, and the other person is monitoring the actual shot and what's going on within that shot.
Lose signal in this ice cave, and it could be curtains for their $4,000 quadcopter.
So there's a lot of things that can go wrong, and you can lose your drone any which way.
Watch out on the right.
So one of the obvious challenges was the degree to which the ice cave actually descended.
Turn a little left.
All right.
All right, good.
Okay, I'm about to go out of sight, though.
You drop down into it and there's water falling everywhere. It's dark and you have to go in at an angle. We had no visual, so we're flying only off the monitor. Look at that. I think it goes all the way down, maybe like 30 more feet. That's amazing.
They discover a subglacial tunnel running deep beneath crystalline ice.
The ice cave was absolutely amazing. Very, very deep blues. Feed into it.
They're capturing never-before-seen views.
Perfect, beautiful.
Now, all they need to do is bring the copter back.
A little more towards us. Keep going. I can't see.
We're starting to lose signal.
All right, be careful.
All right, I'm gonna angle up. When you lose signal, you are flying blind. There's nothing else you can do.
Wait, come back. All
right.
I can't see. Did you crash?
It's done.
You crashed it.
It's done.
I didn't know if it fell into an abyss somewhere.
The quadcopter has crashed near the entrance, where the cave is most dangerously unstable.
All right, you have to go get it.
You go get it. I'm not gonna go. You crashed. He wanted me to go down there, but he was the one who lost it, so it was only fair that he get it back. I'll hold on to everything for you. I think you got it.
I'll get it.
Despite the risk, Chris isn't prepared to abandon his quadcopter.
Ice caves are really dangerous. I mean, these things calve or collapse all the time.
You got it!
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Chris, like a true champion, went down and he got it back.
Their quadcopter is damaged, but its camera still captures a few fleeting images. Portraits of a hidden world. Probably already consumed by change in this volatile land.
These things are melting so fast and moving so fast that some of these shots that we get might never be seen again. So it's pretty humbling to be able to see it, you know, for the first time.
Ever-changing, dangerous, unpredictable. Life in Alaska means facing forces of devastating strength. But without them, Alaska wouldn't be the wonder she is.
Nothing comes for free. I mean, if you have beautiful volcanoes, there's the danger of eruption. When you've got these steep mountains, there's the danger of landslides.
Despite the disastrous risks, or maybe because of them, Alaska's wild beauty will always draw us back to this last frontier.
In 2010, massive earthquakes rattled the globe. In Haiti, over 200,000 people are killed. Weeks later, cities half a world away in Chile are leveled. 500,000 buildings damaged. Around the globe, millions live above active earthquake zones. What causes these earthquakes? And why are the subterranean tremors so hard to predict?
We can't see earthquakes coming, that's the problem. 1 minute they're not there, the next minute, wham.
Now, the race is on to find ways to warn us of impending disaster. And science is revealing new insights into what is actually going on beneath the surface.
It tells us something about the way plates slide past each other that we had no clue about before.
But the clock is ticking. And the next one could be in our own backyard.
This is earthquake country. We don't know when that earthquake or sequence of earthquakes will occur, but they're inevitable.
The earth-shattering truth behind the deadliest earthquakes. Up next on Nova. Port-au-Prince, Haiti. January 12, 2010. 4:53 p.m.
Outside, go!
Baby, the water's coming to an end!
The city is hit by the Western Hemisphere's deadliest earthquake in a century. This busy metropolis is reduced to rubble in less than a minute. 233,000 people lie dead. Millions more are injured or orphaned. As 2010 unfolds, more earthquakes strike around the world. Each time there is no warning, and often massive loss of life. Scientists are working around the clock to unlock the mysteries of earthquake prediction. Within days of the Haiti catastrophe, Professor Eric Calais, a seismologist from Purdue University, arrives on the island. Calais and his colleagues are at the cutting edge of earthquake research. They could see this disaster coming. They'd known for years that a Haitian earthquake was inevitable. Today, Calais is leading a rapid response mission to find out exactly what happened and to assess the risk of more quakes. For nearly a decade, he's used GPS markers scattered throughout Haiti to monitor the ground shifting under the island.
We're headed to a place where we have what we call a benchmark. We have a precise position for that benchmark before the earthquake, and now we're going to measure its position after the earthquake.
Many markers are placed in well-built police stations, embedded in solid concrete roofs, they survived the earthquake.
The benchmark that I was talking about is this. It's not spectacular at all. It's a piece of metal, stainless steel, that we sealed at the top of this building. And there's a little dimple that's about 1 millimeter wide. And this is the point we've been tracking over time. Since 2003, the first time we measured this point. C'est un petit peu compliqué.
Calais' GPS measurements revealed telltale movements of the Earth. Over a decade, the satellites tracked the ground south of Port-au-Prince creeping east, and the ground north of the city creeping west at fractions of an inch a year. Then, during the quake, a huge slippage takes place.
This location here moved by about 30 centimeters during the earthquake. So this is 30 centimeters, more or less, something like that. So this whole area here has moved 30 centimeters to the east during that earthquake.
These movements are a clue to what happened underground. The Earth ruptured nearly a foot along a hidden fault line. Most earthquakes originate in deep fractures in the crust, miles beneath the surface. These giant fractures crisscross the globe, splitting the planet's 50-mile thick crust into around a dozen huge rocky slabs.
The Earth is enclosed in a rigid shell, if you like, and this shell is made up of different plates, rigid rocky plates which move around at about the same speed as your fingernails grow. There's this sort of dance of the plates going on all the time around the planet's surface.
Geologists call this dance plate tectonics. The planet's internal heat moves the huge plates. Above the hottest zones, molten rock rises and solidifies, creating new crust. The new crust jostles for space, forcing crust on cooler edges to grind against other plates or push beneath them. But wherever or however plates collide, they generate earthquakes.
Earthquakes happen because these huge chunks of rock that form the Earth's plates don't slide against one another nice and smoothly. They stick and they lock. So you're getting this enormous accumulation of strain, and then you're getting it released in a matter of seconds during the earthquake.
The quakes can originate tens of miles down, but the energy they generate creates deadly vibrations on the surface.
The amount of energy generated in the biggest earthquakes are comparable to many, many thousands of nuclear bombs going off. There's a huge amount of energy, absolutely vast.
Haiti lies directly above a network of massive faults, where the Caribbean plate meets the North American plate. As the plates slowly creep past one another, the rock distorts and stretches like rubber, building up enormous stress. Since 2003, Calais and his colleagues used ground movement data to calculate stress levels at the plate boundary. Calais realized a deadly quake was inevitable.
What we saw was a fault being loaded, just like a rubber band.
Simple math allowed him to calculate the precise elastic strain on the fault.
The last earthquake on that fault occurred about 250 years ago, and it's building up elastic energy at 7 millimeters per year. 7 times 250 is about 1.8 meters.
That's almost 6 feet of stored strain, equivalent to 100 Hiroshima atom bombs. Seismologists use a logarithmic scale to measure earthquake strength. Each number indicates a seismic wave 10 times larger than the number below. A 2 is insignificant, but a 7 or above can be immensely destructive. In 2008, Calais announced the Haitian fault could generate an earthquake above magnitude 7. 2 years later, his forecast proves accurate.
Breaking news from Haiti tonight, where a massive 7.0 earthquake struck.
A major earthquake measured at 7.0.
History has crippled the country, measuring 7.0.
Calais came closer than anyone to giving an accurate warning of the quake. But like all seismologists, he had no idea exactly when it would happen.
We cannot predict earthquakes. We had no way of telling whether it was going to be today, tomorrow, in 10 years, in 100 years, so we didn't put a date on it. And it's not that we were afraid to put a date on it. As a scientist, we can't.
Today, seismologists can calculate the pressures on the plate boundaries, but they can't predict when the faults will rupture.
We can't see earthquakes coming, that's the problem. 1 minute they're not there, the next minute, wham.
Back in the lab, Calais now attempts to find out how much stress remains in the Haiti fault. It's bad news.
We saw on January 12th that only a small portion of the fault actually ruptured. The fault itself, from the Dominican Republic all the way to the western end of the southern peninsula of Haiti, is about 300 kilometers long. And it's only a segment of 50 kilometers in the middle that released its energy during the earthquake.
The rest of the fault remains under stress. Calais predicts that segments even closer to Port-au-Prince could snap at any time.
Those segments have been brought slightly closer to the next earthquake. Again, what's the timeline? We don't know.
Port-au-Prince is not alone in its predicament. Anywhere on the globe above an active fault is vulnerable. And the faster the underlying plates move, the more frequent the quakes. The Middle East, South Asia, China, the Pacific Rim. In the absence of prediction, these zones remain some of the world's deadliest places. And let's not forget, California, home to the San Andreas Fault. This infamous fault system stretches 800 miles. From Northern California to the Mexican border. Like the fracture under Haiti, it's a vertical strike-slip fault, meaning the plates grind past one another horizontally. But here, the plates move more than 3 times faster, at over an inch a year, generating powerful earthquakes. In the south, some sections have been quiet for over 150 years. Now, satellites measuring ground shift reveal a buildup of stress energy equivalent to 3,000 nuclear bombs. The next rupture could be the big one. And it's the LA region that's under threat. Tom Jordan of the Southern California Earthquake Center has spent years preparing for this quake.
We have something like 800 scientists working together on a series of projects trying to really understand the earthquakes in Southern California, where we have a very complex fault system, very active, a lot of risk to the 20 million people that live here. This is earthquake country. We don't know when that earthquake or sequence of earthquakes will occur, but they're inevitable.
The last lethal quake on the San Andreas Fault system was the 1994 Northridge earthquake, which killed over 60 people and caused $20 billion of damage. And that was only a magnitude 6.7. Jordan and his team believe that levels of stress now indicate the rupture on the main fault could be 30 times greater. The city recently played out a worst-case scenario.
We had an exercise that we developed for Southern California in 2008. We call it the Great Southern California Shakeout. We created a scenario of a very large earthquake, magnitude 7.8 earthquake, on the San Andreas Fault just east of Los Angeles. And we asked the question, what would happen if that earthquake occurred?
The conclusions? Over $200 billion of damage, millions of people displaced, and thousands of deaths.
If this earthquake would have happened in reality, there would have been buildings coming down. We know that there would be no water now in certain areas. So that's what this exercise is all about.
If scientists are right, millions of people face a massive disaster.
The San Andreas Fault is very capable. You might say it's locked and loaded.
With so much at stake, some seismologists are exploring new methods of forecasting when a quake will happen. Probing deep inside the hazardous faults, they're learning to listen for clues. Anza Borrego State Park, Southern California. This rig is drilling for something more precious than gas or oil. It's part of an ambitious attempt to find the holy grail of seismology. Underground activity that could warn of the next major earthquake. Geologist Frank Vernon is in charge.
So this is your third drill string here?
Third stick.
Third stick going in.
They're just a few hundred feet from the San Jacinto Fault, an active offshoot of the San Andreas system.
We actually have a lot of earthquakes occurring in here. As we said, we've had 4 magnitude 5s in the past decade. We have magnitude 4s on the average about once a year. 4 days ago, we had a magnitude 5.6, 10 kilometers over here. It's a very unique place, so this is the reason why we want to work here.
The team uses the rig to plant sensors deep into the rock, embedding them 800 feet down, shielded from surface noise. Here, as clashing plates squeeze and distort along the fault line, tiny tremors and pressure changes are produced. The sensors detect them. Any one of these signals could be the clue that a major quake is imminent.
You're measuring the change in shape of the earth right underneath us in these boreholes. When an earthquake happens, you will see a change in that shape. It'll be slight changes that we can observe.
But identifying a specific tremor or pressure change that always precedes a major quake hasn't been easy. Over the last 4 years, Vernon's team has surrounded the fault with 8 borehole sensor stations. They've recorded many small earthquakes and are now sifting through a huge amount of data. The race is on to find a signal that is common to all of them.
We're a long ways from real earthquake prediction. It's not like we're going to achieve it today or tomorrow. That's quite a bit further down the road.
Though they haven't found it yet, this method of forecasting earthquakes holds promise for the future. But for now, the earthquakes keep on coming. Just weeks after Haiti, another massive quake. Chile, South America. February 27th, 2010, 3 in the morning. This quake reaches an incredible magnitude 8.8, the 5th largest ever recorded. Daybreak reveals the scale of the damage. 500,000 homes damaged or destroyed, and hundreds dead. The quake is so violent, it accelerates the Earth's rotation, knocking a millionth of a second off the length of the day. It's nearly 500 times larger than the Haitian tremor. So why is this quake so powerful? Soon after the disaster, geologist Mike Beavis arrives in Chile to find answers.
This place repeatedly has huge earthquakes. Right now, the number 1 and the number 5 earthquakes of recorded, history are right here. So that makes this the world champion place for big earthquakes.
All of Chile's strong quakes originate off its Pacific coast, so that's where Beavis is looking for evidence. The island of Santa Maria sits just 60 miles east of the boundary of the South American Plate and the Nazca Plate. This fault under the Pacific Ocean triggers the enormous quake. This beach is one of the closest points to the offshore epicenter. At the base of the cliffs, Beavis notices a white streak, a clue to the quake's sheer power.
All right, so here we are looking at this big rock. It's in situ. It's got all of this white concretion, which is something that forms under the sea. It's got seaweed, and there are actually limpets and mussels and things attached to the rock. I can see some right up there, more than 4 feet above my head. What this is telling you is that the whole coastline jumped up 2 to 3 meters. There's 2 minutes of ground shaking like crazy, and during that 2 minutes, this whole coastline lifted up, and all these marine creatures are now stranded in the air.
The 8 feet of uplift happened because the plates here are not grinding past one another side by side, like the faults under Haiti and California. They are subducting, one pushing beneath the other. When the fault ruptures, the overriding plate punches upward, creating an extremely powerful quake.
When you're getting subduction, the overriding plate is actually being caught on the plate that's being pushed down, and that over time accumulates a massive amount of energy.
The enormous areas of plate that shift and the huge uplift produced give these epic quakes their name, megathrusts. And they have a chilling side effect. Tsunamis. The uplift raises the sea above, creating a wave. It travels across the ocean at over 500 miles per hour, wreaking havoc. In 2004, a 9.3 megathrust, 150 miles offshore, leads to the infamous Indian Ocean tsunami that kills almost 250,000 people. In 2010, the Chile quake generates its own tsunami, engulfing coastal villages like Dichato. The wave destroys over 90% of the town. Mike Beavis and geophysicist Frederick Bloom survey the aftermath.
Oh my goodness, looks like a child's sock hanging up 20 feet above our heads.
Yeah.
I think that sock is probably the high water mark. Wow, that's easily 30 feet above sea level. Easily 30 feet.
Yeah.
My goodness. Nobody stood a chance here.
When the leading edge of a tsunami hits a shallow shoreline, it slows down. But as the faster water behind backs up, the wave swells. Here in Dichato, the wave reaches the upper floors of buildings.
Looks like the water took out the drywall about halfway up the second floor.
Yeah, about waist height. There's waist height damage everywhere. Look at this.
Fish on the floor. My goodness.
Lots of fish.
You're next to the fish. No olvides. Don't forget. Today I will be thinking of you. Happy Valentine's Day. Wow. I hope these people knew what to do when it happened.
The wave's height explains its destructive power. A 30-foot wave exerts a pressure equivalent to the weight of a battle tank. As it flows in and out, it scours the earth, destroying foundations and undermining buildings.
Well, when I was a surfer, they used to tell us that 1 cubic meter of water weighed about a ton, you know, so you've got a 30-foot wave. There's an awful lot of force. It's like a wall of water that comes in and never goes away. So the currents are just pushing and pushing and pushing for minutes in the same direction and just rip everything apart. It just doesn't stop coming.
Predicting and forecasting megathrusts is critical for North America. The Aleutian Fault causes many quakes along Alaska's coast. And in the 1980s, seismologists realized the Cascadia Fault that lies off of Oregon and Washington is also active and can generate powerful megathrusts. The cities of Portland, Seattle, and Vancouver are all at risk from a quake that could strike above magnitude 8. Forecasting the likelihood of the next Cascadia quake is vital. On land, evidence is hard to find. But offshore, the answer is being discovered, buried in the mud. A cold storage room at Oregon State University. Here, hovering a few degrees above freezing, are tubes containing clues to all the quakes that have hit this region in the past few thousand years. They're the prized possession of Professor Chris Goldfinger.
These are essentially a deep-sea library. These are core samples collected in oceanographic expeditions over the last 50 years or so. So these core samples can show us things about paleoclimate and, in my case, earthquakes.
Goldfinger spent the last decade collecting these cores directly from the Cascadia subduction fault off the coast, punching deep into the sea floor and extracting columns of sediment. But each core tells an earthquake story. They're formed from layers of sandy deposits laid down over huge periods of time. Thousands of years of history are contained in a few yards of mud.
They're essentially a tape recorder, just like just as a sound tape recorder records everything that happens in a room. These cores record everything that happens to the seafloor over time.
To help forecast the next Cascadia quake, he needs to know how often they struck in the past. Undersea earthquakes create huge landslides that coat the seafloor. They deposit distinct, identifiable sandy layers. This is a sandy layer left by a megathrust landslide.
We can see that at the base of this sand layer, there's a very sharp base. This is one telltale sign of the type of deposition that happens just after an earthquake.
But to distinguish one earthquake from another, Goldfinger must probe deeper into each sample.
Using the CT scanner really revolutionizes how we can look inside the core. Each one of them seems to have a special character, a unique fingerprint. We can compare those from one place to another and use that to trace the earthquakes along the length of the subduction zone.
Before this study, only 19 earthquakes in 10,000 years were identified in this region. Based on that, the odds of a quake happening here over the next 50 years were estimated to be at most 1 in 7. But Goldfinger's CT analysis of the core samples identifies over 20 previously unknown quakes. Parts of Cascadia are twice as active as previously thought. This means the chance of a megathrust isn't 1 in 7, it's 1 in 3.
This isn't just a remote possibility, this is a likely possibility. Those numbers mean that chances are actually pretty good that it's going to happen in our lifetime, that will actually happen in the next 50 years.
A megathrust quake along the Cascadia Fault would also generate a deadly tsunami. In the front line are towns on the Oregon coast, like Cannon Beach. When the earthquake hits, this town will not only suffer intense shaking, but the power of the deadly wave. Yu Mei Wang knows the challenge the community faces.
The Cascadia earthquake and tsunami will definitely occur. The question is when. Cannon Beach will be devastated. We're going to have several minutes of strong ground shaking, and then about 20 minutes before the tsunami starts rolling into town. If a tsunami was on its way right now and I was standing right here, I would die. The velocities would be tremendous. You wouldn't be able to outrun it. The tsunami can look like a breaking wave, but rather than receding back, it would just keep rushing in.
The people of Cascadia face a deadly double hit. But there may be hope. 100 miles north of Cannon Beach, scientists are finding traces of a new type of super deep earthquake, one that may help revolutionize earthquake forecasting. The Olympic Peninsula, Washington State. These peaceful forests hide a secret. Beneath, something is stirring. Imperceptible to human senses, a silent earthquake is taking place. Every 14 months, tiny tremors vibrate the ground for weeks at a time. They're so quiet, no one knew they existed. But now, scientists are taking a closer look, and what they see might be the future of earthquake forecasting.
Should be around here somewhere. I see it.
Ken Krager of the University of Washington has spent years on the trail of the silent quakes. His challenge is to find out what causes them. For years, the earthquake tremor signals were hidden among vibrations generated by machinery, crashing waves, even the wind in the trees.
These signals that we're seeing now, which we now know is tremor, they've been going on forever, and we've viewed them as noise in the past because we had no idea what they were. As time goes on, we often find that, one person's noise is another person's signal.
To isolate the signals, Krager uses seismometers that can distinguish strong, deep tremors from weak, shallow tremors.
These are buried just about a foot or so underground. Make sure they're nice and quiet, but the signals that we're trying to record are about 40 kilometers, way down there. Here we go.
A stomp test helps calibrate the seismometer.
The signals we're actually looking to try to get out of these are very much quieter than the stomping I'm doing, maybe 1,000 times smaller, very, very subtle signals. And there we go, 3 beautiful spikes.
Now, Krager's data reveals new insights into how the plates move deep down. Most earthquakes occur around 15 miles down, where the plates are locked. But around 25 miles down, there's a hotter zone. Here, the plates lock briefly. Every few years, they slip, with only a slight amount of shaking. It's called slow slip, and it generates the silent quakes.
It was very exciting because it tells us something about the way plates slide past each other that we had no clue about before.
Identifying slow slip tremors could be critical in signaling larger quakes. During a slow slip, the chance of a major quake may double. Every time the deep plate slips, stress increases on the locked crust above. Eventually, a slip could trigger a major quake. Detecting the onset of these silent quakes could provide a warning that a large quake may be imminent.
I'm optimistic about the future. I think that in principle, slow slip may precede big earthquakes, and so it's possible that by understanding slow slip better, we'll be able to predict earthquakes in the future.
Slow slip research is in its infancy. For now, seismologists must rely on other factors to determine earthquake threat levels. Earthquakes can be triggered by other quakes. Energy released by one quake can travel along a fault, causing it to unfasten like a zipper.
What happens then is it transfers strain onto the next bit, and it brings forward the time that ruptures and generates another earthquake, and then that does the same to the next bit of fault.
This domino effect was recently observed near the US-Mexican border. Mexicali, April 4th, 2010. A magnitude 7.2 quake strikes close to this border town. No one is killed, but over the following months, it triggers a series of smaller quakes, spreading over the border. Could the transferred stress eventually trigger the big one in Southern California?
I have a sense of foreboding right now. We're a little bit nervous because that could be foretelling the possibility of a big rupture on one of the faults here in Southern California. You know, I think the chances of us having a large earthquake are very significant.
But could earthquake threat levels ever rise globally? Could the recent Haiti, Chile, and Mexico quakes all be related to a global increase in seismic activity?
Over the last few years, this concept of global clustering of earthquakes has gained some ground. Some geologists have suggested that there is this global clustering with maybe a cycle of 50 years, and that it's related in some way to stress changes in the Earth's crust as a whole. There may be some common phenomenon occurring that's causing more earthquakes.
But there's no proof that global clustering was a factor in 2010. Seismic activity was within normal levels.
The Haiti earthquake, magnitude 7, is not particularly rare, and we might see a dozen of those maybe a year. The great earthquakes like Chile, magnitude 8 and above, we see about one of those a year.
2010 stands out because its earthquakes killed nearly 250,000 people.
When we get earthquakes that cause a lot of damage, kill a lot of people, our awareness of earthquakes rises, and that's what we're seeing now. It is nothing anomalous in terms of the seismic activity. This is the Earth doing its thing. This is what we have to expect in terms of large earthquakes.
The recent tragedies are a reminder that despite almost a half-century of research, seismologists are no closer to predicting earthquakes. The task may be impossible.
30, 40 years ago, we were very optimistic that earthquake prediction was kind of around the corner. We thought there was a lot of new information and new understanding of the earthquake process that would allow us to predict earthquakes. Now, in fact, there's some suggestion we may never be able to predict earthquakes with high certainty.
Without high certainty, getting people to take action is difficult.
For a prediction to be useful to any degree at all, we have to be sure that the earthquake is going to happen. 50% is no good. You're not going to evacuate a major city and involve massive disruption of the population and industry and commerce and everything else on the idea that an earthquake has a 50% chance of happening. If prediction is going to be useful, it has to be 100% certain.
But you don't always need to predict a quake to sound the alarm. Having even a few seconds to respond could save lives. And earthquakes make this possible by generating their own warning signal. Dr. Richard Allen works at the University of California at Berkeley, a college built above the Haywood Fault in Northern California.
This is an expansion joint in the stadium, and you can see that it's opened up as a result of the continual motion on the fault. It comes right beneath the stand, continues across the field, beneath the goalpost, and on across campus.
The Haywood Fault runs parallel to the San Andreas, on the other side of the San Francisco Bay. Berkeley's location makes it a perfect place for Shake Alert, America's first earthquake early warning system. Earthquakes generate different types of seismic waves, radiating out faster than speeding bullets, traveling at over 15,000 miles per hour. The fastest are the primary, or P waves, but they rarely cause more than a jolt. They're followed by the slower S waves and surface waves. These slower waves generate the large ripples in the ground and cause most of the damage.
That's where this crucial warning time comes from, the difference between the P wave and the S wave. In a rupture on the San Andreas Fault, the P wave would come rushing across the Bay Area at about 7 kilometers per second. We can detect it, we can issue a warning before the much slower S wave gradually comes across, does all of the damage.
Providing adequate warning is a race against time. The P wave must be detected and the alert sounded in a split second before the destructive S waves follow. The tools for the job are kept underground or buried deep in hillside bunkers.
This was built after the Second World War to monitor nuclear tests. Now we use it for our research.
These are the finest Swiss-made seismometers. Their precision allows them to detect very weak tremors, locating earthquakes and estimating their magnitude with extreme accuracy. Allen and his team have connected over 400 seismometers in a huge network across California. Buried beneath the soil, they wait for the next quake. Ready to sound the alarm the moment a P wave is detected.
Each of these stations is sampling the ground shaking at 100 samples per second. There's huge volumes of data, and by having very fast computers and very efficient new algorithms, we can process it all simultaneously within just a fraction of a second.
The speed of an electronic warning signal is much faster than the slower S waves, providing critical seconds to prepare. P-wave warning systems already operate in high earthquake risk countries like Japan. When detected, trains automatically halt, gas mains seal, and alerts sound in many schools, businesses, and homes. With Shake Alert in place, Californians will be able to take similar evasive action.
I do not want to be surprised by the next big earthquake. Instead of being surprised by sudden shaking, I want my phone to start beeping at me so I can get underneath the table.
Earthquake alert, 5 seconds remaining.
And I think that's very reasonable to see that happening here in California in the next 5 years or so.
But there are limits. If a quake is hundreds of miles away, Shake Alert could provide up to 2 minutes warning. But the closer it is, the less warning is possible.
P-wave warning systems help, but they're not the answer. If you're right on top of the earthquake epicenter, if it's happening right underneath you, then P-wave detectors are of no use. The earthquake will hit you before they can do any good at all.
Many scientists now believe the real answer to the earthquake threat lies in engineering, not geology. In the January 2010 quake, the vast majority of Haitians who die are killed by collapsing buildings.
As most seismologists will tell you, it's buildings that kill people, not earthquakes. If we construct it properly in most areas of high seismic hazard, then the death tolls would drop dramatically.
The challenge for engineers is to design buildings that can survive destructive vertical and horizontal shaking. Engineers now use enormous shake tables to test new designs. Their huge hydraulic pistons mimic powerful tremors. Results are helping revolutionize building designs. Damaging earthquake motion is minimized using deformable or floating foundations, or offset by complex counterweights. Skyscrapers are built with confidence in some of the most earthquake-prone regions on the planet. In the US and in most developed countries, construction in earthquake zones is now controlled by building codes. But in places like the Pacific Northwest coast, the engineering challenge is greater. Buildings here must also deal with tsunamis.
Right down that coastline, there's a problem with big waves coming in after this earthquake, and I'm not convinced that the communities there are prepared for that at all.
These images are from the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. There is nowhere to run. The fast-flowing debris destroys one building after another. Residents along the Cascadia Fault in the Pacific Northwest face the same fate. But one Oregon town is trying to change all that. The residents of Cannon Beach have a unique plan to keep their heads above water. They're planning an extraordinary new city hall.
What we're looking to do is to tear down this building and replace it with a new building that is both earthquake and tsunami resistant.
This design is called a Tsunami Vertical Evacuation Refuge, a survival platform over 30 feet high with space for over 1,000 people, most of the population. Extensive testing recreates the impact of intense shaking, waves, debris, and scouring from the tsunami, ensuring the structure can withstand punishment.
It can take very large forces, not just water with sand, but also parts of buildings and cars coming and slamming into the building.
Tensioned steel cables hold it together and recenter it after the earthquake. Reinforced concrete pillars allow water and debris to flow through or minimize impact with their rounded profiles. And extra deep foundations keep it standing as surrounding soil washes away.
This building will remain intact. It would be possibly the only building left standing in this whole neighborhood. What we have in mind is ideally to have dozens of these up and down the coastline so that all of the low-lying communities with tsunami hazards have these to protect their people.
These revolutionary designs may transform many buildings along the coast from death traps to lifesavers. Over the last quarter century, seismologists have made huge strides in understanding how and why earthquakes happen, and calculating where, if not when, they will strike. The disasters of 2010 prove that prediction remains tough. But the knowledge engineers now gather can make us safer.
I don't think we can ever expect to conquer earthquakes in the sense that we can predict them to the day and we can cope with them so that no lives are lost and no buildings fall down. We have to live with them. They're a natural phenomena. They've occurred throughout Earth history. They're going to continue to occur.
What is crucial is that we be able to live with earthquakes and to sustain earthquake damage in a way that we can bounce back. We are looking to develop resilient communities, communities that can deal with these effects in a smart way. We want to keep disasters from turning into catastrophes.
Today, surviving an earthquake comes down to how well you prepare for the worst. Until seismologists make a breakthrough in prediction, communities must be ready for the unexpected. Because the next quake could strike at any time.
This NOVA program is available on DVD at shawpbs.org or call 1-800-PLAY-PBS.
It's a calm July afternoon in America's Pacific Northwest. But a surprising storm is brewing, invisible to the naked eye. Deep within the Earth, titanic forces are building towards a catastrophe. A mega quake.
It's going to blow people's minds.
It will be a disaster, much larger than Katrina.
You're talking about something that's tens of thousands of times the size of any earthquake we've seen.
The race is on to predict when it will hit.
I wouldn't be surprised if it happened next week.
And just how powerful the wave of destruction will be. Megaquakes are among the most powerful forces of nature. They rival the destructive energy packed in an arsenal of atomic bombs. And they strike suddenly, violently, and without warning. In 2004, a megaquake in Sumatra triggered a monster wave that killed more than 250,000 people. In 2010, another strike, this time in Chile. This megaquake had the power of thousands of nuclear bombs. It sped up the Earth's rotation, shortened the day by a microsecond, and moved an entire town over 3 meters. Now, many investigators suspect that the Pacific Northwest is in the same crosshairs. 3 large cities: Vancouver, British Columbia, Seattle, Washington, and Portland, Oregon, as well as 10 million people, sit right in the danger zone.
As far as fatalities, it would be on par with what we saw in World War II. We would expect to have 2, 3, 4 people per 1,000 die. It's the same type of earthquake that we saw recently in Chile, which was a magnitude 8.8, and it's the same type of earthquake that we saw in Sumatra in 2004. That was a magnitude 9.1.
Investigators believe the threat of a similar megaquake is real. Just offshore, hidden beneath ocean waves, lies a ticking time bomb.
This is the spot where the earthquake's going to come from. It's about 12 to 15 kilometers beneath the seafloor right below us here.
Marine geologist Chris Goldfinger gets as close as humanly possible to the place where the Earth will start to rip apart. A megaquake strike zone. We like to think the Earth beneath our feet is solid. But take a closer look. The crust is actually made of about 12 plates. They move, grow, and grind into one another along fault lines. This is where megaquakes are born. In the region known as Cascadia, a Pacific plate named Juan de Fuca meets North America and dives below it. It's a special fault called a subduction zone. A megaquake is fueled when 2 plates get stuck. Pressure builds and then breaks free with fury. Investigators can't look into the Earth and watch the plates, but their high-tech tools paint a picture of an impending disaster. A submarine camera captures the point where the 2 plates make contact, about 100 kilometers off the coast. The video reveals little sign of trouble. But Goldfinger sees enormous and dangerous forces at work.
Okay, we're going to put the pole out.
Sonar can detect what's invisible to a camera's lens.
Oh, okay. About where the 20,000 mark is?
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
If the fault is harmless, the seabed should appear smooth and undisturbed. This would indicate the plates are slipping past each other unimpeded. If sonar detects mountains, it's a sign the plates are jammed and an earthquake is building. The sonar map is striking. The Juan de Fuca plate is jamming itself under North America, pushing up the continental shelf. The 2 plates are not sliding past each other. They are locked in a collision. North America is buckling under pressure from the oceanic plate. And at some point, it will suddenly release in one massive jolt.
A subduction earthquake is the largest type of earthquake on Earth, and the reason is that the size of the earthquake is proportional to the surface area that actually moves during the earthquake.
That surface area is huge. It is some 1,000 kilometers long from southern Canada to northern California, and at least 50 kilometers wide, making it as big as Ireland.
The surface area is just giant. Very large surface area makes a very large earthquake.
The fault is so large, scientists give it a special name, a megathrust. And while they've struck before, none has ever threatened an area as highly developed as Cascadia.
In recent times, there has not been a megathrust earthquake under a major city. So we really haven't seen the worst that the Earth can throw at a major city yet.
Due to the fault's size, the tremendous shaking could last for 5 minutes, a virtual lifetime of terror for those who experience it.
One thing that's dramatically different about these big subduction zone earthquakes is that they take a lot longer to rupture because they rupture a large area.
The threat is looming, which poses the question, exactly when will the megathrust strike? Geologists Rob Witter and Tim Walsh are looking for clues. Some of the evidence is cryptic and obscure, like centuries-old Native American legends. They tell of a pitched battle between two creatures, the Thunderbird and the whale.
The Thunderbird is taken to represent strong ground shaking, and the whale is taken to represent the sea. And these native stories typically depict a battle in which the Thunderbird picks the whale up and drops it on land.
To geologists, violent shaking means an earthquake. But the tales also suggest that the shaking caused the sea to invade the land. This long-dead stand of trees is known as a ghost forest. And this ghost forest has a story to tell.
This is a fossil forest. And like the forest behind us here, it was a healthy, vibrant forest full of western red cedar and Sitka spruce.
Investigators suspect a mammoth earthquake sank the land. The tide invaded and created a swamp, killing the trees.
Once this forest was submerged, it couldn't live with the salt water, and slowly the trees began to die off.
The destruction is not unique. In Alaska, a forest died after an earthquake struck in 1964. The 9.2 shock was one of the largest ever recorded. It caused the coast to sink and the sea to invade, just as in Cascadia.
It would be an astonishing coincidence if it were anything but a big earthquake, like the ones we've seen do just this.
Carbon dating shows the ghost forest died around 1700, but the definitive date is corroborated by another event, half a world away, in Japan. And it, too, involved a flood. From out of nowhere, massive waves slammed ashore. The date was the 27th of January, 1700, about when the trees in Cascadia died.
That pointed a finger directly at Cascadia as being the source of that tsunami.
The puzzle came together. In January 1700, a massive earthquake hit and sank the coast, flooding the forests. It also generated a tsunami powerful enough to swamp unsuspecting villagers thousands of kilometers away. Megaquakes have devastated Cascadia in the recent past. When will the next one strike? In a frozen vault at Oregon State University, Chris Goldfinger is hunting for clues in piles of dirt. They're soil samples he's gathered from deep below the sea floor. Goldfinger suspects they could reveal how often megaquakes strike. He has about 200 cores, and together they tell a story spanning 10,000 years, at least to a geologist who can read the evidence.
What you see inside are sediments from the last few thousand years. This is one earthquake that goes from here to here.
From subtle shifts in the soil, Goldfinger sees a pattern. The changes mark where an earthquake has triggered an undersea landslide. Carbon dating determines when the quakes struck. The results are ominous. In the past 10,000 years, megastrikes have hit here on 19 separate occasions. Clearly, the ground beneath Cascadia is not as stable as scientists once believed.
The minimum time that we see between earthquakes is about 170 to 200 years, and it's been about 310 since the last one. We're well within the window to have another earthquake.
Our tools can't tell us exactly when the next megaquake will strike. But geologist Tim Melbourne sees clues that reveal how destructive a strike will be.
All right, let's see the antenna here.
Melbourne uses state-of-the-art global positioning.
All right, this looks good. All right, 5 lights on, that's what we like to see.
GPS reveals what we can't see or feel, and the readings are disturbing. The ground here is moving.
This station is moving 3/4 of an inch a year, and that's because as the Juan de Fuca plate comes in under North America, the overlying North America plate is being dragged with it.
GPS shines a light on the incredible force. The movement varies, but on average, the region is being shoved eastwards by 4 centimeters every year. It's a mammoth distance in geological terms. Since Cascadia's last megaquake in 1700, the region has moved by as much as 12 meters. And the GPS shows something else. The coastline is moving faster than the land further inland, causing the North American plate to buckle. A 1,000-kilometer strip is being squeezed.
The crust is getting compressed, literally just like a spring. And when the fault that's driving all of this compression then breaks, that it will be the earthquake, then the spring unloads and everything launches back.
The locked zone between the plates releases, and suddenly and without warning, a chunk of land the size of Ireland lurches more than 10 meters. Both the land underfoot and the waters out to sea roil and pitch with fury.
If you're in downtown Seattle and the earthquake happens, you will find that you have moved towards the southwest between, say, 3 and 5 meters. And if you're out on the coast, you'll find you've also moved to the southwest, but probably more like 5 to 10 meters.
Land along the coast, pushed up by the fault over 3 centuries, collapses. As the plates break free, it may also unleash one of the most devastating events, a tsunami.
It causes the water above that seafloor to be lifted up, and then it collapses under its own weight and flows toward land and across the Pacific Ocean.
The tsunami could be as high as 15 meters, tall enough to wipe entire towns off the map. The Cascadia fault line is beginning to reveal the titanic forces at play. But one question remains.
How close to the metropolitan regions does the fault actually slip and generate the seismic waves?
A chief worry has been that the megaquake will erupt within 150 kilometers of Seattle, the region's largest city. Now, new evidence shows it may hit much closer than that. Not far from Seattle, the fault is rumbling. The shifts aren't instantaneous, as in an earthquake. They are extremely slow.
This fault that we all worry a lot about is not a dead, inanimate thing. It's actually very much alive.
About 80 kilometers inland from the coast, the North American and Juan de Fuca plates grind against each other. Tim Melbourne follows these tremors on an underground instrument that continuously records the fault's movements.
Okay, Rex, so this is going to go down into the sand, keep it upright. Go ahead and stick that into the data logger. We can actually see it in a minute-by-minute basis. Where is the Cascadia fault slipping? How much did it slip by in the last 12 hours?
The fault is not moving every day, but for specific short intervals every 14 months. The shifts are the first seismic events that experts have learned to predict here.
And they've come like clockwork every 14 months.
At Melbourne's lab in Central Washington University, data pours in from instruments all over the state. He's on the lookout for 2 things: signs of a larger event and how close the tremors come to Seattle. When he and Rex Flake map where the fault is moving, the news is ominous.
This was only 170. Yeah, so this one's a good 60% bigger.
The lock zone of the fault, rather than stopping at the coast of Cascadia, it actually comes inland, at least in the Washington State region, by as much as about 50 miles.
The locked zones appear to extend much farther inland than previously thought. It makes for a much more powerful quake, much closer to where people live. Seattle must now brace for a catastrophe its builders never anticipated. But it's not the only city facing this unwelcome news. In the middle of the continent, in America's heartland, another major quake may be building. Memphis, Tennessee is far from traditional earthquake country. Yet the ground here can move so violently it can stop the mighty Mississippi River. That's what early settlers were shocked to witness in the autumn of 1811. It is December when the shaking begins. It continues on and off for months.
There were 3 to 4 very large earthquakes. And in addition to that, there were thousands of aftershocks.
Witness accounts describe tremendous shaking that downs trees and chimneys, spanning 100,000 square kilometers, an area the size of Iceland. But at the epicenter, the scenes are apocalyptic.
They talk about large fissures opening up and water and sand fountaining out of the ground up to 30 feet in the air.
These geysers, these sand blows as they're called, covered the fields at the end of the event with lots and lots of sand and water, in some places as much as 3 feet, maybe more.
Before it's over, one large quake strikes beneath the Mississippi, uplifting the earth by tens of meters. Incredibly, the mighty river reverses course.
The uplifted land would have blocked the flow of the river and forced it temporarily to flow backwards.
The Mississippi has long since returned to its natural path, but the remnants of the sand geysers remain. Excavations of those geysers and hunts for hidden fault lines are exposing what happened here and what may await Memphis.
See how it resists?
Martisha Tuttle and Eugene Buddy Schweig see a disturbing record buried in fields. The quakes of 1811 and 1812 were not flukes. They were just the latest in a series that stretches over hundreds, if not thousands of years.
This is the sand dike where the water and sand shot to the surface.
The earthquakes turned the wet, sandy soil into a liquid.
The water pressure between the sand grains starts increasing from the shaking until finally the sand grains are pushed apart so they're not touching each other anymore, and the material, instead of being just a layer of sand, starts behaving like a liquid.
The quakes liquefy soil around 6 meters underground. The increased pressure inside the liquefied soil forces it to seek an outlet. It erupts. But not all of the sand blows date to 1811 and 12. Many erupted earlier, revealing a pattern of shocks here in the heartland.
The older ones seem to cluster in age around 1450 AD and 900 AD, and indeed there are even some older than that. About every 500 years there seems to have been a major earthquake, indeed a sequence of earthquakes.
In a region of little other earthquake activity, thousands of kilometers from any continental plate boundary, this 500-year recurrence has rocked the field of earthquake science.
If you fly over the central part of the United States, all you see is a very quiet farmland. And so you don't see mountains, you don't see a fault scarp, you don't see anything.
What hidden forces generate these earthquakes? Beatrice Magnani of the University of Memphis is trying to expose them. With no faults visible on the surface, Magnani teaches her graduate students to look for fractures underground.
So we discovered a new fault. Nobody knew this fault existed, and it's located right here. Now the key is understanding when this fault moved last, right?
Not far from Memphis, the team hunts for fault lines by essentially taking an X-ray.
we're ready to shoot.
They use seismic waves, the same waves generated by an earthquake. The waves bounce off sediment below and return, where listening devices called geophones pick them up. The recordings reveal not just a single fault, but many.
We're finding that there are many faults that are concealed under the sediments of the Mississippi River.
Memphis's builders never realized it, but they erected their city very close to a major fault system. Memphis, Tennessee is not braced for an earthquake. But if scientists are right, it may soon face a quake that could lay waste to the city and threaten the people who live there.
By some measures, actually, the hazard here is as high as in California. We say that a probability of around a magnitude 6 occurring in the next 50 years is probably something on the order of 80 or 90%.
The quakes that struck here in 1811 and 1812 were even more powerful and blew sand from beneath over a vast area.
These features are so large that you can see them from the air.
Let's take a look at that spot over there. Okay.
The sand blows stretch over thousands of square kilometers. Only large earthquakes can liquefy soil over such a wide area.
I think they were very powerful earthquakes. At least one of them was on the order of a magnitude 7.6 or larger.
In 1811, few buildings existed that could collapse and kill people. But recently, the world witnessed what can happen when a powerful earthquake strikes an unprepared city. This is Haiti in 2010. A magnitude 7 quake struck the capital, Port-au-Prince. Less powerful than the 1811 and 1812 quakes in the US. But it left Port-au-Prince in complete ruin. More than 200,000 people died. Memphis is not likely to suffer destruction on that scale, but the city's vulnerability worries emergency managers like Jim Wilkinson.
We have a seismic event here on the magnitude that we're told that we could have. It will truly be catastrophic. It will be something that will take every resource that we have to address.
The ground here keeps shaking with tiny tremors. Memphis gets a reminder of the danger about 4 times a week.
We record roughly 200 earthquakes a year, and they are a magnitude between 4 and 1.5.
These tremors are at the center of a controversy. They could be just aftershocks of 1811 and 1812. Skeptics also point to inconclusive GPS data. If there's little sign underground of forces colliding, then in their view, the fault zone here is shutting down.
Their theory is that probably the 1811, 1812 and the large earthquake that happened before, every 500 years, have unloaded the fault system. We should expect the next earthquake to occur maybe in 10,000 years.
Beatrice Magnani is among those who believe the danger is real.
We should continue monitoring the seismic zone, because that is the system of fault that has been rupturing for the past 5,000 years. And all you need is one.
Just outside Memphis, a hidden fault may be like a spring, ready to release. 3,000 kilometers to the northwest, in Cascadia, there is no debate. The clock here is already ticking. Scientists are trying to determine if its cities will survive a mega-thrust quake. Such a quake here could be the first in history to hit a major American city.
As it turns out, we just haven't had really large earthquakes near our really tall buildings.
Tom Heaton of the California Institute of Technology and Kim Olson of San Diego State University have each studied how a megaquake will shake Cascadia. In Olson's 3D model, the entire region suffers rapid shaking, the yellow and green. It's a phenomenon seen in many earthquakes. The ground moves back and forth very quickly.
In that rapid shaking, unreinforced brick buildings often collapse.
The region's historic districts are filled with unreinforced brick structures. Then there's the quake's additional danger, duration. In Olson's model, the shaking lasts for more than 5 minutes. That much quaking won't just collapse brick buildings. It will liquefy soils, sever highways, and collapse bridges.
Anytime you have permanent ground deformation, if you have buildings or structures built on them, then they can be extensively damaged.
Yumei Wang monitors geological hazards for Oregon. She expects a Cascadia megaquake to liquefy soils along the rivers, disrupting the state's fuel and energy supplies.
In this area, the land could move out by 25 feet, taking the towers down with it.
For Heaton and Olson, the gravest worry is how skyscrapers will fare, especially those in the region's largest city, Seattle. Skyscrapers are built to flex, which should allow them to survive earthquakes. But a megaquake won't just bombard Seattle with rapid shaking. It will salt the city with another type of wave. In Olson's model, they are red and blue.
A lot of the energy is being transferred to long period waves, and by that I mean like long roller coaster motion waves.
These long period waves make the ground undulate, almost like rolling ocean waves. People on the street may not feel endangered, but skyscrapers will start to sway dramatically. Only huge quakes like the 8.8 that struck Chile in 2010 generate these waves. These waves may be especially dangerous in Seattle because the city lies upon deep soil which traps seismic energy.
It amplifies those slow motions of the ground. It makes them larger and it makes them last a longer period of time.
The fear is that the swaying could become so dangerous that skyscrapers collapse. Tom Heaton has run the calculations over and over, and his findings are disturbing.
Basically, if the roof of the building is swaying more than about 3 feet relative to the base of the building, you're going to start seeing some permanent damage. It's conceivable that you could see collapse.
Heaton estimates that many of the buildings of 10 or more stories could be in danger. John Hooper concedes that some skyscrapers may collapse, but most will not.
The vast majority of buildings, people will be uninjured, be able to get out, etc. Those that might be susceptible to this sort of Cascadia event, there's probably less than 10 on the skyline.
Still, thousands live and work in these buildings. They and millions more could soon suffer one of the worst natural disasters ever to strike the US.
The effect will be widespread, and I think that's a key point. It won't just be Seattle. It could be from Vancouver, British Columbia, all the way down to Northern California.
The nightmare scenario is that the earthquake strikes on a sunny weekday afternoon in the middle of summer. Many are at work in the high-rises and old brick buildings susceptible to collapse. Thousands more are enjoying the beach. Just off the coast of Northern California, the megaquake suddenly begins.
The rupture starts perhaps at one end of the fault and ruptures to the other end, tearing like a zipper. Goes at about 3 kilometers a second on average.
As North America jolts upwards, it generates the tsunami. At 1,000 kilometers an hour, it will take 4 hours to hit Hawaii and 8 hours to swamp Japan. Hopefully, most there will reach higher ground. In North America, it isn't the tsunami that arrives first, but the powerful seismic waves, hurtling through the earth at 11,000 kilometers an hour.
There will be no warning. People will know that an earthquake hit when the ground starts to shake.
It's going to blow people's minds. It's going to be strong shaking like nobody's ever felt before.
Bridges collapse. The ground sinks. In less than 2 minutes, the first waves hit Portland, Oregon. Those in the city's historic buildings do not have much time. Hundreds, if not thousands, could be caught in these old buildings. Less than 30 seconds later, the first waves reach Seattle. The violent shaking is only the beginning for Cascadia's largest city.
Might get half a minute of just sort of low-level shaking. Then the ground shaking might begin to build on you.
The city's deep soil traps the waves and amplifies them.
If you were in a tall building, the building would start to sway quite a lot.
The shaking has gone on for more than 2 long minutes. Fires erupt across the region.
There could be thousands of landslides.
3.5 minutes in, some skyscrapers begin to suffer catastrophic damage.
Most steel buildings will begin to fracture the welds. In the case of concrete, they'll start to get cracks in the concrete elements.
Some may collapse. It seems like an eternity, but after 5.5 minutes, the ground finally stops shaking. The survivors in the cities evacuate. They've just endured one of the Earth's most violent events. But for those on the coast, the worst is yet to come.
Get ready to run to high ground. If you're in a low-lying area, you need to get inland.
It takes 20 minutes after the shaking stops for the first massive wave to hit Oregon.
It's not just one wave. It's a series of waves that will continue to come for many hours and possibly a day.
When it ends, 3 major cities are virtually cut off. Many kilometers of coastline are wiped from the map. Thousands of buildings are permanently damaged or destroyed. More than 1 million are homeless. In Oregon alone, as many as 5,000 are dead.
This is what we think is a low estimate, and that number can go up. This is basically our Katrina. However, we expect to have a lot more damage.
With adequate planning, emergency workers will spread across the area. Helicopters will airlift in much-needed fuel, food and medicine. Slowly, the region will come back to life.
The U.S. is a resilient place. After we get hit by a major event such as Katrina or the World Trade Center attack, we're able to recover. And after a Cascadia earthquake, we'll be able to recover.
Today, a summer day in Cascadia is a picture of tranquility, completely undisturbed by the danger lurking out at sea and beneath its majestic volcanoes. The cities of Portland, Vancouver, and Seattle are safe. For now.
Don't miss Why Planes Crash, a brand new series starting next Monday at 9, only on National Geographic Channel. Stay tuned for Air Crash Investigation.
It's a magnitude 8.8, and it's the same type of earthquake that we saw in Sumatra in 2004. That was a magnitude 9.1.
Investigators believe the threat of a similar megaquake is real. Just offshore, hidden beneath ocean waves, lies a ticking time bomb.
This is the spot where the earthquake's going to come from. It's about 12 to 15 kilometers beneath the seafloor right below us here.
Marine geologist Chris Goldfinger gets as close as humanly possible to the place where the Earth will start to rip apart. A megaquake strike zone. We like to think the Earth beneath our feet is solid. But take a closer look. The crust is actually made of about a dozen plates. They move, grow, and grind into one another along fault lines. This is where megaquakes are born. In the region known as Cascadia, A Pacific plate named Juan de Fuca meets North America and dives below it. It's a special fault called a subduction zone. A megaquake is fueled when two plates get stuck. Pressure builds and then breaks free with fury. Investigators can't look into the Earth and watch the plates, but their high-tech tools paint a picture of an impending disaster. A submarine camera captures the point where the two plates make contact, about 100 kilometers off the coast. The video reveals little sign of trouble. But Goldfinger sees enormous and dangerous forces at work.
Okay, we're going to put the pole out.
Sonar can detect what's invisible to a camera's lens.
Yeah, okay. About where that 20 fathom mark is?
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
If the fault is harmless, the seabed should appear smooth and undisturbed. This would indicate the plates are slipping past each other unimpeded. If sonar detects mountains, it's a sign the plates are jammed and an earthquake is building. The sonar map is striking. The Juan de Fuca plate is... It's a calm July afternoon in America's Pacific Northwest. But a surprising storm is brewing, invisible to the naked eye. Deep within the Earth, titanic forces are building towards a catastrophe. A mega quake.
It's going to blow people's minds.
It will be a disaster, much larger than Katrina.
You're talking about something that's tens of thousands of times the size of any earthquake we've seen.
The race is on to predict when it will hit.
I wouldn't be surprised if it happened next week.
And just how powerful the wave of destruction will be. Megaquakes are among the most powerful forces of nature. They rival the destructive energy packed in an arsenal of atomic bombs. And they strike suddenly, violently, and without warning. In 2004, a megaquake in Sumatra triggered a monster wave that killed more than 250,000 people. In 2010, another strike, this time in Chile. This megaquake had the power of thousands of nuclear bombs. It sped up the Earth's rotation, shortened the day by a microsecond, and moved an entire town over 3 meters. Now, many investigators suspect that the Pacific Northwest is in the same crosshairs. 3 large cities: Vancouver, British Columbia, Seattle, Washington, and Portland, Oregon, as well as 10 million people, sit right in the danger zone.
As far as fatalities, it would be on par with what we saw in World War II. We would expect to have 2, 3, 4 people per 1,000 die. It's the same type of earthquake that we saw recently in Chile, which was
Cascadia in the recent past. When will the next one strike? In a frozen vault at Oregon State University, Chris Goldfinger is hunting for clues in piles of dirt. They're soil samples he's gathered from deep below the sea floor. Goldfinger suspects they could reveal how often megaquakes strike. He has about 200 cores, and together they tell a story spanning 10,000 years, at least to a geologist who can read the evidence.
What you see inside are sediments from the last few thousand years. This is one earthquake that goes from here to here.
From subtle shifts in the soil, Goldfinger sees a pattern. The changes mark where an earthquake has triggered an undersea landslide. Carbon dating determines when the quakes struck. The results are ominous. In the past 10,000 years, megastrikes have hit here on 19 separate occasions. Clearly, the ground beneath Cascadia is not as stable as scientists once believed.
The minimum time that we see between earthquakes is about 170 to 200 years, and it's been about 310 since the last one. We're well within the window to have another earthquake.
Our tools can't tell us exactly when the next megaquake will strike. But geologist Tim Melbourne sees clues that reveal how destructive a strike will be.
All right, let's see the antenna here.
Melbourne uses state-of-the-art global positioning.
All right, this looks good.
All right, 5 lights on, that's what we like to see.
GPS reveals what we can't see or feel, and the readings are disturbing. The ground here is moving.
This station is moving 3/4 of an inch a year, and that's because as the Juan de Fuca plate comes in under North America, the overlying North America plate is being dragged with it.
GPS shines a light on the incredible force. The movement varies, but on average, the region is being shoved eastwards by 4 centimeters every year. It's a mammoth distance in geological terms. Since Cascadia's last megaquake in 1700, the region has moved by as much as twice, jamming itself under North America, pushing up the continental shelf. The two plates are not sliding past each other. They are locked in a collision. North America is buckling under pressure from the oceanic plate, and at some point it will suddenly release in one massive jolt.
A subduction earthquake is the largest type of earthquake on Earth, and the reason is that the size of the earthquake is proportional to the surface area that actually moves during the earthquake.
That surface area is huge. It is some 1,000 kilometers long from southern Canada to northern California, and at least 50 kilometers wide, making it as big as Ireland.
The surface area is just giant. Very large surface area makes a very large earthquake.
The fault is so large, scientists give it a special name: a megathrust. And while they've struck before, none has ever threatened an area as highly developed as Cascadia.
In recent times, there has not been a megathrust earthquake under a major city. So we really haven't seen the worst that the Earth can throw at a major city yet.
Due to the fault's size, the tremendous shaking could last for 5 minutes, a virtual lifetime of terror for those who experience it.
One thing that's dramatically different about these big subduction zone earthquakes is that they take a lot longer to rupture because they rupture a large area.
The threat is looming, which poses the question, exactly when will the megathrust strike? Geologists Rob Witter and Tim Walsh are looking for clues. Some of the evidence is cryptic and obscure, like centuries-old Native American legends. They tell of a pitched battle between two creatures, the Thunderbird and the whale.
The Thunderbird is taken to represent strong ground shaking, and the whale is taken to represent the sea. And these native stories typically depict a battle in which the Thunderbird picks the whale up and drops it on land.
To geologists, violent shaking means an earthquake. But the tales also suggest that the shaking caused the sea to invade the land. This long-dead stand of trees is known as a ghost forest. And this ghost forest has a story to tell.
This is a fossil forest, and like the forest behind us here, it was a healthy, vibrant forest full of western red cedar and Sitka spruce.
Investigators suspect a mammoth earthquake sank the land. The tide invaded and created a swamp, killing the trees.
Once this forest was submerged, it couldn't live with the salt water, and slowly the trees began to die off.
The destruction is not unique. In Alaska, a forest died after an earthquake struck in 1964. The 9.2 shock was one of the largest ever recorded. It caused the coast to sink and the sea to invade, just as in Cascadia.
It would be an astonishing coincidence if it were anything but a big earthquake, like the ones we've seen do just this.
Carbon dating shows the ghost forest died around 1700. But the definitive date is corroborated by another event, half a world away, in Japan. And it, too, involved a flood. From out of nowhere, massive waves slammed ashore. The date was the 27th of January, 1700, about when the trees in Cascadia died.
That pointed a finger directly at Cascadia as being the source of that tsunami.
The puzzle came together. In January 1700, a massive earthquake hit and sank the coast, flooding the forests. It also generated a tsunami powerful enough to swamp unsuspecting villagers thousands of kilometers away. Megaquakes have devastated.
Yellowstone, Wyoming. In spring 2003, strange things began happening in America's most famous national park. The tallest geyser in the world, which can go 50 years without erupting, burst into life, spraying columns of superheated water hundreds of feet into the air.
There were new cracks in the ground. The ground heated up to the point where the National Park Service had to close some trails.
Not long after, a group of bison collapsed and died, victims of poisonous fumes from below the ground. Satellite pictures revealed that something ominous was happening beneath the earth. On the internet, unfounded rumors spread that a supervolcano, an eruption so large that it only occurs on average every 700,000 years, was about to blow.
These things happen. You can look at the Earth and see the scars. They happen, and they're going to happen again.
Now, Naked Science asks, if Yellowstone experiences another super eruption, could the United States survive? The last supervolcanic eruption occurred 74,000 years ago. An explosion so large that it could wipe out a civilization. But what makes a supervolcano?
Supervolcano generates the biggest explosive eruptions that we've ever seen.
A single supervolcano explosion is 1 million times bigger than Hiroshima. No ordinary volcano comes close. Regular volcanoes eject millions of cubic feet of ash and debris. Supervolcanoes eject billions. Regular volcanoes can throw ash over an entire state. The ash from a supervolcano could blanket half the United States. Supervolcanoes are real events. Over 20 have been recorded in the history of the Earth, and over half of these happened in North America.
Imagine a situation with worldwide famine.
People will be literally burnt to a cinder.
The results will be catastrophic.
We could be seeing 1 billion people dead. We could be seeing the start of a breakdown in the social fabric of the planet.
But where will the next supervolcano erupt? Many scientists now believe that an active supervolcano exists under Yellowstone National Park, prompting this not-so-trivial question. If Yellowstone erupted today, could we survive?
There's no technology that I can conceive of that could stop a super eruption.
It would be very difficult for the United States to survive as it is now.
Yellowstone National Park. 3,400 square miles of protected wilderness situated mostly in northwest Wyoming. The hot springs and geysers have attracted tourists for over 100 years. Unknown to them, deep beneath the beautiful landscape, lies a hidden terror. To find out what makes Yellowstone so potentially dangerous, Naked Science brought in geologist Bob Christensen. He has spent decades climbing over Yellowstone's rocks, uncovering its secret past.
Yellowstone is a unique place in the world. It's best known for its hydrothermal features, which is the name we give to hot springs and geysers and steam vents or fumaroles. All of these features are indicative of the great amount of heat that is pouring out from the interior of the Earth to its surface.
30 times more heat pours out of the ground in Yellowstone than anywhere else in the Rockies. Scientists had always assumed that the heat came from an extinct volcano that died long before the last ice age. Then, on August 17, 1959, a major earthquake changed that view forever. The quake triggered a giant landslide at Hebgen Lake to the west of the park. 80 million tons of rock broke off a mountain and crashed down onto a campsite. The quake killed 28 campers. 19 of their bodies were never found. It was the deadliest earthquake to hit the mainland United States since 1933. Since then, Yellowstone has become a laboratory. Geologists covered the park in seismometers. When they examined their data, they found Yellowstone averaged over 25 earthquakes a week. It was the most seismically active area of the United States outside California, but no one knew exactly why. The U.S. Geological Survey commissioned a huge study of the area. The man they chose for the job was Bob Christensen. His investigations first alerted people to the threat lying underground. Christensen and his team quickly realized that Yellowstone was the site of a large volcanic eruption. A thick layer of ash and debris covered the bedrock. It must have come from a volcano.
So all of these materials erupted together in a volume accumulating to about 250 cubic miles. Now that's an inconceivably large volume.
That's enough material to bury the whole of Texas under 5 feet of ash. But Bob wanted to know, where was the smoking gun, the enormous volcano the ash had come from? Ordinary volcanoes are easily recognized from their distinctive cone shape. But Bob couldn't find any sign of a cone in Yellowstone. Over the next 5 years, he carefully mapped the terrain. What he found was not a cone, but something more astonishing. A crater so large that it was impossible to see it all, even from the air. Here was the site of a supervolcano. But how had it formed? Several miles beneath every volcano is a magma chamber, an area of molten rock. In the case of a supervolcano, the magma chamber is huge, tens of miles in diameter. When the pressure in the chamber gets too great, the magma erupts, and the ground above collapses into the partially empty chamber, creating a giant depression in the earth, a caldera.
Dimensions of the magma chamber were at least 50 miles long by about 25 miles across.
The caldera was enormous. The whole center of Yellowstone Park had once blown out and up. This was the site of an incredible eruption, one so large that it must have affected the whole planet. To understand just how big this eruption was, we compared it to the United States' biggest volcanic eruption in living memory. Mount St. Helens erupted in May 1980, blasting 7 billion tons of rock from the side of the mountain. Enough debris to bury Manhattan to a depth of 55 feet. The eruption was equal to 500 Hiroshima nuclear bombs. It flattened an area of forest 3 times the size of Washington, D.C., and sent ash 15 miles into the sky. By any measurement, it was big. But the eruption that created the Yellowstone caldera was much, much bigger, an astonishing 1,000 times greater than the Mount St. Helens blast. But there was another surprise. From analyzing the layers of ash, Bob found 2 other giant calderas. One was even bigger, 60 miles long by 30 miles wide. The eruption that caused it was 2,500 times the size of Mount St. Helens.
This is the spot where we first recognized the distinction between these 2 volcanic units and realized that Yellowstone has had a much longer, more complicated history of evolution than was appreciated at first.
Bob had discovered 3 enormous eruptions right in the heart of the United States. Yellowstone gave birth to several supervolcanoes, which raises the unnerving thought, could Yellowstone erupt again? Geologist Bob Smith has been trying to answer that question. Bob Smith grew up with Yellowstone. He had his first job in the park 50 years ago. He's gathered evidence that suggests that our worst nightmares about Yellowstone could be true. In the 1970s, he was revisiting Yellowstone Lake when he noticed that the landscape had changed since he was last there.
Trees just at the edge of the lake seem to have water in the root systems and been inundated by a few inches of water.
Strangely, this only occurred at the south end of the lake. Bob came up with an extraordinary theory. He suggested that the whole north end of the lake had risen, pushing the water to the south. To check his theory, he organized a new survey of the land which hadn't been surveyed since the 1920s.
We went to the old benchmarks that were set up along the highways by the original road surveyors. The surveyor said to me, well, these people really have made a big error, these people in 1923, because I'm off from them some like 18 inches to 2 feet.
A thorough check revealed that the original survey was correct. This meant that between 1923 and 1977, the center of the caldera had risen over 2 feet. But that wasn't all. New surveys in the last 10 years revealed a further surprise.
Lo and behold, the ground was going down between basically 1995 and 2000. So we were pretty excited because it gave us this idea that it's dynamic and it's truly alive. This is really kind of a living, breathing caldera.
It looked like the volcano was still active. But could this amazing discovery be true? Naked Science tracked down a scientist who has crucial evidence that supports Bob's theory. That evidence comes from people who died centuries ago. For over 11,000 years, Native Americans lived around the lake, hunting the bison that came here to drink. The primitive weapons they left behind reveal the position of their settlements. Archaeologists have collected these arrowheads and mapped their locations. The arrowheads show that the native villages moved back and forth 6 times over the last 15,000 years as the edge of the lake rose and fell. The rise and fall of the caldera shows that the volcano is active. That makes it a massive ticking time bomb. If it erupts, it could be the biggest blast in the history of mankind. For the first time, Naked Science can show you what will happen if Yellowstone erupts. It's a dramatic spectacle, and the result would be no fun at all. Yellowstone National Park is sitting on a time bomb, a supervolcano so large that it could throw debris 15 miles high, trigger monster avalanches, and generally wreak havoc. To see if the United States could survive a Yellowstone super eruption, Naked Science needed to know just how big that eruption would be. We traveled to London to meet Bill McGuire, one of the world's leading experts on volcanoes.
A supervolcano generates the biggest explosive eruptions that we've ever seen.
Geologists measure eruptions using the Volcanic Explosivity Index.
It's a little bit like a volcanic Richter scale, and it runs from 0 up to 8.
At level 1 are tiny eruptions throwing 350,000 cubic feet of ash into the air. Level 2 eruptions are slightly bigger, like this blast from Mount Etna in Sicily. This volcano in New Zealand, ejecting enough ash to fill 58 football stadiums, is a level 3. The 1883 eruption of Krakatoa in Indonesia was a level 6. A supervolcano? Make that level 8.
Each point on that scale represents an eruption 10 times bigger than the one below.
Mount St. Helens was a 5. A super eruption is at least 1,000 times bigger. But what factors make supervolcanoes like Yellowstone so explosive? The answer lies in the type of magma, or molten rock, that triggers the eruption. Quiet volcanoes, like Kilauea in Hawaii, have a very runny magma called basalt. When the magma reaches the surface, any gases trapped within it escape gently. There's no violent eruption. But the magma beneath Yellowstone is completely different. It contains larger amounts of a substance called silica, which can bind vast quantities of explosive gas into the magma.
If you combine that binding phenomenon with lots of gas, then you have a recipe for a really big explosion.
A supervolcano isn't just the world's biggest bomb. It's a bomb that throws smaller bombs. To see what sort of bang it would make, you need to compare it to the largest man-made explosions ever. This is the most powerful bomb ever detonated by the United States. It's the Castle Bravo hydrogen bomb, set off on Bikini Atoll in 1954. But at 15 megatons, it's still 160 times smaller than a supervolcano eruption. This is the world's biggest bomb. In 1961, the Soviet Air Force dropped a 50-megaton bomb over Novaya Zemlya in the Arctic Ocean. The mushroom cloud rose above the stratosphere, and the shock wave traveled 3 times around the Earth. Imagine an eruption 50 times bigger than this, and you have a supervolcano. Any way you look at it, that kind of eruption would be a very nasty surprise. So how will the emergency services know that a super eruption is on the way? All volcanoes warn us that they are about to erupt. The first sign of a Yellowstone eruption would probably be the ground rising. Just before Mount St. Helens erupted, the mountain bulged, growing 5 feet per day. A similar kind of uplift would be likely at Yellowstone. As magma deep below the surface of the Earth rises, it splits the rocks above. In Yellowstone, it would probably lift the whole caldera, an area the size of Houston and Dallas, 10 feet or more into the air. Weeks or even months before a Yellowstone supereruption, these warning signs would trigger the mother of all evacuations. The area 60 miles around the volcano would become a hazard zone. Officials would place on alert the surrounding region, up to 200 miles, readying people for a violent eruption.
Roadblock set up, East River Road, Elk.
As people evacuated the area, geologists would look out for new warning signs that would tell them an eruption is imminent.
You start to see swarms of earthquakes as fresh magma moved into the system and broke the rock above it, and it started to rise upwards.
These earthquakes produce distinctive waveforms on the seismographs. The crack of rocks fracturing creates a signal that starts with a sharp rise and fades quickly. Long before an eruption, swarms of earthquakes would sweep the hazard zone and surrounding area. Just before a volcanic eruption, the signal produced by regular earthquakes would give way to a new signal, a long, continuous vibration.
Now, when magma's opened a space for itself, it will start to move through that, and as it moves through that fairly rapidly, it will vibrate the walls of the crack or the conduit, and that will give you a sort of rumbling signal.
It sounds like the vibration of a large organ pipe. Scientists call it harmonic tremor. It's the last warning. This is what magma racing towards the surface might sound like. For For anyone brave or foolish enough to remain in the hazard zone, the chances of escape would be slim. The Big Bang would be moments away. The blast of a super eruption would be awesome enough, but it's nothing compared to what would follow. Spreading out from Yellowstone would come one of nature's most deadly forces, violent churning clouds of rock, ash, and gas called pyroclastic flows.
Well, pyroclastic flows are the nastiest of all volcanic phenomena. They are blasts of fragmented magma, hot ash, incandescent gases that travel at hurricane velocities, and they blast out across the ground surface in all directions from the eruption.
It's like an avalanche on steroids. Hidden beneath the turbulent cloud of scalding hot ash is a mass of tumbling rocks. At temperatures as high as 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit, it sweeps down the mountain at high speeds, destroying everything it touches. There's nowhere to run and absolutely nowhere to hide.
Death comes pretty quickly, not from the actual burning of the skin outside, but from inhaling these very, very hot gases. And they really wreck the lungs and the throat almost instantaneously. After that, the water in the human tissue is boiled off, and there are cases in some past eruptions where people's skulls are seen popped apart as the brain essentially has exploded.
For tangible recent evidence of the nasty nature of pyroclastic flows, Naked Science paid a visit to the Caribbean island of Montserrat. Hell came to this paradise in 1997 in the form of giant pyroclastic flows. David Lee is a local filmmaker. In 1995, he had a hair-raising run-in with an exploding volcano.
There's an eruption right now. That's hot stuff going up. There's rocks coming up, and I'm getting out of here.
He had climbed to the summit of the volcano to film it when it erupted.
Now do I look scared? I'm not out of here yet. I'm only down about 600 feet. If the whole thing went, wouldn't have a chance up here.
You could have seen pyroclastic flows rushing down those slopes at fantastic speeds, maybe 60 to 100 miles an hour, maybe even more. And they rush out over the ocean and they just float out over the sea. It's an amazing thing to see.
The power and fury of these pyroclastic flows are awesome. But they're nothing compared to what would spew forth from a supervolcano. To see what happens when a pyroclastic flow hits a major town, Naked Science visited Plymouth on Montserrat.
We're just coming into the capital city of Montserrat, which was Plymouth, and it has been hit by pyroclastic flows and devastated in 1997.
David Lee witnessed the flows that hit the town. The experience is seared in his memory.
At the daytime, they look like a gray mass. You wouldn't even think they were dangerous, although they're moving quickly. At night, they are totally on fire, totally incandescent, just glowing, and you could see them sweeping down over the city, and everything they touch, because they're probably 500 degrees or more, just bursts into flame. Most of the population was up on the hillsides as close as we could get, and you could see the whole city burning.
Once, over 4,000 people lived here. Today, it's a ghost town. The city center is buried in ash, a modern-day Pompeii. Montserrat's disaster was appalling, but its volcano was relatively small, and life on the island has begun to recover. If this had been a supervolcano, we'd be looking at no life whatsoever. Within an hour of a Yellowstone supereruption, pyroclastic flows could race across the countryside and engulf the valley of Jackson Hole and the town of Livingston, some 50 miles away. Within a 60-mile radius, 90% of any remaining people would be killed. A few might be blown to pieces in the initial blast. Most would suffocate in the heat of pyroclastic flows. But this would just be the beginning. Blowing across the states would be the mother of all ash clouds, an aerial mountain of deadly particles and debris. Yellowstone National Park is the site of a recurring supervolcano. An eruption so large that if it happens again, it would destroy nearly everything within 60 miles. But what would happen next as a mountain of ash begins to spread and then fall? The Yellowstone supereruption could throw ash 15 miles into the atmosphere. The fallout could cover half the United States. 3 days after the eruption, the skies would be dark and deadly. From scientists' predictions, Naked Science has pieced together a picture of the country after 3 days of ashfall. At 6 times heavier than wet snow, wet ash would cause many roofs to collapse, clog up filters of cars, and ground aircraft across much of the western U.S. Any planes in flight would be in danger of crashing, their engines clogged by the fine particles. When Mount St. Helens erupted, swirling particles of ash in the atmosphere generated lightning, which in turn ignited scores of forest fires. A supervolcano could ignite hundreds. The worst affected region would be the downwind area up to 500 miles from Yellowstone, as far away as Salt Lake City and Denver. Carried by the normal prevailing winds, the ash would reach Denver in about 24 hours. By the time it had finished falling, it could be deeper than 3 feet. Within this zone, no movement would be possible for 2 days. Roads would be invisible, and people outdoors would not be able to see where they were going. Transportation would come to a stop. Winds whipping up the ash would create dust clouds, and people stranded in the open would likely suffocate within hours. Moist ash collecting on power lines would short insulators, cutting off power. If it happened in winter, then the cold weather would take more lives. Falling rain would wash ash into rivers, creating giant mudflows called lahars, smashing everything in their path. Pumping stations at reservoirs would be clogged with ash, leaving many people without fresh water. Nuclear power stations dependent on cooling water from rivers would be forced to close. As with the aftermath of any catastrophe, lawlessness could take over. Livestock could die from lack of grass and water. Hospitals could stop running. The old, the sick, and the very young would be even more vulnerable. In this central zone, up to 10% of the population, or 500,000 people, could die. 7 days after the eruption, Yellowstone could still be pumping ash into the air. 1,000 miles away, in places like Santa Fe and Kansas City, the ash would continue to fall and to kill.
Keep one low on your head.
The ash itself is deadly. Anyone living under the path of the ash cloud would need to protect themselves. That's because volcanic ash isn't really ash at all. It's rock that has been blown apart into tiny pieces. To see what makes it so dangerous, naked science put it under an electron microscope. Up close, the particles show up as minute shards of glass with jagged edges. If these get into the lungs, they can be deadly. But not the way you might expect. To find out what can happen to people who inhale this ash, Naked Science traveled to Nebraska to meet Mike Voorhees, a respected American paleontologist. In the 1970s, Professor Voorhees made a startling discovery.
I was prospecting for fossils here and came across this volcanic ash bed. And right at the bottom of the ash bed was the skull of a baby rhinoceros sticking out.
It was the start of an incredible find. Underneath 10 feet of ash was an ancient waterhole, full of skeletons of horses, camels, and rhinos. The mass grave contained over 200 animals. All died within days of each other. Scientists suspected the killer was ash, but they had no proof. When the ash was tested, they were shocked to find that it had come from an extinct volcano almost 1,000 miles away in Idaho. Mike's discovery led him to conclude that volcanic ash can kill even 1,000 miles from its source. But how?
I think I can demonstrate how it did it. The ash is so fine that it drifts easily on the wind. So it probably took maybe 6 or 7 hours for the ash to get to Nebraska from the volcano.
Fine ash hangs in the air, the same air we breathe.
This ash is so far from the volcano that only the very, very finest material settled out here. So it's so fine that it makes a dust that easily gets into the lungs.
In his laboratory, Mike and his team started examining the bones. There was something unusual about them.
Right up here in the front part of the jaw is healthy bone. This is the way a fossilized camel jaw should look. But this one has something extra. It actually has symptoms of the disease that killed the animal.
Unlike normal fossils, every single bone they found was covered in a strange white substance. The white spongy substance is new bone growth. It's a classic sign that an animal has died of the rare lung ailment known as Marie's disease. As the lungs fail, the skeletal system goes out of control, rapidly depositing new bone on top of old. It reveals that the animals died a slow and painful death. As their lungs, choked by ash, started to fail, it caused their bones to grow thicker. Racked with pain, they were drawn to the waterhole where they died, all within a month of the eruption. If the Yellowstone supervolcano erupts, no one within 1,000 miles would be safe. Prolonged exposure to the fine ash would guarantee a lingering death from Marie's disease. The death toll from the immediate blast of a Yellowstone eruption would be bad enough. But for those who survived the explosion and even the ash fall, it could get worse. DNA evidence suggests that the last supervolcano eruption created a mini ice age that nearly led to the extinction of the human race. An eruption of the Yellowstone supervolcano would cause widespread devastation across the United States. In the first day, those spared by the initial blast would face pyroclastic flows that would sweep out from Yellowstone, destroying nearly everything within 60 miles. 3 days after the eruption, normal life within 500 miles of the volcano would be impossible. Within a week, the center of the U.S. would be buried under a thick carpet of ash, killing thousands with a painful lung disease. But scientists now suggest that the greatest impact would come months after the eruption. They believe that the deadliest part of a supervolcano eruption is not the ash that falls to the ground, but the gases that stay in the air. Professor Mike Rampino of New York University investigates how volcanic eruptions in the past changed the climate of the planet. To find out what will happen if Yellowstone erupts, Naked Science brought Professor Rampino to New England. An old tombstone in a New Hampshire graveyard contains a warning of what a supervolcano would bring. It records the events of 1816, a date that became known as the year without a summer.
And this is a memorial to a farmer named Reuben Whitten, who managed to save the town of Ashland, New Hampshire in 1816 by growing enough wheat on his land to feed the community. There was snow in June and frosts in July and again in August that killed most of the wheat in the lowlands, but Reuben Whitten managed to grow enough wheat in the highlands here to feed the town.
They were lucky. In 1816, the growing season in New Hampshire dropped from 120 days to just 60, killing the crops in the ground before they could ripen. And it wasn't just America that was affected. Bad weather caused harvests to fail in Europe. 1816 to 1817 witnessed the worst famine in over a century. The cold weather was believed to be caused by a volcano. To find out more, Mike Rampino went to Harvard University to search the historical records. They show that in 1815, the year before the cold summer, the volcano of Tambora to the east of Java blew its top. Although not a super eruption, this volcano, even at 10,000 miles away, had a far-reaching effect. It's our best clue to what will happen when a supervolcano erupts.
Explosive volcanoes put material up into the stratosphere. And the most important thing is they release sulfur dioxide gas, which is converted into sulfuric acid aerosols, little droplets, in the Earth's atmosphere, in the stratosphere.
Scientists agree that what made Tambora such a killer was the 200 million tons of sulfur dioxide it pumped into the air.
These tiny droplets are spread worldwide by the stratospheric winds, and they produce a veil that covers the Earth and cuts out some of the sunlight that's coming in, so that the sun actually appears dimmer. And so less sunlight is warming the Earth, and it's natural then the Earth cools down.
This dimmer effect caused the famine of 1816. By some estimates, Tambora killed 71,000 people, twice as many as Krakatoa, mainly through starvation. It's the deadliest volcanic eruption in recorded history. A supervolcano's effect might be even greater.
The effect it would have on the atmosphere is much more severe than any of the historic volcanic eruptions like Tambora. And we estimate that the drop in temperature globally after a Yellowstone-sized supereruption would be about 10 degrees Fahrenheit. Now, that is a very severe cooling. Frost and snowfall, and even in equatorial regions. Tropical vegetation has no cold hardiness. So a frost in the tropics would kill off all the above ground vegetation. And in that kind of situation, the climatic effects, the loss of the growing season for 1 or 2 years, it's been estimated that you could lose billions of people from the Earth's population.
Evidence suggests this type of climate change has happened before. Some scientists believe that the last time a supervolcano erupted, it very nearly wiped out the human race. 74,000 years ago, a supervolcano erupted on the island of Toba in Indonesia.
It's a very, very large volume eruption, the same kind of thing we might see from Yellowstone. And it's interesting to note that at that time, there's genetic evidence that the human population went through a bottleneck.
Before the volcano erupted, scientists believed that humans were abundant throughout Africa. Around the time of the eruption, their numbers plummeted.
The population of human beings in that bottleneck was about a few thousand. At most 10,000, some people think as little as 3,000. So imagine the entire human population of the planet at that time reduced to a few thousand individuals. It's very close to an extinction of Homo sapiens.
According to these scientists, a supervolcano has nearly ended human life once already. Could it happen again? And just as importantly for us, when? An active supervolcano lies in waiting under Yellowstone National Park. If it were to explode, it could plunge the world into a volcanic winter. As the global temperature dropped, millions could die. It would be by far the biggest disaster ever to hit the modern world. It sounds terrifying. But if it happens 500,000 years from now, we're not quite so worried. If it's 5 years, start packing. So when will Yellowstone next erupt? The scientist in charge of Yellowstone Volcano Observatory is Jake Lowenstern. If Yellowstone is about to erupt, it's his job to see it coming. Using the very latest technology, he can tell what is happening below ground at any time.
There's over 20 seismometers that are located within the park. The seismic data is recorded continuously, sent to the University of Utah.
The key to knowing when Yellowstone is going to blow is understanding the composition of the magma underground. The magma deep below Yellowstone is made of 3 things: gas bubbles, crystals of cooled magma, and a certain percentage of molten rock or melt. Before a volcano can explode, the magma chamber has to contain enough melt to trigger the eruption.
Generally, it appears that about 50% melt is needed in a magma for it to erupt.
So what percentage of rock below Yellowstone is melt? To find the answer, scientists have recently analyzed the seismic waves created by earthquakes. Like a giant ultrasound scan, these allowed them to see into the earth and estimate the percentage of melt below ground.
We do have some data that indicates that the magma chamber on a caldera-wide basis is only about 10% melt, and therefore it doesn't seem likely at this time that Yellowstone caldera could have one of these really large caldera-forming eruptions. There's just not enough highly molten material down there.
But in 2003, geologists monitoring the volcano saw unusual signs that Yellowstone was becoming more active. Dan Durishan is a geologist with the U.S. Geological Survey's Volcano Hazards Group. He was one of the first to see the signs of the increased activity.
The tallest geyser in the world erupted several times, Steamboat Geyser.
A very rare event.
There were new cracks in the ground. The ground heated up to the point where the National Park Service had to close some trails. We discovered that a different part of the area was going up. And frankly, the only thing we can think of that could be down there that would be causing the uplift is magma. It could mean that the system is getting closer to its next eruption and we're starting to see intrusion of magma. We don't know.
So what could these signs mean? In the past, the Yellowstone supervolcano has erupted 3 times.
These things happen. You can look at the Earth and see the scars. They happen and they're going to happen again.
Yellowstone appears to be in a cycle.
The last 3 super eruptions at Yellowstone occurred 2.0 million years ago, 1.3 million years ago, and 0.6 million years ago. Well, that sounds like we're getting ready for the next eruption.
But these dates are not an exact cycle. The eruptions varied by plus or minus 100,000 years. This means that the next Yellowstone eruption might not happen for another 100,000 years.
So will the next one occur at 0 or 100,000 years from now? We don't know.
According to the scientists, it's unlikely that Yellowstone will blow in a super eruption at any time soon. But one thing is sure, super eruptions do happen. And being a little cautious, we wanted to know if Yellowstone were about to explode, is there any way we could stop it? Some have suggested that the way to prevent a supervolcano eruption would be to drill hundreds or thousands of holes down to the magma chamber to release the pressure of the gases.
It just wouldn't work. First of all, it's a technological challenge to drill to the depths of these magma chambers, on the order of 6 miles perhaps in some cases. But even if you drill that far, all you would be doing is a pinprick in a very large, very complicated system. It's not just a big balloon full of magma, and it wouldn't notice. There's no technology that I can conceive of that I've ever heard discussed that could stop a super eruption.
So we can't stop one with any known technology. If Yellowstone blows, is there any way the United States could survive?
It would be very difficult for the United States to survive as it is now in the immediate aftermath of an eruption, a super eruption at Yellowstone.
The United States would be crippled. Thousands could die in the blast. Millions more could perish from breathing in ash or from the famine that many predict. But recognizing the danger and detailed disaster planning could yet offer hope. Some scientists believe the preparation of hardened facilities would allow survivors to dig themselves out and respond effectively. The size of the underground threat means that Yellowstone will be on round-the-clock surveillance for centuries to come. Fortunately for us, supervolcanoes are extremely rare events. On average, one erupts somewhere on Earth every 700,000 years. The challenge facing scientists is finding where and when the next one will happen before it's too late.
The Earth. From 60,000 miles away, it seems calm enough. A blue sphere turning peacefully in space. But travel thousands of miles closer, and recently you would have found a turbulent and terrifying place. Here in the atmosphere, hurricanes and tornadoes are spawned. Down below is the realm of volcanoes and earthquakes. From last Boxing Day until now, this has been the most disastrous year on record, with hundreds of billions of pounds of losses and more than 500,000 deaths. There have been 3 massive earthquakes. It's been the hottest year on record and the stormiest. Scientists were amazed by the long count of catastrophes.
It's been an unusual year.
It looks like things are getting worse and worse.
It's been an incredible year.
People on every continent were affected in some way by the year's disasters. And with video and phone cameras, the devastation was captured by professionals and amateurs alike.
I was there on the day when the earth shook.
It's horrible to see home look like a war zone.
This is an act of nature.
For the last 12 months, the world's leading scientists and climatologists have tried to make sense of what happened. The big question is, was 2005 an unlucky year, or are there fundamental changes in the way our planet behaves? Are this year's disasters a terrifying glimpse into the future? On Boxing Day 2004, around the Indian Ocean, the world was waking up. Off the coast of Sumatra, fishermen had been at work since dawn. On the beaches of Thailand, restaurant owners were opening up for the day. In Sri Lanka, a British tourist was beginning a holiday with her husband. Further down the coast, 1,500 people were starting a train journey. None of these people was aware that in the Earth's crust, tremendous forces were about to be unleashed that would change their lives forever. On the 26th of December, a massive earthquake ruptured the ocean floor 150 miles off the coast of Sumatra. It measured a massive 9.5 on the Richter scale, making it more powerful than all the world's earthquakes in the last 5 years put together. Closest to the epicenter was Banda Aceh on the island of Sumatra. Most earthquakes are over in a few seconds. This one lasted an incredible 9 minutes. All over the city, buildings collapsed. Thousands were killed instantly. But this was only the beginning. There was much worse to come. Under the sea, a deadly chain reaction was set in motion, and a giant wave, or tsunami, raced out from the earthquake epicenter at the speed of a jet airliner. First in line was Sumatra. A few miles off the coast, fishermen noticed an unusual swell, and familiar currents changed direction. Then the tsunami headed towards the coast, quickly building in size and power. In Banda Aceh, people were still in shock after the earthquake. Then came confused messages about the giant wave, and there was immediate panic. Minutes after the earthquake, the tsunami wave swept into the city, bringing with it a lethal cargo of debris. In just 15 minutes, the tsunami waves killed tens of thousands of people in Banda Aceh. Then it swept on. In Thailand on Boxing Day morning, beaches were stirring into life. No one was aware of the catastrophe in Banda Aceh, and no warning had been issued about the approaching tsunami. In seconds, 1,000 tons of water crashed down on every meter of beach. Then the tsunami raced inland, picking up debris and people as it went. Tom Travers and Richard Anthony own a restaurant in Kamala. They were having breakfast when they saw the tsunami racing towards them.
I probably went from about 300 meters out to the break wall here in less than a minute. And then came round sort of under the restaurant, took out the whole beach, went onto the road just a little bit, and then took out our lower deck.
The entire bay was just littered with umbrellas, beach chairs. For about 150, 200 meters out, everything was just cloudy. And I just thought, wow, something very serious has happened.
Here, grab it, quick.
When the wave receded, Tom and Richard assumed that the worst was over. They couldn't have been more wrong.
Coming again! Coming again! Big one. Big up! Oh my God!
Almost out of nowhere, it was like a class 4, class 5 rapids just started moving up, like freestanding waves coming right towards us with a bigger wall behind it. And that's when everyone just started screaming, like, run.
"45 minutes later, a third, even more powerful wave smashed onto the beach. These repeated onslaughts led to widespread confusion and panic. No one knew what would happen next.
Couldn't see the road. Half the temple was underwater, and just horrendous sounds of crunching and breaking and smashing. It was a really sick feeling, just knowing anybody that would have been on the ground level, gone. I mean, just swept away. Hopefully they floated to higher ground or something, but anybody who was in shops would have been in serious trouble.
Finally, the last wave retreated, sucking debris and people out to sea.
My God, I hope there's no people in there.
Big disaster. Huge disaster.
In Thailand on Boxing Day, 5,000 people from 57 countries were killed by the tsunami. 3,000 are still missing, presumed dead. The tsunami hadn't finished yet. At about the same time it hit Thailand, it swept in towards Sri Lanka. Still, no warning had been issued, and the tsunami, still traveling at 500 miles per hour, smashed into the southern city of Gal, causing massive destruction in minutes and killing thousands. The other side of Sri Lanka should have been more sheltered from the tsunami, but the waves twisted round the tip of the island and then headed straight for the coast south of Colombo. This is where Brenda Castle and her husband Jeff were staying at a holiday resort by the beach. That morning, Brenda was in the hotel basement talking to her tour rep when the wave hit.
There was this terrible noise. It was just like a roar. And there was this wall of black water coming down a staircase. You don't think anything because you haven't got a clue what it is. You can't think what it is.
At the same time, 3 floors above, Jeff was calmly videotaping the retreating wave.
We don't know what happened, but suddenly the ocean came up and we have a tidal wave. And what used to be our hotel is now a lake.
Jeff was blissfully unaware that in the hotel basement, his wife was fighting for her life.
Then there was that moment when I thought I was going to die. You just get on with thinking about how to stay above the water level and just keep doing that, really. Things were hitting me.
At the last moment, Brenda's tour rep suddenly reappeared.
And he climbed in and held me up out of the water and said, "Don't worry, because I will get you out of here. I will get you out."
Ironically enough, sunshine-wise, it was the best day we'd had.
Brenda was lucky, but in Sri Lanka, many thousands of others were not. As she recovered at her hotel, the tsunami was about to cause the worst train disaster in history. The Queen of the South plies the picturesque route between Colombo and Gal, and the railway is never far from the sea. On Boxing Day, English tourist Shenth Ravindra was crammed among 1,500 other passengers.
I heard the water, and it just came like this. I didn't see a wave as such. It just sort of came like a flood. Then all of a sudden, it came and started hitting the train, and it hit the train to such an extent that the carriage got detached from the other carriages that were behind us and in front of us, and shunted off the tracks. And then the water started to spill in. It felt to come all the way up to my chin. And then I thought, right, I've got to get out of here. I was able to climb through this doorway and make my way onto the corner of the roof and the wall. There was a lot of chaos and pandemonium and worry and screaming. People are using any escape route that they could.
As the wave receded, all the passengers felt lucky to have survived and started to relax.
I didn't have a clue. I just thought it might have been a freak wave, a one-off.
Then the second wave hit.
All I could see was a wall of water that took up about 80 to 85% of the horizon, and the sky was blocked.
The second wave completely engulfed the train, but miraculously, Shenth's carriage stayed upright.
Luckily, it just pushed the carriage quite neatly along to the point where it wedged against a house.
Shenth jumped to safety, but most of the other passengers were not as fortunate.
And I could see people still in the train that were obviously dead.
As the train disappeared beneath the water, 1,500 people were drowned. In Sri Lanka and India, more than 45,000 people died on Boxing Day. After Banda Aceh, this was the worst affected region of the Indian Ocean. 4 hours after the earthquake, the tsunami sped on, heading for the east coast of Africa. By now, international warnings had at last been issued, and in Kenya, authorities organized evacuations along the coast. As a result, there was just a single fatality. But many small fishing villages were destroyed. And in neighboring Somalia, where no warnings were issued, more than 200 died. In the next 24 hours, the tsunami rippled across all the oceans of the world. Coastlines had been destroyed. Hundreds of thousands were dead. It seemed nature had done its worst, but the year had just begun. The Boxing Day tsunami was the worst natural disaster for 500 years. Scientists rushed to find out what had happened and why the wave had been so destructive. Phil Cummins of Geoscience Australia has been studying tsunamis in the Indian Ocean for more than a decade. He realized immediately that the culprit was a massive geological structure in the Earth's crust.
The Indo-Australian plate is what's called subducting beneath Indonesia. It's sliding beneath the plate that Indonesia is situated on. That interface has what's called stick-slip frictional properties, and that means it drags the upper plate down with it. And it pulls it down and deforms the upper plate, builds up strain energy. Eventually, the stress on that contact exceeds the strength of the contact, and the upper plate snaps back into position.
The earthquake was so powerful that the seafloor was kicked upwards by an amazing 65 feet, sending billions of tons of seawater surging to the ocean surface. Then this huge column of water broke up into concentric rings like giant ripples on a pond. This was the tsunami. Bill Maguire of University College London is a world-class expert on natural hazards. He studied one of the most lethal aspects of the tsunami, the way it produced multiple waves.
Well, when the seabed actually jolts upwards, it generates a dome of water, if you like, and that dome subsides into a series of waves. So you get what's called a tsunami train. And that means that when the first wave hits the shore, that people who think they've survived that and may go down to see what the aftermath is, may be faced by second and third and fourth. And they're different sizes as well. So we don't know where the biggest and the most destructive is going to be within that wave train.
On Boxing Day, wave after wave had pounded Banda Aceh. The result, almost complete destruction. Streets and markets had been busy when the waves hit, and tens of thousands of people died in 20 minutes. Satellite images taken before and after the impact showed the extent of the devastation. Jeff Mackley is a cameraman who specializes in recording natural disasters. He's filmed the very worst nature can do. But he'd seen nothing to compare with the ruins of Banda Aceh.
This is chaos on an industrial scale. Just unbelievable. You know, all these buildings here and debris up the side of the hill for like 60 meters or about, it's probably 100 feet up the hillside. It's just, it's beyond belief, really.
Even people who lived away from the coast were not safe from the killer wave. This man's house was a mile from the sea.
After earthquake, people see in the sea have water, wave.
And how big? How high?
Yang ketiga ya lebih tinggi. Yang kedua sama. Higher than coconut tree.
That's incredible. What was he thinking when he saw this wave?
They didn't thinking anything. They ran.
Scientists were stunned by the size and power of the tsunami. Oceanographer Simon Boxall set up a series of experiments to find out why it was so destructive.
As the wave approaches the land, the front of the wave slows down. It slows down to 400, 300, 200 miles an hour. The back of the wave is still going at 500 miles an hour. And the back of the wave catches up with the front, and you get this big build-up of water. Water is very heavy, and a cubic meter of water weighs a ton. So if you've got one of your kitchen units at home full of water coming towards you or falling on top of you, that's a ton of water. That's like having a car land on top of you. And as the tsunami progresses, as it goes through the coast, it's picking up stones, it's picking up debris, and that debris, cars, people being thrown at you, that's going to hurt, that's going to kill you.
Jeff Mackley recorded evidence of the tsunami's terrible power all along the Sumatran coast.
This is what's left of the Banda Aceh cement works and the wharf area. The ship being totally trashed there. Here we've got these huge big sections of breakwater, and they've just been sheared off and thrown over here like rag dolls. And these pieces here must weigh hundreds of tons, and it just defies belief, really. Just this area we've been walking around here today is like the aftermath of an atomic bomb, is maybe worse.
The Boxing Day tsunami was one of the worst catastrophes in history. It killed nearly 500,000 people and destroyed entire cities. It led to mass starvation and epidemics. The tsunami's destructive power was magnified because it took everyone by surprise, including scientists.
In retrospect, the scientific community should have been aware these massive earthquakes do occur off Sumatra, and probably a little more emphasis should have been focused on the Indian Ocean, where it's documented that massive earthquakes occur.
The tsunami was a stark demonstration of the precariousness of our coexistence with nature. As the new year began, a stunned world struggled to recover. The Earth had struck with stunning ferocity. Now it would be watched very closely. In January, an eruption on Mount St. Helens, one of the most feared volcanoes in the world, led to a flurry of nervous reports. But this time, it was a false alarm. The volcano soon quietened down. Above the planet, satellites kept watch on the huge southern continent of Antarctica. At the beginning of February, something unusual was spotted. An iceberg the size of Norfolk had broken away from the vast Antarctic ice sheet. It joined a flotilla of other huge icebergs, all of them created in the last 5 years. The news shocked the British Antarctic Survey in Cambridge. Here, scientists like David Vaughan use cores drilled from the ice to study the history of global climate. This record goes back hundreds of thousands of years, and now something very unusual was happening.
In the last 5 or 10 years, we've started to get enough satellite imagery and other data to see that there are parts of the Antarctic which are changing quite rapidly. So this giant that was sitting in the southern hemisphere, apparently asleep, seems to be starting to wake up.
It's extremely worrying to see these huge ice shelves. The Larsen B ice shelf that broke off a few years ago is about the size of Luxembourg. More of these things are breaking off, and as that happens, they're releasing the ice on land, which is sliding into the sea. Now that will raise sea levels considerably.
The news from Antarctica added to a global sense of unease. The world seemed to be changing, and at an alarming rate. At the beginning of March, Mount St. Helens roared into life again, spewing out a plume of ash and gas 6 miles into the atmosphere. This time, the scientists monitoring the huge volcano issued a high-level alert, and they had good reason. They hadn't forgotten how, in 1980, the giant volcano had collapsed in a spectacular eruption that lasted 9 hours. In North American cities hundreds of miles away, millions of tons of ash had fallen like black snow, blocking out the sun for days on end. In 2005, the explosive volcano was stirring again. It's not a matter of if, but when. At the end of the year, Mount St. Helens remains on high alert. March turned out to be an eventful month. On the 28th, without warning, the world's seismometers flickered into life. It was Sumatra again, and another powerful earthquake. Once more, a huge slab of ocean floor was jolted upwards, and billions of tons of water surged out from the epicenter, heading towards the Sumatran coast. This time, the outcome would be very different. As news of the earthquake flashed across the world, tsunami warnings were issued around the Indian Ocean. In Banda Aceh, thousands fled to higher ground inland. In Thailand, tourists were ordered to leave the beaches. Their anxiety was all too understandable.
The alarms along the beach here, they sounded off straight away and they were very loud. I live up on the hill and you could hear them from up there.
Thankfully, the much-feared second tsunami turned out to be a whimper, not a bang.
It was a big earthquake. It was more than magnitude 8, but because the magnitude scale is logarithmic, that still puts it maybe 20, 30 times smaller than the one that we saw in Boxing Day 2004. It did generate tsunamis, which were up to 3 meters high in places, but the length of fault that ruptured was much, much shorter, maybe 100, 200 kilometers, and therefore nowhere near as much energy was pumped into the ocean, if you like.
In the west, the second Sumatran earthquake has been largely forgotten, but on the island of Nias, which was close to the epicenter, 1,000 people were killed and hundreds of others were injured. Whole villages were leveled, and the Indonesian government had to send troops and helicopters to rescue survivors. After this second earthquake, countries surrounding the Indian Ocean breathed a sigh of relief. But scientists monitoring the Sumatra earthquake zone were even more worried.
If the earthquake is occurring along a join between two tectonic plates, a subduction zone in this case, which extends for thousands of kilometers, you may get several ruptures occurring in turn. It's like the subduction zone unzipping, if you like, bit by bit.
If another big earthquake is on the way, this island may tell scientists when. It's called Similu, and it's right on top of the fault line. The earthquakes lifted these corals an astounding 20 feet out of the water. For geologist Kerry C., Similu has become an earthquake laboratory.
Similu is really extraordinary because you see, as you fly around or as you boat around, you see this brand new ribbon of dry, dead reef, this brown-white ribbon of coral reef. And beaches are now high and dry, and the waves are now breaking hundreds of meters further out. All of that happened on the order of 10 to 30 seconds.
Similu does more than show the power of the earthquakes. It's an early warning station. C has measured the stresses in the fault line beneath the island, and they are still building up. Another earthquake seems inevitable.
We tell people now along the coast that they should expect that within the lives of their small children, there will be a giant earthquake.
There was little to report in April. May passed without serious incident. Record temperatures in June promised a long, hot summer. In July, all hell would be let loose. At the beginning of July, the first hurricanes hit the Florida coast, and they were early. Hurricanes Dennis and then Emily turned out to be record breakers, the strongest storms ever to form before August. For seasoned hurricane watchers like storm chaser Mike Tice, the early arrival of such powerful storms was ominous. A rough season almost certainly lay ahead.
My hurricane season started with Hurricane Dennis. I chased it up in the Florida Panhandle, and that was early July, and that's pretty rare for early July, and that was kind of a sign of things to come.
2005 would turn out to be the busiest year that any of the storm chasers had ever witnessed. It wasn't just the Atlantic that was brewing up. By the middle of July, freak weather was being reported from the other side of the world. In the Western Pacific, big tropical storms are called typhoons. On the 18th of July, Hai Tang, the first typhoon of the season, made landfall on the coast of Taiwan. Like Dennis in the Atlantic, Hai Tang was early, and its enormous power took the Taiwanese by surprise. As wind speeds reached above 150 miles per hour, it had to be reclassified as a super typhoon. As Hai Tang swept inland, it caused flash floods and landslides. Even though this was a super typhoon, the Taiwanese were well prepared, and there were only a few casualties. The early arrival of very powerful storms led to uneasy speculation about what was happening to the Earth's weather. According to some leading hazard experts, there was now plenty of evidence that the world is becoming a stormier place.
The last few years have seen very strong typhoon activity. In fact, it's seen very, very strong tropical cyclone activity across the world, the Indian Ocean, the Atlantic and the Pacific basins. And in fact, research shows that if you go back over the last 30 or 40 years, that there's a general increase in stronger storms across the world, not just in the Atlantic.
In the same month of July, in the skies over the Bay of Bengal, something equally unusual was taking place. In this part of the world, the monsoon, which brings moist air from the Indian Ocean, is an annual and usually welcome event. Heavy monsoon rain usually comes at the end of June or early July. But in 2005, the monsoon was late. Instead of rain, there was drought, and the ground dried and hardened. When the monsoon finally arrived, the huge clouds were full to bursting. At the end of July, all that water was suddenly dumped on top of the island city of Mumbai.
In the case of the Bay of Bengal, the extreme flooding occurred as a result of incredible downpours over a 24-hour period. In a 24-hour period, they saw 1 meter, nearly 1 meter of water descending. That's enormous. It's unprecedented. That downpour not only was enormous, but it fell on dry, parched ground, which couldn't absorb the water. And so the water basically flowed into the cities and into the towns.
This was the worst downpour ever recorded in India, and it brought Mumbai to its knees. Water levels rose fast, and many were drowned in their cars. Dead animals and raw sewage led to an outbreak of disease. Hundreds were hospitalized. Landslides disrupted railways and killed more than 100 people. In the countryside, an entire harvest was lost. In 2 days, more than 400 people died. But it wasn't only nature that was at fault. Many victims were from the city's poorer areas. Here, homes were built over stormwater drains, and they took the full force of the floods. Just 2 days after the Mumbai floods, the Earth's weather sprang another surprise, and this time it was in a surprising place, the English Midlands.
You hear, oh my God! You hear that noise? Oh, there, you can see it. It's almost fire.
2005 was the year of the Birmingham tornado. On the morning of July the 28th, the Met Office, Britain's official weather forecaster, predicted thundery showers, no mention of a tornado.
We could indicate severe thunderstorm activity, but we're unlikely to predict tornadoes themselves.
But someone did suspect that something strange was brewing. Stuart Robinson is a weather fanatic and a member of Toro, the UK's tornado research organisation. His home is a mini Met Office.
Most mornings I check the weather maps to see what the day will bring.
That morning, as Robinson went over the meteorological data, he noticed a worrying development.
It looks like London, Heathrow's 24, south, in fact the whole of south-central England is warming up now under the sun. I recall on the day of the Birmingham tornado, looking at the weather maps that morning, we could see that the situation has in fact become much worse, and that the chances of tornadic thunderstorms occurring were highly likely.
The Met Office had the same information, but only Toro took action. They issued a warning on their website.
As far as I'm aware, we're the only group who issued a weather warning for tornadoes on that day.
Although weather prediction even a few hours ahead is difficult, that day Toro had got it right. The residents of a Birmingham suburb were about to have their world turned upside down. On Ladypool Road, everything that happened would be recorded on this CCTV camera. It looks down on Uncle's home stores.
It was a pretty normal day, normal Thursday afternoon, just doing our bits and bobs around the shop, stocking the items out. It was a little bit dull. We had a bit of rain in the morning. We were told that, yes, it was going to be windy, quite blustery showers, but I think no one expected what we saw.
At 2:30 p.m, the weather took a sudden turn for the worse. Above the city, the clouds began to spin.
The clouds have started to move very erratically. It was like as if you've actually fast-forwarded a videotape.
Then the swirling vortex headed downwards towards the crowded streets below.
We have outside display, a couple of our items start to fly away. Our canopies have started to just fly up and down really, really strongly. You know, they've started to rip.
I've started hearing what I thought was the window banging upstairs, and I went upstairs to shut the window.
At 2:40 p.m, the Birmingham tornado hit. Local residents captured images on mobile phones.
You hear, oh my God! You hear that noise? Oh, there, you can see it. It's almost fire.
Looked over over a couple of houses and you could see a full-blown tornado. Loads of rubbish in the air, bits of trees. Just unbelievable, like never seen nothing before like it in my life.
The eye of the storm headed northeast across the neighbourhood of Sparkbrook, following the line of Ladypool Road.
It was very wide. It was covering the span of the actual diameter, the span of it was covering buildings.
You could see a big black funnel, then just like a black cloud of debris.
I've just started seeing all the leaves off the trees in the park, literally just shredding off the branches.
Our first instinct was to start moving some of the gear away. Within the space of a couple of seconds, it was already at our doorstep. We left everything, just rushed inside. We tried to close the door, but it was just a case of me and my brother actually holding the door back as the tornado passed.
In a nearby park, the tornado caught a television news crew by surprise. The cameraman was knocked to the ground but kept on filming. He was only 100 meters from the vortex of the storm, and it was heading straight for Martin Jones in Birchwood Road.
I was stood in the stairwell at the top of the stairs. And then as I'm standing there, I just felt the wind rushing through the house, rushing past me, and just this feeling of fresh air, this being in the open, and just saw the roof being lifted from the house above me, just the ceiling going and just staring out, and just bits of debris flying everywhere, and slates and bits of masonry, and that's when I came downstairs after that.
And then, as suddenly as it had arrived, the Birmingham tornado left the neighborhood.
It was very warm. The sky was clear. Clouds were no longer to be seen. The birds started to chirp again. It was just very weird.
Just going out was just devastation. It was like, you wait for someone to say, cut. And it's not a film, it was real.
Over the following days, Birmingham's ruined roofs were covered with blue tarpaulins. From the air, they showed clearly how the tornado had cut a swathe of destruction 500 yards wide and 7 miles long. As stunned Birmingham residents began to rebuild their homes, an expert flew in from America to make sense of it all. For Tim Marshall, tornadoes are a speciality.
What I do is hunt down tornadoes. I've seen over 175 tornadoes in the last 26 years.
Marshall's unrivaled knowledge of tornadoes, one of the deadliest forces of nature, comes from years spent in America's Tornado Alley. Here, tornadoes with winds up to 300 miles per hour can rip apart anything that lies in their path. These huge storms are formed when warm, moist air from the south collides with cold, dry air from the Rocky Mountains and are triggered by giant thunderstorms. Homes and even city blocks have been annihilated, and hundreds of lives are lost every year. The Birmingham tornado had been spawned in the same way as its American cousins. Warm air moving up from the south had collided with a cold front from the north, where thunderstorms were forming over Birmingham. These ingredients all came together, and the result was a swirling vortex of wind and rain. In Birmingham, Marshall would use the Fujita scale to assess the tornado. At the bottom of the scale, an F0 can smash chimneys and TV aerials, while a top-of-the-range F5 can rip entire buildings apart.
It's dark and we have rain wrapping around it. Very difficult to see exactly what's going on, so people need to just duck and stay low here.
On the streets of Birmingham, Marshall had to work like a detective, using the physical evidence the tornado left behind.
What I'm trying to figure out is how this car ended up in this position here. And what I see on the hood here is a line of bricks. And I believe that what happened is this car actually rolled across this wall and tumbled across into this position here, striking the wall in between. Well, knowing what the wind tunnel studies have shown on cars, I believe it takes about 100-mile-an-hour wind. And we know that Ladypool Road here was actually in the core of the tornado, winds out of the southeast, which is actually the strongest side of the tornado. There were several roofs off buildings, or cars moved, lots of trees down. Based on what I've seen here, the Birmingham tornado would be F2 on the Fujita scale.
An F2 is low on the scale, but in a British city, the tornado was unprecedented. In a matter of minutes, 1,000 houses were damaged, 112 roofs ripped off, and 90 cars smashed and mangled.
It was like a bomb had gone off. It was extreme amounts of destruction, extreme amounts of destruction. And for no one to die in it, it was a miracle. It really was a miracle.
For Stuart Robinson, it was the frightening shape of things to come.
Tornadoes that are similar to the Birmingham tornado will occur again over the United Kingdom. One of those tornadoes will track across an urban area. It could be next month, it could be next year, it could be next decade, but it will happen again.
The tornado seemed yet another sign that Britain's weather was changing. Perhaps our green and pleasant land was becoming wetter and windier. But at the end of July, it would be our European neighbours who suffered even worse extremes. 2005 would be the hottest year on record. In Portugal, a heatwave followed by unrelenting drought set off huge forest fires. Hundreds of thousands of acres of forest and farmland were destroyed by out-of-control infernos. 15 people died. Forest fires have happened many times before in southern Europe, but this year, desperate firefighters and terrified local residents said they'd seen nothing like these enormous blazes in living memory. From high above the planet, satellites revealed the vast extent of the fires. They appear as glowing red beads scattered right across Portugal. As southern Europe burned, a very different kind of emergency was unfolding in the north. At the end of August, torrential rain fell over enormous areas of Central Europe. Floods ripped across huge areas of farmland and inundated towns and villages. Many thousands had to be rescued and evacuated. Road and rail transport was severely disrupted. There was widespread chaos. More than 40 people drowned. Like the fires in Portugal, summer flooding has happened before, but in 2005 it was unusually severe. Scientist Simon Boxall travelled to one of the worst-hit areas in Switzerland to investigate the roots of disaster.
The weather we're seeing in Europe is connected. The forest fires and the droughts in the south of Europe, in southern France, in Spain, in Portugal, and in parts of North Africa, are linked very closely to the very wet weather and the floods we've seen in northern Europe.
What happened this summer, according to Boxall, is that as temperatures rose to record levels in the south, wet air was driven north towards the Alps. Once this water-packed air had crossed the mountains, it fell as heavy rain into Switzerland's lakes.
The lakes in this region are huge, but as these lakes fill up, they overflow, and that water under gravity has to escape, and it escapes through the rivers.
That's a normal process. All lakes overflow into rivers. But in modern Europe, there's a problem. Many rivers have been re-engineered, and bends and meanders have been straightened. According to Boxall, instead of making rivers safer, it makes them lethal.
Bear in mind this water has incredible power. 1 inch of rainfall over a square kilometre has the equivalent energy of 3 Hiroshimas. And because they, if you like, straighten the river out for practical reasons in terms of development, in terms of preventing large floodplain areas occurring, that water is now moving much quicker. And this is really what causes the damage, the fact that we have this very fast-flowing water body.
One of the cities worst hit by the flooding was the Swiss capital Bern, which sits beside the River Aare. At the end of July, the river surged to a critical level, and floodwater rushed into the old city district of Matt.
For this little area, it was worse than ever before. I was working on that Monday morning and looked outside on the river and saw slowly there would be cars. And so you see the water's coming, and I just thought, oh well, people slowly should put their cars away. Then around 11 o'clock towards noon, they told me, you have to leave the house. Within 2 hours, it reached a height of 2 meters higher water, you know. So a lot of businesses were really badly damaged.
The floods took Bern completely by surprise. Swiss emergency services were stretched to the limit, rescuing stranded citizens. Floodwaters took another 2 weeks to recede. 4 months after the flood, Simon Boxall came to Bern to find out what had gone wrong. By now, the Swiss had efficiently tidied away most signs of the catastrophe that had overwhelmed their city. Only some discreet new plastering showed how high the water had reached. But for Boxall, the vital evidence was plain to see. A short distance upstream, the River Aare has been extensively straightened. So the summer's heavy rain turned the river into a battering ram. Like a tsunami, the torrent of water picked up trees and debris which blocked Bern's already overloaded water drainage systems.
Eventually the water has nowhere to escape to, and the only place it can escape is over the side of the banks. And that's why we saw the low-lying areas of the old city of Bern filling with water. Bern experienced the flooding as a result of 2 things: extreme rainfall over a long period of time, and poor planning and preparation for the rain that finally came and hit the city.
The chain of events that led to such severe European floods only began with heavy rain. The disaster that followed had as much to do with human management of rivers and cities as with nature. This pattern was to be repeated on a much more catastrophic scale on the other side of the Atlantic. At the same time that rivers burst their banks in Europe, a storm was brewing over the Atlantic Ocean. This one was destined to kill more than 1,200 Americans and wreck one of its oldest cities. For this tropical storm would become Hurricane Katrina.
All of a sudden, reality hits you of where you are and what's really happening to you.
By the summer, the year had seen the worst natural disaster for 500 years, record-breaking temperatures, and freak weather in many parts of the world. Then in August came the most destructive storm in American history. On August the 24th, the National Hurricane Center in Florida scrambled its Hurricane Hunter aircraft. Their mission to fly into the heart of a powerful new storm that was building over the Bahamas. It was the 11th in a busy season and had been given the name Katrina. Like all tropical storms, Katrina was powered by the surface of the ocean. Warm, moist air is sucked high into the atmosphere, then sent speeding back down to create an immense whirlpool of supercharged wind and rain. To build a forensic profile of Katrina, the hurricane hunters carried a sophisticated armory of instruments and sensors. These sondes are dropped directly into the storm to measure wind speed and air pressure. The hunters approached their quarry at 41,000 feet. Cameras recorded what they saw. As they sped through Katrina's turbulent outer edges, the scientists were astonished to see that the huge storm had already formed a telltale eye, an immense 30-mile-wide funnel of ice and wind. As the streams of data were being fed back to supercomputers at the Hurricane Center in Florida, Katrina's wind speeds topped the critical limit of 74 miles per hour. So on August the 25th, she was promoted to hurricane status. Hours later, Katrina hit the Florida coast as a Category 1 hurricane. The storm chasers were there to greet her.
The eye wall is here. As you can see, the winds are very strong. The sand is blowing. This is getting really intense. It's blinding sand. You can't see anything. That's a bright one.
Across Florida, Katrina caused extensive flooding. But over land, she was deprived of the energy of the ocean and began to power down. But then Katrina crossed into the Gulf of Mexico and was back over the ocean. Ivor Van Heerden, America's leading hurricane expert, feared what would happen next. He knew that the warm waters of the Gulf would power Katrina up again and turn her into a monster.
Katrina then came into the Gulf of Mexico, where water temperatures have been record high, and it just grew very, very rapidly. I don't think we've ever seen a hurricane spin up so rapidly from a Category 1 to a Category 5.
A Category 5 hurricane has the equivalent power of 100 atomic bombs. Now Katrina headed straight towards the American Gulf Coast.
Look at that. The outer bands go all the way over. As far down as you can see, it's a little bright down there. But this is the outer bands that's coming through now. This is Katrina.
Storm chaser Mike Tice had raced from Florida to the Gulf to record Katrina's arrival. He was in the city of Gulfport as the hurricane moved in. Hurricanes pack a double punch. They bring severe winds, but their most deadly ingredient is water. 90% of hurricane deaths are drownings. What happens is that the hurricane presses down onto the surface of the ocean, forcing the water to rise like an unnaturally high and violent tide. It's called the storm surge.
It comes in swells. It's like it almost looks gentle, like these rolling kind of waves that come in. And then when that rolling wave comes in, then the next one builds on top of that, and it just keeps going higher and higher like that.
Tice was at a Gulfport motel when the storm surge hit. Waves more than 20 feet high rushed inland.
These walls are going to start coming in. This lady was in one of the first floor rooms, and I had alerted these Navy guys to it, and she would have passed away if we wouldn't have saved her, because she was trapped in her room already. She couldn't open the door because of the weight of the water.
Katrina started by trashing the hotel lobby.
Well, we're in the lobby here of our hotel. We're completely underwater in this first store here. There's chairs floating by. The glass is broke. There's a car. We got a car that's getting ready to come right in the lobby now. We got a car in our lobby here. Doors are breaking. Watch this door. We got things falling apart all around us now.
Katrina's storm surge was so powerful, it turned the storm chasers into the quarry. They had to find safety fast.
Here we are on the 4th floor here. The roof collapsed on this building below me. See, the roof broke off. The surge is dramatically risen here. This is just incredibly dramatic. This is Mother Nature at her worst right here. There was a Days Inn just a half a mile away that was a concrete structure, and it was completely demolished, just foundation, that's all that was left.
The scientists plotting Katrina's path had feared that she would score a direct and devastating hit on the city of New Orleans. But at the last minute, the eye of the storm veered to the east. Even so, there was no escaping Katrina's enormous power, for New Orleans turned out to be uniquely vulnerable. Sergeant Billy Gamillion was one of the first federal officers on the spot when Katrina struck. He knew the city and its weaknesses well.
New Orleans is entirely surrounded by water, and the city is 12 to 16 feet below sea level, depending upon where you are. So basically, New Orleans is a big bowl.
Running straight into the bowl is a ship canal. As Katrina swept past, it was turned into a storm surge superhighway, channeling water with missile-like speed into barriers called levees. They were supposed to protect the city.
Everybody believed those levees would hold. They broke, and that's why we had the flooding.
As the levees were breached, floodwater surged into the low-lying eastern districts of New Orleans. This is where Africa Brumfeld lived with her family. Their house was 12 feet below sea level, and for Africa, the collapse of the levees had swift and disastrous consequences.
Between midnight and 5, it was really bad. It was scary. It sounded like a train riding the roof of your house. Around 5 a.m., the electricity went off, and the house was shaking. It sounded like the walls were trying to just fall apart, and it was a scary feeling, and I started to feel like I was in a coffin. About an hour to 2 hours later, there was water, and it never stopped coming in, and it continued to rise, and it continued to rise. And I was thinking, if my house is 4 feet off the ground and the water is in my house, I'm only 5 feet 1, and it's in my house about 2 feet. There's no way that I'm getting outside without going for a nice swim. The water itself was black, so you couldn't even see through it when it was daylight. And when the sun started to rise a little at 6, it was still too dark to leave, so we had to stay in the house as the water is continuing to rise. Finally, when a little light came through, we grabbed air mattresses and pots because we needed something to paddle with. And we got in the water and we started to paddle on the air mattresses with the pots.
There were hundreds of other people facing the same predicament as Africa and her family. The bowl of New Orleans rapidly filled up. By the second day, 75% of the city was underwater and full of desperate survivors. Altogether, more than 1,300 people died, and hundreds of thousands were made homeless. The majority of them were poor and black. The American government was slow to respond to their plight.
We passed a lady in a hospital bed being pushed on the interstate. And all of a sudden, reality hits you of where you are and what's really happening to you. And this woman went to the hospital so that her life could be saved. And somehow she ended up on an interstate surrounded by a couple of thousand people being pushed with no medical attention anywhere.
After the first couple of days, we were calling this Lake New Orleans. There was water from here all the way that way to the Superdome, and then all the way to the Industrial Canal going east. And water here where I'm standing was over my head right here.
It's a good place for a boat.
But that'll show you how far the water got. And this place is still devastated, you know? Look at the scum line. You can see on this truck right here and on these houses how high the water was down here.
Hey? Doing a show for Nova.
This house right here, there were 47 people in it when we pulled up. We got 47 people out of one house right here.
After the flood came fear, and the National Guard was called in. Now New Orleans really did look like a war zone. It could have been much worse, for New Orleans escaped the very worst of Katrina's power. The eye of the storm had headed to the east of the city, and that's where the hurricane would prove most destructive. Because a hurricane spins in a counterclockwise direction, its eastern side packs the biggest punch, like a boxer's right hook. Just after 6, on the morning of the 29th, the eastern edge of Katrina's 30-mile-wide eye made landfall in the little town of Waveland. Here, one of the untold stories of the hurricane began to unfold. Katrina was now at maximum power, and the storm surge reached an astonishing 28 feet, obliterating most buildings in its path.
Conditions would have been absolutely wild. You know, where we are here, there would have been horrendous waves, howling wind, rain, the surge, and then mixed up in all of this, lots and lots of debris. The debris piles up against houses, it helps knock them down, so it just becomes a self-feeding system, this destruction.
Eyewitnesses to Waveland's destruction were Lisa Monty and her family. They live a quarter of a mile from the sea and thought they knew hurricanes. But Katrina was beyond anything they'd ever experienced. She ripped through the whole house.
We were able to come out on this porch briefly. Even though the wind was still strong, we were sort of protected from the rain. And my sister-in-law was able to do a short videotape of the water that had raced down the street and all the debris as it came in. We saw all sorts of things just fly down the street in the water. And then we watched these houses shift and crumble. This is the head of Washington Street at the beach. There was a coffee shop over here and public boat launch and beach here. The old movie house was here. That was a store. That was totally destroyed, and along with everything, practically everything on this first block. But we were about 28 feet up here, so you could see how massive the wall of water was that climbed up.
And this represents the really destructive waves that pounded this area as we had a surge 20 feet above where I'm standing. So as we move towards this home, you'll notice that the building is completely missing and all this area is just gone. This home, a two-story home, is missing completely. And if you want to find bits and pieces of it, you've got to go back almost half a mile to find the remnants. And if you look over at these trees here, you'll see that the bark is missing off those branches. And what that represents is debris that was in the surge moving past those trees and actually knocking the bark off them. This home was filled with furniture, heavy stuff like fridges, washing machines, stoves. All of that's gone. So as the surge moved through here, it picked up everything and destroyed it. There are other remnants. You can see here there must have been a closet in this area. Over there, a bathroom. Look at the tiles. but everything's gone. All the water pipes, for instance, just sheared off. So this gives you an idea of the destruction. This really looks like more like a site where we've had an atomic bomb go off.
After Katrina, the hurricanes kept on coming. Rita became the second Category 5 of the season and cut a swathe of destruction across Texas. The 2005 hurricane season was on its way to becoming a record breaker. As hurricanes battered the United States, forces deep beneath the surface of the Earth were about to unleash death and destruction in the Himalayas. Early on the morning of Saturday, the 8th of October, all over Kashmir in northern Pakistan, streets were busy, markets were opening, schools were filling up. It was the start of a normal day. Then at 10 to 9 local time, a giant fault in the Earth's crust slipped and violently shook the Earth. This mobile phone footage shows the moment the earthquake hit Islamabad, Pakistan's capital city. The world's third major earthquake of the year, it would eventually kill nearly 100,000 people.
I have at least 10 to 15 relatives missing. At least 10,000 people have died, maybe even 20,000 or 30,000.
50 miles from the earthquake epicenter, Islamabad got off lightly, but it was a different story close to the fault line. Maqsood Sheikh was at home in the city of Bagh when the earthquake struck.
I was there on the day when the earth shook. I felt that the room was shaking. I fell down on the ground, and then I heard a noise which I never heard in my life. It was like the noise was coming from the earth. The stones were flying all over. The dust was coming out from the earth. Everything was like falling down.
Two days after the earthquake, filmmaker Jeff Mackley arrived in Pakistan to document its impact. As he made his way north towards the earthquake epicenter, almost every house and business had been smashed to pieces. Roofs had collapsed, often killing entire families inside. The earthquake took place along the Neelam Valley in Kashmir. Here, many towns and villages were almost completely destroyed. One of the worst hit was Balakot. It was only 3 miles from the epicenter. In just 2 minutes on October the 8th, the violent shaking of the earth destroyed 80% of the town's buildings. The human cost was immense.
I met one woman a couple of days ago. She said to me that when the earthquake struck, she said the ground was shaking up and down violently and the buildings were bouncing up and down like the ground was made of foam rubber. It's really hard to imagine this much destruction happening in a matter of seconds. The magnitude of this disaster is so great, about 70% of the population are dead and buried in this rubble here. This is a frequent sight. People digging for corpses of their loved ones with their bare hands because there is no machinery available. It's going to take months. There are thousands and thousands of corpses buried under all of the buildings all over this town.
The terrible job of excavating the dead was taking place day after day in cities all along the fault line.
While I was working in the city, I was just running. I've seen the dead bodies, like I've seen the organs, like I've seen hands, cut off hands and legs, and once I saw a head, and I thought this is someone under the mud, but when I reached to the head, I've seen that it's just cut off head. I just cried there, and I pick up the head and I put it aside. Underneath every single building which fell down, there were cries of children and women or men, whoever. I can't explain. It's impossible to explain.
Balakot lies in the foothills of the Himalayas, a region with a long history of violent earthquakes. Here, two of the Earth's giant tectonic plates smash together. Put simply, India is shoving its way northwards against the rest of Asia. Where the plates collide, a gigantic fault line runs along the southern edge of the Himalayas. The Kashmir earthquake happened when a short section of the fault suddenly slipped. The earthquake measured 7.6 on the Richter scale. That means it was a major earthquake, but thousands of times weaker than the one that caused the Boxing Day tsunami. So how and why has this relatively modest earthquake caused such widespread destruction? And even more important, will the huge Himalayan fault slip again? And if so, when? To answer these questions, Roger Billam, an expert on Himalayan geology from the University of Colorado, headed for the stricken region.
Okay. So would you hold that and keep it upright? I've come to Pakistan to study this earthquake, which is quite unique. Although there have been lots of earthquakes in the Himalaya, this one is the first that's really, really hit us when we have a lot of instruments.
"4 years ago, Billam set up a network of monitoring sites in the Himalayas. Each one had its own GPS device, which uses satellites to precisely record its position on the Earth's surface.
What we do is we measure the relative positions of these points to millimetre accuracy, and we return usually after a couple of years and remeasure those points to see how much the mountains are being squeezed. And what happens in an earthquake is that squeezing is suddenly released. Not 2 years of it, but 200 or 500 or 1,000 years of squeezing. And their remeasurement will tell us precisely what happened in the earthquake, not just on the surface, but down to depths of 10, 20 miles.
Billam's results revealed why a 7.6 earthquake was so destructive. Billions of tons of rock were thrown upwards more than 6 feet in just 3 seconds. So the earthquake's power was released very fast and in a tightly focused area near the epicenter. That's why towns like Balakot were hit so hard.
So the town of Balakot lies right in the path of this rupture. The mountains to our left rose enormously in the earthquake. The mountain on the other side went down, and the accelerations were just too much for the buildings. They may have exceeded the force of gravity, which basically allows things to stay on the ground. Things were lifted up and flattened.
But the earthquake alone cannot explain the tragedy of Balakot. On October the 8th, the majority of its buildings collapsed with lethal results. Billam set out to discover why, and the clues were plain to see in the wreckage. Most buildings are concrete frames with a thick, heavy roof slab supported by square pillars. It was the way these pillars were made that killed the people of Balakot.
The cause of a lot of destruction is the weakness of these things. These are called stirrups. These hold the columns together. When you shake a building, these columns just explode unless these are strong enough. You can see the steel It's kind of wimpy for a structure like this. Very heavy roofs. Here's a roof that's just collapsed, pancaked down. You can see the must weigh a couple of tons, this roof sitting on the top of this column that's now bent in half. In fact, throughout this city, you can see the same story of very weak steel, very weak concrete that's just not been able to withstand shaking for probably 20 seconds that went on here.
The most tragic consequences of these building techniques happened in schools like this one. According to UNICEF, children account for 1/3 of the deaths in Kashmir. Most of them were killed in classrooms. No provision had been made for earthquakes when these schools were built.
For 2 schools stood here. When the earthquake came, more than 800 school children were buried. Lessons were just starting, and when their parents scrabbled through the rubble, it was to heartbreaking results.
This was a 4-storey building called the Sheed School. There were around 400 students inside when the roof collapsed. I took out 15 to 20 people. Some were dead and some were alive, but I could hear people's voices inside and we had no help.
4 days after the earthquake, the dead children's satchels and books were still lying in the ruined school, a temporary memorial to cruelly abbreviated lives. The devastation spread out from the earthquake epicenter for hundreds of miles. Many thousands of people had been made homeless and were on the move in search of shelter and food. Every one of these journeys in quake-devastated Pakistan was a battle for survival, fraught with danger. Along the fault line where the earthquake had struck, many bridges had collapsed as the earth jolted upwards. Everywhere there was gridlock, fear, and frustration. The harsh Himalayan winter was fast approaching, so it was essential to get clothing to as many of the survivors as possible. In the immediate aftermath, distribution was often chaotic. Many weeks after the earthquake, foreign governments, including the United States, finally began to provide aid and helicopters. Rescue workers were still trying to reach far-flung villages, and the only way was by air.
I'd like to see that too, but if you
As the helicopters started arriving, scientist Roger Bilham saw a chance to find out more about the deadly earthquake and whether another one was on the way.
This mountain range has a crack at its foot, right, halfway up.
One way to do this is to inspect the fault line itself, and the best way to do that is from a helicopter. Bilham is hoping that the fault has broken through to the surface. If it is exposed, then it should provide information about the frequency of earthquakes in the region. That might allow scientists to work out whether another one is due, and at least roughly, when. From above, the line of the rupture was clearly marked by a series of massive landslides. But it soon became clear that the fault itself remained hidden. It hadn't broken through to the surface. That was a disappointment, but taken all together, the information Bilham had gathered in the course of his visit has disturbing implications. He's worked out that the October earthquake released only a fraction of the energy that has built up in the Himalayas over many centuries.
We know there are several earthquakes overdue along the Himalaya, and it's unfortunate that it's almost guaranteed that one of those earthquakes will produce an unprecedented death toll. There's probably 50 million people at risk from an earthquake any day along the Himalaya.
The implications are chilling. The October earthquake only lasted minutes, but the destruction spread out for hundreds of miles. By the end of the year, 100,000 people had died and 3 million were homeless. The humanitarian disaster the earthquake caused continues to unfold. At the end of 2005, the situation is worsening as the Himalayan winter bites. In the areas at risk, very few precautions are being taken to protect people from a new earthquake. Houses, schools, and other buildings remain death traps. All the evidence suggests that when another earthquake strikes, neither the world nor the region will be ready.
That little 7.6 was a gnat compared to the elephant that will be delivered eventually along that 2,000-mile stretch. And when that larger earthquake happens, there'll be somewhere in the hundreds of thousands of deaths, maybe 1 million people who die.
As the end of the year approached, the Earth was still a violent and turbulent place. Through November, hurricanes continued to pound the Gulf Coast. The 2005 season ended at last on December the 8th. It had started early, now it finished later than normal. And the season had been a record breaker, causing $100 billion worth of damage and killing nearly 3,000 people.
First of all, we had the earliest hurricanes on record. We had the earliest major hurricane on record. It was a record setter in terms of Katrina. We got that big one that we've been fearing for a number of years that would hit the central Gulf Coast or hit Louisiana.
On the other side of the world, the coast that first felt the full force of the Boxing Day tsunami. This is Banda Aceh. A year ago, massive waves smashed into the city and laid waste much of the Aceh province. Jeff Mackley reported from here in the aftermath of the tsunami. He returned in December to find out what's happened in a year.
This is the main street of Banda Aceh, and as you can see, it's your typical Indonesian street scene. But it was very different this time a year ago, when these streets were choked with debris, mud, and dead bodies. So there's been a lot of cleaning up done in the last 11 months.
It's only the center of Banda Aceh that looks anything like normal. The tsunami destroyed a third of the city, and a year later, rebuilding seems to have had little impact. Till Boxing Day morning, this floating power station was moored in the port. The tsunami picked it up like a toy and hurled it inland 3 miles. So far, it's proved impossible to move. For survivors like Zulfadli Anwar, the ruins of his home contain bitter reminders of the tragedy that overwhelmed his family.
My sister and my brother and her couple children missing, gone with the tsunami, and nobody found their corpses. So around 40 people, member of my family, were gone also.
So everybody in your neighborhood also dead?
Around 80% is dead.
All over the Aceh province, the tsunami swept away entire communities. In many places, there's simply no one left who can start rebuilding what was lost.
Back out in the areas close to the sea that were worst hit, it still looks like a war zone. Most of the people that occupied these houses are dead, pretty much all of them. So a lot of these areas here are just like a ghost city. There's no one left. There's a few houses popping up here and there amongst the ruins, but a lot of these ruins are just as they were left on the day it happened. They're just sitting here. That's the reality of it.
A year after the tsunami, nearly 500,000 people remain homeless. They're living with host families or in tents or government barracks. But even when they're rehoused, they'll still be living close to one of the most dangerous earthquake zones in the world. A tsunami could happen again at any time.
I think there's always the tendency for people to say, right, we're going to build properly this time, we're going to make sure that we're prepared so that we're not going to get caught again. But that very quickly wears off within a few years. That's the big problem, really. People are keen on preparedness immediately after one of these big events, but then other priorities come to the fore and gradually they forget.
At the end of this unprecedented year of disasters, are there any answers? Was it bad luck or a sign of worse to come? There are a few certainties. Next year's hurricane season is likely to be even worse. Oceans are getting warmer year by year, and they provide the fuel for hurricanes to form. Rising temperatures will lead to more extreme weather.
This is just the beginning. We're going to have more Katrinas.
So 2006 is likely to be hotter and stormier. For earthquake scientists, 2005 was simply a case of bad luck. Whether we get 3 major earthquakes or none at all is down to a geological lottery. Far more significant is where they happen.
It's only when you have an earthquake punching into a city that you hear about it. And I'm afraid we're going to hear more and more of these examples because there are so many cities now in the path of earthquakes.
The best answer may be it's not nature that's at fault, but the way we live, and above all, where.
The big issue really is more people in more dangerous locations.
It's wind, flood, tsunami, earthquake. At the end of the day, we are a frail population living on a very robust Earth.
This century, I think, is going to end up being the century of the mega catastrophe, because we've just expanded into areas without much regard.
As we inhabit more and more of the planet, it's worth remembering it's not always the calm, safe place it might appear.
In 2010, massive earthquakes rattled the globe. In Haiti, over 200,000 people are killed. Weeks later, cities half a world away in Chile are leveled. 500,000 buildings damaged. Around the globe, millions live above active earthquake zones. What causes these earthquakes? And why are the subterranean tremors so hard to predict?
We can't see earthquakes coming, that's the problem. 1 minute they're not there, the next minute, wham.
Now, the race is on to find ways to warn us of impending disaster. And science is revealing new insights into what is actually going on beneath the surface.
It tells us something about the way plates slide past each other that we had no clue about before.
But the clock is ticking. And the next one could be in our own backyard.
This is earthquake country. We don't know when that earthquake or sequence of earthquakes will occur, but they're inevitable.
The earth-shattering truth behind the deadliest earthquakes. Up next on Nova. Port-au-Prince, Haiti. January 12, 2010. 4:53 p.m.
Outside, go! Baby, the water's coming to an end!
The city is hit by the Western Hemisphere's deadliest earthquake in a century. This busy metropolis is reduced to rubble in less than a minute. 233,000 people lie dead. Millions more are injured or orphaned. As 2010 unfolds, more earthquakes strike around the world. Each time there is no warning, and often massive loss of life. Scientists are working around the clock to unlock the mysteries of earthquake prediction. Within days of the Haiti catastrophe, Professor Eric Calais, a seismologist from Purdue University, arrives on the island. Calais and his colleagues are at the cutting edge of earthquake research.
Bon voyage.
They could see this disaster coming. They'd known for years that a Haitian earthquake was inevitable. Today, Calais is leading a rapid response mission to find out exactly what happened and to assess the risk of more quakes. For nearly a decade, he's used GPS markers scattered throughout Haiti to monitor the ground shifting under the island.
We're headed to a place where we have what we call a benchmark. We have a precise position for that benchmark before the earthquake, and now we're going to measure its position after the earthquake.
Many markers are placed in well-built police stations. Embedded in solid concrete roofs, they survive the earthquake.
The benchmark that I was talking about is this. It's not spectacular at all. It's a piece of metal, stainless steel, that we sealed at the top of this building. And there's a little dimple that's about 1 millimeter wide. And this is the point we've been tracking over time. Since 2003, the first time we measured this point.
Calais' GPS measurements reveal telltale movements of the Earth. Over a decade, the satellites tracked the ground south of Port-au-Prince, creeping east. and the ground north of the city creeping west at fractions of an inch a year. Then, during the quake, a huge slippage takes place.
This location here moved by about 30 centimeters during the earthquake. So this is 30 centimeters more or less, something like that. So this whole area here has moved 30 centimeters to the east during that earthquake.
These movements are a clue to what happened underground. The earth ruptured nearly a foot along a hidden fault line. Most earthquakes originate in deep fractures in the crust, miles beneath the surface. These giant fractures crisscross the globe, splitting the planet's 50-mile thick crust into around a dozen huge rocky slabs.
The Earth is enclosed in a rigid shell, if you like, and this shell is made up of different plates, rigid rocky plates which move around at about the same speed as your fingernails grow. There's this sort of dance of the plates going on all the time around the planet's surface.
Geologists call this dance plate tectonics. The planet's internal heat moves the huge plates. Above the hottest zones, molten rock rises and solidifies, creating new crust. The new crust jostles for space, forcing crust on cooler edges to grind against other plates or push beneath them. But wherever or however plates collide, they generate earthquakes.
Earthquakes happen because these huge chunks of rock that form the Earth's plates don't slide against one another nice and smoothly. They stick and they lock. So you're getting this enormous accumulation of strain, and then you're getting it released in a matter of seconds during the earthquake.
The quakes can originate tens of miles down, but the energy they generate creates deadly vibrations on the surface.
The amount of energy generated in the biggest earthquakes are comparable to many, many thousands of nuclear bombs going off. There's a huge amount of energy, absolutely vast.
Haiti lies directly above a network of massive faults, where the Caribbean plate meets the North American plate. As the plates slowly creep past one another, the rock distorts and stretches like rubber, building up enormous stress. Since 2003, Calais and his colleagues used ground movement data to calculate stress levels at the plate boundary. Calais realized a deadly quake was inevitable.
What we saw was a fault being loaded, just like a rubber band.
Simple math allowed him to calculate the precise elastic strain on the fault.
The last earthquake on that fault occurred about 250 years ago, and it's building up elastic energy at 7 millimeters per year. 7 times 250 is about 1.8 meters.
That's almost 6 feet of stored strain, equivalent to 100 Hiroshima atom bombs. Seismologists use a logarithmic scale to measure earthquake strength. Each number indicates a seismic wave 10 times larger than the number below. A 2 is insignificant, but a 7 or above can be immensely destructive. In 2008, Calais announced the Haitian fault could generate an earthquake above magnitude 7. 2 years later, his forecast proves accurate.
Breaking news from Haiti tonight, where a massive 7.0 earthquake struck.
A major earthquake measured at 7.0.
History has crippled the country, measuring 7.0.
Calais came closer than anyone to giving an accurate warning of the quake. But like all seismologists, he had no idea exactly when it would happen.
We cannot predict earthquakes. We had no way of telling whether it was going to be today, tomorrow, in 10 years, in 100 years, so we didn't put a date on it. And it's not that we were afraid to put a date on it. As a scientist, we can't.
Today, seismologists can calculate the pressures on the plate boundaries, but they can't predict when the faults will rupture.
We can't see earthquakes coming, that's the problem. 1 minute they're not there, the next minute, wham.
Back in the lab, Calais now attempts to find out how much stress remains in the Haiti fault. It's bad news.
We saw on January 12th that only a small portion of the fault actually ruptured. The fault itself, from the Dominican Republic all the way to the western end of the southern peninsula of Haiti, is about 300 kilometers long. And it's only a segment of 50 kilometers in the middle that released its energy during the earthquake.
The rest of the fault remains under stress. Calais predicts that segments even closer to Port-au-Prince could snap at any time.
Those segments have been brought slightly closer to the next earthquake. Again, what's the timeline? We don't know.
Port-au-Prince is not alone in its predicament. Anywhere on the globe above an active fault is vulnerable. And the faster the underlying plates move, the more frequent the quakes. The Middle East, South Asia, China, the Pacific Rim. In the absence of prediction, these zones remain some of the world's deadliest places. And let's not forget, California, home to the San Andreas Fault. This infamous fault system stretches 800 miles. From Northern California to the Mexican border. Like the fracture under Haiti, it's a vertical strike-slip fault, meaning the plates grind past one another horizontally. But here, the plates move more than 3 times faster at over an inch a year, generating powerful earthquakes. In the south, some sections have been quiet for over 150 years. Now, satellites measuring ground shift reveal a buildup of stress energy equivalent to 3,000 nuclear bombs. The next rupture could be the big one. And it's the LA region that's under threat. Tom Jordan of the Southern California Earthquake Center has spent years preparing for this quake.
We have something like 800 scientists working together on a series of projects trying to really understand the earthquakes in Southern California, where we have a very complex fault system, very active, a lot of risk to the 20 million people that live here. This is earthquake country. We don't know when that earthquake or sequence of earthquakes will occur, but they're inevitable.
The last lethal quake on the San Andreas Fault system was the 1994 Northridge earthquake, which killed over 60 people and caused $20 billion of damage. And that was only a magnitude 6.7. Jordan and his team believe that levels of stress now indicate the rupture on the main fault could be 30 times greater. The city recently played out a worst-case scenario.
We had an exercise that we developed for Southern California in 2008. We call it the Great Southern California Shakeout. We created a scenario of a very large earthquake, magnitude 7.8 earthquake, on the San Andreas Fault just east of Los Angeles. And we asked the question, what would happen if that earthquake occurred?
The conclusions? Over $200 billion of damage, millions of people displaced, and thousands of deaths.
If this earthquake would have happened in reality, there would have been buildings coming down. We know that there would be no water now in certain areas. So that's what this exercise is all about.
If scientists are right, millions of people face a massive disaster.
The San Andreas Fault is very capable. You might say it's locked and loaded.
With so much at stake, some seismologists are exploring new methods of forecasting when a quake will happen. Probing deep inside the hazardous faults, they're learning to listen for clues. Anza Borrego State Park, Southern California. This rig is drilling for something more precious than gas or oil. It's part of an ambitious attempt to find the holy grail of seismology. Underground activity that could warn of the next major earthquake. Geologist Frank Vernon is in charge.
So this is your third drill string here?
Third stick.
Third stick going in.
They're just a few hundred feet from the San Jacinto Fault, an active offshoot of the San Andreas system.
We actually have a lot of earthquakes occurring in here. As we said, we've had 4 magnitude 5s in the past decade. We have magnitude 4s on the average about once a year. 4 days ago, we had a magnitude 5.6, 10 kilometers over here. It's a very unique place, so this is the reason why we want to work here.
The team uses the rig to plant sensors deep into the rock, embedding them 800 feet down, shielded from surface noise. Here, as clashing plates squeeze and distort along the fault line, tiny tremors and pressure changes are produced. The sensors detect them. Any one of these signals could be the clue that a major quake is imminent.
You're measuring the change in shape of the earth right underneath us in these boreholes. When an earthquake happens, you will see a change in that shape. It'll be slight changes that we can observe.
But identifying a specific tremor or pressure change that always precedes a major quake hasn't been easy. Over the last 4 years, Vernon's team has surrounded the fault with 8 borehole sensor stations. They've recorded many small earthquakes and are now sifting through a huge amount of data. The race is on to find a signal that is common to all of them.
We're a long ways from real earthquake prediction. It's not like we're going to achieve it today or tomorrow. That's quite a bit further down the road.
Though they haven't found it yet, this method of forecasting earthquakes holds promise for the future. But for now, the earthquakes keep on coming. Just weeks after Haiti, another massive quake. Chile, South America. February 27th, 2010, 3 in the morning. This quake reaches an incredible magnitude 8.8, the 5th largest ever recorded. Daybreak reveals the scale of the damage. 500,000 homes damaged or destroyed, and hundreds dead. The quake is so violent, it accelerates the Earth's rotation, knocking 1/1,000,000th of a second off the length of the day. It's nearly 500 times larger than the Haitian tremor. So why is this quake so powerful? Soon after the disaster, geologist Mike Beavis arrives in Chile to find answers.
This place repeatedly has huge earthquakes. Right now, the number 1 and the number 5 earthquakes of recorded, history are right here. So that makes this the world champion place for big earthquakes.
All of Chile's strong quakes originate off its Pacific coast, so that's where Beavis is looking for evidence. The island of Santa Maria sits just 60 miles east of the boundary of the South American plate and the Nazca Plate. This fault under the Pacific Ocean triggers the enormous quake. This beach is one of the closest points to the offshore epicenter. At the base of the cliffs, Beavis notices a white streak, a clue to the quake's sheer power.
All right, so here we are looking at this big rock. It's in situ. It's got all of this white concretion, which is something that forms under the sea. It's got seaweed, and there are actually limpets and mussels and things attached to the rock. I can see some right up there, more than 4 feet above my head. What this is telling you is that the whole coastline jumped up 2 to 3 meters. There's 2 minutes of ground shaking like crazy, and during that 2 minutes, this whole coastline lifted up, and all these marine creatures are now stranded in the air.
The 8 feet of uplift happened because the plates here are not grinding past one another side by side, like the faults under Haiti and California. They are subducting, one pushing beneath the other. When the fault ruptures, the overriding plate punches upward, creating an extremely powerful quake.
When you're getting subduction, the overriding plate is actually being caught on the plate that's being pushed down, and that over time accumulates a massive amount of energy.
The enormous areas of plate that shift and the huge uplift produced give these epic quakes their name, megathrusts. And they have a chilling side effect. Tsunamis. The uplift raises the sea above, creating a wave. It travels across the ocean at over 500 miles per hour, wreaking havoc. In 2004, a 9.3 megathrust, 150 miles offshore, leads to the infamous Indian Ocean tsunami that kills almost 250,000 people. In 2010, the Chile quake generates its own tsunami, engulfing coastal villages like Dichato. The wave destroys over 90% of the town. Mike Beavis and geophysicist Frederick Bloom survey the aftermath.
Oh my goodness, looks like a child's sock hanging up 20 feet above our heads.
Yeah.
I think that sock is probably the high water mark. Wow, that's easily 30 feet above sea level. Easily 30 feet.
Yeah.
My goodness. Nobody stood a chance here.
When the leading edge of a tsunami hits a shallow shoreline, it slows down. But as the faster water behind backs up, the wave swells. Here in Dichato, the wave reaches the upper floors of buildings.
Looks like the water took out the drywall about halfway up the second floor.
Yeah, about waist height. There's waist height damage everywhere. Look at this.
Fish on the floor. My goodness.
Lots of fish.
You're next to the fish. No olvides. Don't forget. Today, I will be thinking of you. Happy Valentine's Day. Wow. I hope these people knew what to do when it happened.
The wave's height explains its destructive power. A 30-foot wave exerts a pressure equivalent to the weight of a battle tank. As it flows in and out, it scours the earth, destroying foundations and undermining buildings.
Well, when I was a surfer, they used to tell us that 1 cubic meter of water weighed about a ton, so you've got a 30-foot wave. There's an awful lot of force. It's like a wall of water that comes in and never goes away. So the currents are just pushing and pushing and pushing for minutes in the same direction and just rip everything apart. It just doesn't stop coming.
Predicting and forecasting megathrusts is critical for North America. The Aleutian Fault causes many quakes along Alaska's coast. And in the 1980s, seismologists realized the Cascadia Fault that lies off of Oregon and Washington is also active and can generate powerful megathrusts. The cities of Portland, Seattle, and Vancouver are all at risk from a quake that could strike above magnitude 8. Forecasting the likelihood of the next Cascadia quake is vital. On land, evidence is hard to find. But offshore, the answer is being discovered, buried in the mud. A cold storage room at Oregon State University. Here, hovering a few degrees above freezing, are tubes containing clues to all the quakes that have hit this region in the past few thousand years. They're the prized possession of Professor Chris Goldfinger.
These are essentially a deep sea library. These are core samples collected in oceanographic expeditions over the last 50 years or so. So these core samples can show us things about paleoclimate and, in my case, earthquakes.
Goldfinger spent the last decade collecting these cores directly from the Cascadia subduction fault off the coast, punching deep into the sea floor and extracting columns of sediment. But each core tells an earthquake story. They're formed from layers of sandy deposits laid down over huge periods of time. Thousands of years of history are contained in a few yards of mud.
They're essentially a tape recorder, just like just as a sound tape recorder records everything that happens in a room. These cores record everything that happens to the seafloor over time.
To help forecast the next Cascadia quake, he needs to know how often they struck in the past. Undersea earthquakes create huge landslides that coat the sea floor. They deposit distinct, identifiable sandy layers. This is a sandy layer left by a megathrust landslide.
We can see that at the base of this sand layer, there's a very sharp base. This is one telltale sign of the type of deposition that happens just after an earthquake.
But to distinguish one earthquake from another, Goldfinger must probe deeper into each sample.
Using the CT scanner really revolutionizes how we can look inside the core. Each one of them seems to have a special character, a unique fingerprint. We can compare those from one place to another and use that to trace the earthquakes along the length of the subduction zone.
Before this study, only 19 earthquakes in 10,000 years were identified in this region. Based on that, the odds of a quake happening here over the next 50 years were estimated to be at most 1 in 7. But Goldfinger's CT analysis of the core samples identifies over 20 previously unknown quakes. Parts of Cascadia are twice as active as previously thought. This means the chance of a megathrust isn't 1 in 7, it's 1 in 3.
This isn't just a remote possibility, this is a likely possibility. Those numbers mean that chances are actually pretty good that it's going to happen in our lifetimes, that will actually happen in the next 50 years.
A megathrust quake along the Cascadia Fault would also generate a deadly tsunami. In the front line, are towns on the Oregon coast, like Cannon Beach. When the earthquake hits, this town will not only suffer intense shaking, but the power of the deadly wave. Yu-Mei Wang knows the challenge the community faces.
The Cascadia earthquake and tsunami will definitely occur. The question is when. Cannon Beach will be devastated. We're going to have several minutes of strong ground shaking, and then about 20 minutes before the tsunami starts rolling into town. If a tsunami was on its way right now, and I was standing right here, I would die. The velocities would be tremendous. You wouldn't be able to outrun it. The tsunami can look like a breaking wave, but rather than receding back, it would just keep rushing in.
The people of Cascadia face a deadly double hit. But there may be hope. 100 miles north of Cannon Beach, scientists are finding traces of a new type of super deep earthquake, one that may help revolutionize earthquake forecasting. The Olympic Peninsula, Washington State. These peaceful forests hide a secret. Beneath, something is stirring. Imperceptible to human senses, a silent earthquake is taking place. Every 14 months, tiny tremors vibrate the ground for weeks at a time. They're so quiet, no one knew they existed. But now, scientists are taking a closer look, and what they see might be the future of earthquake forecasting.
Should be around here somewhere. Oh, I see it.
Ken Krager of the University of Washington has spent years on the trail of the silent quakes. His challenge is to find out what causes them. For years, the earthquake tremor signals were hidden among vibrations generated by machinery, crashing waves, even the wind in the trees.
These signals that we're seeing now, which we now know as tremor, they've been going on forever, and we've viewed them as noise in the past because we had no idea what they were. As time goes on, we often find that, one person's noise is another person's signal.
To isolate the signals, Krager uses seismometers that can distinguish strong, deep tremors from weak, shallow tremors.
These are buried just about a foot or so underground. Make sure they're nice and quiet, but the signals that we're trying to record are about 40 kilometers, way down there. Here we go.
A stomp test helps calibrate the seismometer.
The signals we're actually looking to try to get out of these are very much quieter than the stomping I'm doing, maybe 1,000 times smaller, very, very subtle signals. And there we go, 3 beautiful spikes.
Now, Krager's data reveals new insights into how the plates move deep down. Most earthquakes occur around 15 miles down, where the plates are locked. But around 25 miles down, there's a hotter zone. Here, the plates lock briefly. Every few years, they slip, with only a slight amount of shaking. It's called slow slip, and it generates the silent quakes.
It was very exciting because it tells us something about the way plates slide past each other that we had no clue about before.
Identifying slow slip tremors could be critical in signaling larger quakes. During a slow slip, the chance of a major quake may double. Every time the deep plate slips, stress increases on the locked crust above. Eventually, a slip could trigger a major quake. Detecting the onset of these silent quakes could provide a warning that a large quake may be imminent.
I'm optimistic about the future. I think that in principle, a slow slip may precede big earthquakes, and so it's possible that by understanding slow slip better, we'll be able to predict earthquakes in the future.
Slow slip research is in its infancy. For now, seismologists must rely on other factors to determine earthquake threat levels. Earthquakes can be triggered by other quakes. Energy released by one quake can travel along a fault, causing it to unfasten like a zipper.
What happens then is it transfers strain onto the next bit, and it brings forward the time that ruptures and generates another earthquake, and then that does the same to the next bit of fault.
This domino effect was recently observed near the US-Mexican border. Mexicali, April 4th, 2010. A magnitude 7.2 quake strikes close to this border town. No one is killed, but over the following months, it triggers a series of smaller quakes, spreading over the border. Could the transferred stress eventually trigger the big one in Southern California?
I have a sense of foreboding right now. We're a little bit nervous because that could be foretelling the possibility of a big rupture on one of the faults here in Southern California. You know, I think the chances of us having a large earthquake are very significant.
But could earthquake threat levels ever rise globally? Could the recent Haiti, Chile, and Mexico quakes all be related to a global increase in seismic activity?
Over the last few years, this concept of global clustering of earthquakes has gained some ground. Some geologists have suggested that there is this global clustering with maybe a cycle of 50 years, and that it's related in some way to stress changes in the Earth's crust as a whole. There may be some common phenomenon occurring that's causing more earthquakes.
But there's no proof that global clustering was a factor in 2010. Seismic activity was within normal levels.
The Haiti earthquake, magnitude 7, is not particularly rare, and we might see several, a dozen of those maybe a year. The great earthquakes like Chile, magnitude 8 and above, we see about one of those a year.
2010 stands out because its earthquakes killed nearly 250,000 people.
When we get earthquakes that cause a lot of damage, kill a lot of people, our awareness of earthquakes rises, and that's what we're seeing now. It is nothing anomalous in terms of the seismic activity. This is the Earth doing its thing. This is what we have to expect in terms of large earthquakes.
The recent tragedies are a reminder that despite almost a half-century of research, seismologists are no closer to predicting earthquakes. The task may be impossible.
30, 40 years ago, we were very optimistic that earthquake prediction was kind of around the corner. We thought there was a lot of new information and new understanding of the earthquake process that would allow us to predict earthquakes. Now, in fact, there's some suggestion we may never be able to predict earthquakes with high certainty.
Without high certainty, getting people to take action is difficult.
For a prediction to be useful to any degree at all, we have to be sure that the earthquake is going to happen. 50% is no good. You're not going to evacuate a major city and involve massive disruption of the population and industry and commerce and everything else on the idea that an earthquake has a 50% chance of happening. If prediction is going to be useful, it has to be 100% certain.
But you don't always need to predict a quake to sound the alarm. Having even a few seconds to respond could save lives. And earthquakes make this possible by generating their own warning signal. Dr. Richard Allen works at the University of California at Berkeley, a college built above the Haywood Fault in Northern California.
This is an expansion joint in the stadium, and you can see that it's opened up as a result of the continual motion on the fault. It comes right beneath the stand, continues across the field, beneath the goalpost, and on across campus.
The Haywood Fault runs parallel to the San Andreas, on the other side of the San Francisco Bay. Berkeley's location makes it a perfect place for Shake Alert, America's first earthquake early warning system. Earthquakes generate different types of seismic waves, radiating out faster than speeding bullets, traveling at over 15,000 miles per hour. The fastest are the primary, or P waves, but they rarely cause more than a jolt. They're followed by the slower S waves and surface waves. These slower waves generate the large ripples in the ground and cause most of the damage.
That's where this crucial warning time comes from, the difference between the P wave and the S wave. In a rupture on the San Andreas Fault, the P wave would come rushing across the Bay Area at about 7 kilometers per second. We can detect it, we can issue a warning before the much slower S wave gradually comes across, does all of the damage.
Providing adequate warning is a race against time. The P wave must be detected and the alert sounded in a split second before the destructive S waves follow. The tools for the job are kept underground or buried deep in hillside bunkers.
This was built after the Second World War to monitor nuclear tests. Now we use it for our research.
These are the finest Swiss-made seismometers. Their precision allows them to detect very weak tremors, locating earthquakes and estimating their magnitude with extreme accuracy. Allen and his team have connected over 400 seismometers in a huge network across California. Buried beneath the soil, they wait for the next quake. Ready to sound the alarm the moment a P wave is detected.
Each of these stations is sampling the ground shaking at 100 samples per second. It's huge volumes of data, and by having very fast computers and very efficient new algorithms, we can process it all simultaneously within just a fraction of a second.
The speed of an electronic warning signal is much faster than the slower S waves, providing critical seconds to prepare. P-wave warning systems already operate in high earthquake risk countries like Japan. When detected, trains automatically halt, gas mains seal, and alerts sound in many schools, businesses, and homes. With Shake Alert in place, Californians will be able to take similar evasive action.
I do not want to be surprised by the next big earthquake. Instead of being surprised by sudden shaking, I want my phone to start beeping at me so I can get underneath the table.
Earthquake alert, 5 seconds remaining.
And I think that's very reasonable to see that happening here in California in the next 5 years or so.
But there are limits. If a quake is hundreds of miles away, Shake Alert could provide up to 2 minutes warning. But the closer it is, the less warning is possible.
P-wave warning systems help, but they're not the answer. If you're right on top of the earthquake epicenter, if it's happening right underneath you, then P-wave detectors are of no use. The earthquake will hit you before they can do any good at all.
Many scientists now believe the real answer to the earthquake threat lies in engineering, not geology. In the January 2010 quake, the vast majority of Haitians who die are killed by collapsing buildings.
As most seismologists will tell you, it's buildings that kill people, not earthquakes. If we construct it properly in most areas of high seismic hazard, then the death tolls would drop dramatically.
The challenge for engineers is to design buildings that can survive destructive vertical and horizontal shaking. Engineers now use enormous shake tables to test new designs. Their huge hydraulic pistons mimic powerful tremors. Results are helping revolutionize building designs. Damaging earthquake motion is minimized using deformable or floating foundations, or offset by complex counterweights. Skyscrapers are built with confidence in some of the most earthquake-prone regions on the planet. In the US and in most developed countries, construction in earthquake zones is now controlled by building codes. But in places like the Pacific Northwest coast, the engineering challenge is greater. Buildings here must also deal with tsunamis.
Right down that coastline, there's a problem with big waves coming in after this earthquake, and I'm not convinced that the communities there are prepared for that at all.
These images are from the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami. There is nowhere to run. The fast-flowing debris destroys one building after another. Residents along the Cascadia Fault in the Pacific Northwest face the same fate. But one Oregon town is trying to change all that. The residents of Cannon Beach have a unique plan to keep their heads above water. They're planning an extraordinary new city hall.
What we're looking to do is to tear down this building and replace it with a new building that is both earthquake and tsunami resistant.
This design is called a Tsunami Vertical Evacuation Refuge, a survival platform over 30 feet high, with space for over 1,000 people, most of the population. Extensive testing recreates the impact of intense shaking, waves, debris, and scouring from the tsunami, ensuring the structure can withstand punishment.
It can take very large forces, not just water with sand, but also parts of buildings and cars coming and slamming into the building.
Tensioned steel cables hold it together and recenter it after the earthquake. Reinforced concrete pillars allow water and debris to flow through or minimize impact with their rounded profiles. And extra deep foundations keep it standing as surrounding soil washes away.
This building will remain intact. It would be possibly the only building left standing in this whole neighborhood. What we have in mind is ideally to have dozens of these up and down the coastline so that all of the low-lying communities with tsunami hazards have these to protect their people.
These revolutionary designs may transform many buildings along the coast from death traps to lifesavers. Over the last quarter century, seismologists have made huge strides in understanding how and why earthquakes happen, and calculating where, if not when, they will strike. The disasters of 2010 prove that prediction remains tough. But the knowledge engineers now gather can make us safer.
I don't think we can ever expect to conquer earthquakes in the sense that we can predict them to the day and we can cope with them so that no lives are lost and no buildings fall down. We have to live with them. They're a natural phenomena. They've occurred throughout Earth history. They're going to continue to occur.
What is crucial is that we be able to live with earthquakes and to sustain earthquake damage in a way that we can bounce back. We are looking to develop resilient communities, communities that can deal with these effects in a smart way. We want to keep disasters from turning into catastrophes.
Today, surviving an earthquake comes down to how well you prepare for the worst. Until seismologists make a breakthrough in prediction, communities must...